This is disc number 9.
I see that. Pretty as they come, and so's your mom. Here, let me take that.
You've already got her. We'll take my van since I know where we're going. I've got the blankets in there already.
I've just got to get a couple things out of the truck.
He strapped Callie in her car seat. Expertly, Shelby noted. You didn't have to show the man something twice. He walked to his rental truck, came back with a tote bag.
Contributions,
he said, and put them in the van with the hamper. I'm hoping this spot is as pretty as I remember. It's been a while. She drove toward town, then veered off on a back road, just skimming by the holler while Callie chattered like a magpie. As she took the rise, navigated the switchbacks, it all came back to her. The sights, the smells, the color. Winding through the greens, the browns, yellow trillium and crested iris splashed, while the delicate trumpets of columbine played in dappled sunlight. There, mountain laurel brightened the shadows, and ladies' slippers danced.
Pretty. It's pretty country,
Griff said when Callie shifted to conversation with the ever-present Fifi. It won't be long till the wild rhododendrons pop out. I just love the green of it, the endless rising green of it, and how the color from wildflowers comes and goes. She passed a little farmhouse where a boy about Callie's age rolled on the scrubby grass with a yellow dog.
See the puppy? Mama, when can I have a puppy?
Her newest obsession, Shelby said under her breath. Once we get our own house, we'll think about that. We're almost to our picnic spot, she added, hoping to block the litany of follow-up questions. She turned onto a narrow dirt road, bumped carefully along it. This belongs to that little farm we just passed. Daddy's delivered 3 babies in that house, might be more now since I've been gone, and made house calls for the grandmother until she passed. The family lets us use this road and have picnics or hike back here. They set great store by my daddy.
So do I, since he cleared me to work.
Your eyes looking some better.
I tested better, Mama, when I had my pizza date with Griff. Are we there yet?
We're as far as we can drive. She angled into the pull-off. It's not very far to walk, about a quarter mile. It's a little steep, though, and likely a little rough.
We're up for it.
He settled the logistics by hauling Callie up on his shoulders, taking the hamper.
Bag and blankets for you,
he told Shelby.
It's so quiet here.
He spotted a bold red cardinal watching them from a perch on a hawthorn tree. That's not even the best part.
Nobody's going to come out with a shotgun?
I asked Daddy to check if it was okay, and the family's fine about it. We leave the land as we found it, that's all. Though they might have discouraged revenuers that way back in the Prohibition days. Plenty ran whiskey out of the hills and the hollers. My people among them, both sides.
Bootleggers.
It made him grin. It'd be hard to find a handful of people with native roots who didn't have bootleggers on the family tree.
It was a dumbass law.
Dumbass,
Callie repeated, predictably.
Sorry.
It's not the first time. That's a grown-up word, Callie.
I like grown-up words.
When she screamed, Griff shoved the hamper at Shelby, started to whip Callie down.
A bunny! I saw a bunny rabbit!
Jeez, Griff corrected. You scared the heck out of me, Little Red.
Catch the bunny rabbit, Griff! Catch it!
I didn't bring my bunny rabbit catching tools.
With his heart still hammering, he took the hamper back, continued the climb. When he topped the rise, he saw every step of the climb had been worth it.
Okay. Wow.
It's just like I remembered. The stream, the trees, especially that big old black walnut. And just enough opening up so you can see some of the hills and valleys.
You're in charge of all the picnic spots from this day forward.
Hard to top this one, unless it's at your place. When he put Callie down, she bulleted straight for the stream. Callie, don't go close to the edge, Shelby began, but Griff grabbed her hand and pulled her to the stream.
Cool. He crouched down beside Callie. Look at all the little waterfalls, the shiny rocks.
I want to go swimming.
It's not deep enough for swimming, baby, but you can take your shoes and socks off, put your feet in. You can go wading.
Kay, I can't go wading, Griff.
Callie plopped down, attacked her shoes while Shelby spread blankets beside the stream with its tumbling water, mossy logs, thickening ferns.
Not worried about her getting the dress wet?
Griff asked. I've got a change for her in the bag. I'd like to know a little girl who wouldn't want to splash in this stream.
You're a pretty cool mom.
While Callie stepped in to splash and squeal, Griff pulled the bottle, wrapped in its frozen cozy, out of his bag. Champagne? After a surprised laugh, Shelby shook her head. That's going to put my fried chicken to shame.
I'll be the judge of that.
She drank champagne, had the satisfaction of seeing Griff devour her chicken. She let Callie run off some energy chasing butterflies or going back for another splash. And relaxed as she realized she hadn't, not really, since the morning she'd faced Arlo Cattery with bars between them. And he'd have that view, she thought, through bars, for a long, long time. But she had this. The green and the blue, the chirp and twitter of birds, the sun streaming through the trees to play shadows on the ground as her little girl played in the stream.
You're definitely hired, Griff told her when he went back for another piece of chicken, another scoop of potato salad.
Sitting here, it seems like nothing's wrong in the world.
That's why we need places like this.
She reached out, trailed her fingers over the healing cut on his forehead. Forrest said they still haven't caught that Harlow person, and it makes me think he did what he came to do and he's long gone from here.
Makes the most sense.
Then why'd you follow me home at 2 a.m. on Friday night?
Because that makes sense to me, too. When are you going to let me follow you home again?
Oh, she'd just been hoping he'd ask. I guess I could see if Mama's okay watching Callie one night this week.
Why don't we go to the movies, then back to my place for a while?
She smiled, thinking she had this, too. A movie date with a man who made her belly flutter. Why don't we? Callie, if you don't eat your picnic lunch, there won't be a cupcake in your future. Shelby marked it as a perfect Sunday afternoon, and driving back with Callie fighting sleep in the back, wondered how she could prolong it. Maybe she'd see if Griff wanted to sit out on the porch while Callie napped. Or she could see if Emma, Kate, and Matt wanted to come over, and they could do up some burgers on the grill for supper later. I guess you've got things to do at your house.
There's never a lack of things to do at my place. Why? Do you have something else in mind?
I was thinking if you wanted to stay a while, I'd see if Emma, Kate, and Matt wanted to come by later on. Have some wine and grill some burgers.
More food? How could I say no?
I'll see if it's all right with Mama and Daddy, then. She trailed off as she pulled up to the house, saw her mother already running out. Oh, God, what could have happened now? She shoved out of the van. Mama, I was just about to text you. Gilly went into labor. Oh, just now? It's been a few hours, but they didn't say until they were heading into the hospital. Daddy, my daddy's got Jackson already. Daddy, your daddy, and I are heading into Gatlinburg to the hospital right now, and Forrest is bringing your granny. Clay says she's moving fast. Oh, I don't know why babies always put me in a tailspin. It's exciting, and it's happy.
You should go, Griff said. You should be there.
Oh, I don't want to put 2 preschoolers on my grandfather on his own.
I'll take her. I've got Callie.
Oh, well,
I want to go with Griff. Please, Mama, please. Griff, I want to go to your house. Can I go to your house and play?
That would be the nicest thing, Ada Mae said. Shelby couldn't be here when Jackson was born. It would sure mean a lot to us, Griff.
Done.
Yay! Yay!
Shelby looked at her daughter's shining face. But it could be ours. Not if Clay's any judge. Clayton, you come on now, Ada Mae shouted. I'm not going to miss my grandbaby's birth because you're dawdling. Griff, thank you so much. Callie, you be good for Griff now, or I'll know the reason why. Clayton Zachariah Pomeroy! Ada Mae marched back toward the house. Are you sure? Because we're sure. Right, Callie?
Right. Let's go, Griff.
Thrilled, she rubbed both her hands over his cheeks.
Let's go to your house now.
Let me just think what to do, Shelby mused. I'll just run in, get some things for her to play with. I've got scissors and sticks for her to run with, and all those matches. Aren't you the funny one? Give me 2 minutes. And, well, you'd better just take my van in case you have to go somewhere with her, if I can borrow this truck. It's a rental. What do I care? All right, then. All right. 2 minutes. No, it'll take me 5. 5 minutes. She raced toward the house as her mother came out dragging her father. Ada Mae, I'm a doctor, and I'm telling you there's plenty of time. Oh, don't doctor me. You tell me about plenty of time when you've given birth. We're going, Shelby. I'll be behind you in 5 minutes. I know how to get there. Griff leaned back against the van beside Callie's window. We're going to have some fun, Little Red. 20. They did have fun. Griff fashioned a monster face out of cardboard and, donning it, chased a thrilled Callie around the front yard. She brought him down with the magic wand he cobbled together from some tubing and more cardboard. As the restored prince, he answered the first text from Shelby. At the hospital now. Everything's going well. Okay there? He considered for a moment. We're great. We're heading out now to find some traffic to play in. He took Callie in for a Coke, and, judged by her wide, shiny eyes, Coke wasn't something on her usual beverage menu. It took a solid half-hour to run off her Coke high. Breathless and wiser, he loaded the kid back in the van and took her for a quick drive for a pack of juice boxes. That had to be a better option. He spotted the sign Pups for Sale, decided a stop there would entertain her for a while, and pulled up in front of the compact rancher next to the little market. Following the arrow on the sign, he took the gravel path around the back. In a kennel, clean and dry, 3 cream-colored pups and 1 brown pup came instantly to life, yipping, racing toward the fencing, wagging chubby bodies. Callie didn't squeal and rush toward them as he'd expected. She gasped, then pressed both hands to her mouth. Then she turned her head, tipped her face up to Griff's, and her eyes were full of wonder and love and immeasurable joy. He thought, oh, shit, what have I done? Then she threw her arms around his legs, squeezed.
Puppies! I love you, Griff! Thank you! Thank you!
Well, listen, I thought we'd just... While he fumbled, she tipped her face up again, all but blinded him with her shining joy before she broke off to at last rush the fence. A woman, a baby on her hip, a red kerchief tied around her hair, stepped out of the back door of the rancher. Afternoon, she said while the baby eyed him suspiciously. Hey, we were just at the market and I thought she'd get a kick out of seeing the pups. Why, sure. You want to go in, honey? They're as friendly as they can be. 3 months old now. She continued as she opened the gate for Callie. Had a litter of 8. Mama's our lab retriever mixed Georgie, and the daddy's my cousin's chocolate lab. Callie ran in, dropped, and was immediately buried in puppies. That's a happy sound, isn't it? The woman said as Callie's giggles mixed with the yips and fake growls. Yeah, but... They're a good mix with kids, Daddy, she said with a smile as she juggled the baby. Gentle and loyal and playful. Oh, I'm not her father. Her mother's sister-in-law's having a baby pretty much now, so I'm watching Callie for a while.
Griff! Griff, come see! Come see the puppies!
Yeah, okay.
You go on, take your time. She's got a good way with them. Lots of kids her age want to pull tails or ears or cart a pup around in a chokehold, but it looks like she knows how to be gentle and playful. They're going to go fast now, she added, as the baby decided Griff passed muster and offered a wide, drooling grin. I just put the sign up this morning. The first 4 were already spoken for. I don't sell them till they're full weaned, had their shots, and the vet clears them.
Not really. I mean, I thought about getting a dog. Later. Once I've got my place more under control.
The woman narrowed her eyes. You're the one bought the old Triplehorn place. The one who works with Emma Kate's boyfriend. Emma Kate and Doc Pomeroy delivered Lucas here right in the exam room at the clinic. I went in for my checkup and he got in a powerful hurry then and there. Wasn't time to head to the hospital. Is that Shelby Pomeroy's little girl?
Yeah.
I should have figured from the hair. You decide you want one of the pups, I'll do half price, seeing as the little girl's granddaddy and your partner's lady helped bring my boy into the world.
Oh, well, that's...
Griff, come play with the puppies.
You go on. I'll be around. He took the brown dog. He drew the line at Callie's helpful name suggestions. He would not name his dog Fifi in honor of her best stuffed friend, or Donkey in honor of Shrek's best pal. He hit on Snickers because of the chocolate, then had to go back to the market and buy one so Callie got the connection. He had to buy puppy food, a dish, a leash, a collar, dog treats. By the time they loaded up again, with the puppy exploring the cab of the truck, Griff's ears were ringing. Shelby's next text came through as he lifted Callie out of the van, and she and the pup took off running. Gilly's doing great. She'll be pushing soon. Nearly there. Let me know how it's going if you're done playing in traffic. He started to text about the puppy, even though it all felt a little bit like a dream, then opted against.
Playing in traffic made us hungry. We want a snack, so we're going to hunt up strangers with candy. Go Gilly.
Babies come in their own time, and Beau Sawyer Pomeroy came into the world at 7-11, a lucky hour according to his daddy, at a healthy 7 pounds and 12 ounces. Shelby took time to admire him, the spitting image of her brother, dig out more tissues for her mother, and hug the proud parents. She sent another quick text. It's a boy. Beau Sawyer's beautiful, Mama and Daddy happy and well. On my way back soon. By the time she managed to say all her goodbyes and navigate traffic out of Gatlinburg, the sun sat low. She considered stopping to text again, see if Griff wanted her to pick up any food, but decided surely they'd eaten something by now. She pulled up beside her van, thought, what a day. When no one answered her knock, she had a moment of concern, ordered it away. Easing the door open, she called out, then cocked her ear at the familiar sounds. Shrek. Shaking her head, she started back toward the great room. Shrek and Donkey argued on the big screen. On the sofa, her little girl lay sprawled over Griff. Both of them were sound asleep. She nearly screamed when something wet and cold hit her ankle. Looking down, she saw a fat brown puppy who immediately attached its teeth and interest to the laces of her hiking boots. Oh, no, you don't. She picked up the pup, gave it a long look. Just where did you come from?
Right down the road,
Griff said, opening sleepy eyes. Whose dog is it?
I guess it's my dog. It just sort of happened. Snickers.
I'm sorry, what?
His name. Snickers. Chocolate Lab Golden Retriever mix.
He couldn't be cuter. Amused, charmed, she cuddled the pup in while he lapped lovingly at her chin. Did you look at the size of his feet?
No, not especially.
You're going to have one big dog here. She smiled as Snickers switched to her cheek, wiggled happily in her arms. Which one wore you out, Callie or the dog?
I think we wore each other out. Baby world okay?
It's perfect. Beau Sawyer, if you didn't get my last text. Healthy, beautiful, and the family's all beaming. I can't thank you enough, Griff, for keeping Callie so I could be there. It meant the world to me.
We had fun. What time is it?
It's about 8:30.
Okay, we probably crashed about 20 minutes ago.
Did you get something to eat? I should have—
There was chicken left from the picnic, he interrupted, and I did some mac and cheese because you can't go wrong. Had some frozen peas I mostly use as an ice bag, but they worked.
He stroked Callie's back as he spoke, as he shifted.
She rolled over like a bundle of rags. She's out.
It's been a happy day for her. Me too. She set the dog down and he bounced to Griff, went for the laces. Griff scooped the pup up in one arm, looked around and found the chew rope he'd made out of old cord.
Try this, he suggested, and set the dog down with it.
Did she talk you into that dog?
She didn't have to say a word.
He glanced back where Callie slept, butt hiked in the air, one arm wrapped around Fifi.
It's all in the eyes. I planned to get one, more like in the fall, get a little more done around here first. So I just shifted up the timeline. Plus, he was on sale. Do you want some food? There's still some mac and cheese. The chicken's just a fond memory.
No thanks. We ate here and there at the hospital. I need to get her home and in bed.
Maybe you could stay.
Tempting. So tempting when his arms slid around her. I'd like that, and suspect Callie would too. But not yet, Griff. Not quite yet. She could prolong the moment, her mouth on his, then her head on his shoulder. It's been a good day.
Red letter.
He picked Callie up. She lay boneless over his shoulder while Shelby gathered the hamper, the bag. The dog raced out the door ahead of them, ran circles around the yard while Griff fixed Callie in her seat. He watched them drive off with the western sky taking on the color of her hair. Then there was quiet. He liked the quiet, he reminded himself, or he'd never have bought a place so far out of town. But it felt seriously quiet after hours of a little girl's chatter. He looked down to where Snickers was busy attacking his laces.
Cut that out.
He had only to shake his foot.
Let's make the rounds.
They made the rounds again twice more before midnight. He'd worked too hard on the floors he'd refinished to have them ruined by a puppy. Considering sleeping arrangements, he fashioned a temporary dog bed out of a box, some old towels, and tied another towel into a puppy-like shape. Snickers wasn't immediately sold, but the excitement of the day did its work. With the pup as conked as Callie had been, Griff considered it a job well done and dropped into bed himself. He didn't know what woke him. The clock read 2:12, and when he checked by the flashlight app of his phone, Snickers remained curled in a ball in his box. Though he opted to let sleeping dogs lie, something felt off. Off enough for him to walk quietly out of the bedroom. Listen. Old houses groaned and creaked, he thought. He knew it well. And still he eased open a door, picked up a pipe wrench. Flipping on lights as he went, he started downstairs. And there, just that, a faint click. A door closing. He moved quickly now, straight toward the back and the glass doors. He hit the lights, hit the outside floods. He'd be spotlighted, but if anyone was out there, so would they. He saw nothing. No movement. Had he locked the back doors? He didn't think so, as he rarely thought to, and with taking the pup in and out, he likely hadn't. He stepped out on the back porch, filtering out the night sounds, the breeze, the mournful call of an owl, the faint echo of a dog barking somewhere across the ridge. He heard an engine turn over, the crunch of tires on gravel. He stood for a while, looking out into the dark. Someone had been in his house. He was damn sure of it. He went in, locked the door, though it occurred to him since it was all glass it wouldn't take much if someone wanted in. He scanned the area, looking for anything out of place. His gaze passed over the laptop he'd left on the kitchen island, tracked back. He'd left the top up, almost always did, but it was down now. And when he walked over, put a hand on it, it felt slightly warm. He lifted the lid, began to poke around. He was no computer geek, but he knew enough to get by. It didn't take long to discover someone had hacked in, downloaded his files.
Bank, bills, emails, the works.
What the fuck?
He spent the next 20 minutes cursing and changing all his passwords, all his codes and usernames. Anything he could think of. What he couldn't think of was what someone would want with his data. He spent more time sending out an email blast, friends, family, business contacts, anyone on his list, telling them his data had been compromised and not to respond to anything from his old email address. After checking every door and window, he took the laptop with him upstairs. Better security, he thought, on his data, on his house, had just bumped up to top priority. An hour after he'd woken, he tried to settle down again, listening to every creak, every rattle of wind. Just as he started to drift off, the dog woke and began to whimper.
Yeah, it figures.
He shoved up, pulled on pants again.
Might as well make the rounds, Snickers.
When he did, the beam of his flashlight picked up a clear footprint in the soft ground beside the gravel of his drive.
Your black eyes just fading and you had a break-in?
Matt dealt with touching up the paint, while Griff installed the last of the trim in Ada Mae's new master bath.
More of a walk-in. Pain in the ass having to change passwords, send out notifications, then spend damn near an hour in the police station this morning with the report. Doesn't make sense, and I'd have put it down to house-settling noises if it hadn't been for the laptop being closed. You're sure you left it open? Sure enough. Plus it was warm, and I hadn't used it in hours. Then the footprint. It wasn't mine, Matt. Size 12 here, but this was bigger. And I heard a car. What did the cops say? That's another reason I'm late getting here. I went back with Forrest, and he took a look around, took pictures of the footprint for all the good that'll do. It wasn't straight vandalism. I'd already figured if it had been to look for someone in Arlo Cattery's family or one of his pals. Well, it's not like you're rolling in it, but you're pretty well set. Somebody figured, hey, this guy bought this big old place and he's driving a new truck. Because that asshole wrecked my old one. Still.
Matt shook Snickers from his bootlaces, gave the tennis ball Griff had dug up a little kick to send the pup chasing it.
It sounds like somebody figured they could siphon off from your accounts. Something like that. They're out of luck on that now. Pisses me off, somebody walking into my house like that. Looks like getting a dog was fortuitous. Word of the day. Fortuitous my ass.
Matt grinned, gave the ball another gentle kick.
How many times have you cleaned up after him so far? A couple.
Maybe 5 or 6.
But he's getting it. He's going to be a good job dog. He doesn't freak at the nail gun. And he's going to get big. A big dog puts off people who want to walk into your house at 2 in the fucking morning. You ought to get one. Then you'd have a pal. Living in an apartment, remember?
Matt climbed onto the stepladder with brush and bucket.
I'm thinking about maybe starting a house, though. You've been thinking about maybe starting a house since we got here. I'm thinking more since I'm going to ask Emma Kate to marry me. If you're going to do that, you should... What?
Griff nearly bobbled the nail gun as he came straight up on his knees.
When? Wow. Yeah, I know.
With a slightly dazed look in his eyes, Matt grinned.
While you were dealing with the cops this morning, I was watching Emma Kate get ready for work. She's making green smoothies and... Don't mention your famous green smoothies. If you'd drink one every morning, you'd reap the benefits. I don't understand people who eat kale, much less drink it. You decided you wanted to marry her because of green smoothies?
Matt pushed up the brim of his ball cap, and now dazed became dreamy.
I looked at her. She's barefoot and a little grumpy, hadn't done her makeup yet. She's wearing khakis and a blue top, and the sun's shining through the window. I thought, this is what I want, every morning. Grumpy Emma Kate and green smoothies? Every morning. I can't see past a time I don't want just that. So, I thought you'd go with me after work to buy a ring. I'm going to ask her tonight. Tonight?
That was enough to bring Griff fully to his feet.
You're serious? Don't you want a setup? I'll get some flowers. The ring's the setup. I don't know her size, but make a template.
Go back home, dig out one of her rings, make a template to take to the ring place. I should have thought of that. What are you going to say? I don't know. Matt shifted on the ladder. I love you, will you marry me? You gotta do better than that, man. You're making me nervous. We'll think about it. Go make the template. Now? Yeah, now. I've got to take the dog out anyway before he pees on the new tile. We're taking a break. All in with the plan, Griff gave his partner a punch on the shoulder. Jesus, Matt, you're getting married. If she says yes. Why wouldn't she? Maybe she doesn't want me and green smoothies every day. Matt stepped down from the ladder. I feel a little sick. Knock it off. Go, make the template. Griff grabbed the dog, who'd begun to sniff in a way that warned Griff peeing was imminent. I've got to take him out. Take action. It's the only way to get what you want. I'm taking action. Shelby squeezed in a rehearsal. She felt good about her mix of music, from the Beatles to Johnny Cash to Motown. Of course, if she had an actual accompanist, she'd have slowed down the pace of Ring of Fire, done it as a sexy, aching ballad. Maybe down the road, she thought, as she finished up her morning stint at the salon. She took lunch orders from some of the spa patrons, then rounded up some from the staff. As she tucked away her list, grabbed her bag, Jolene stepped cautiously inside.
I'm sorry. Miss Vi? Miss Vi, can I come in for just a quick minute? Not for service or anything. I talked to Reverend Beardsley, and he said I should come and speak to you if you'd let me.
All right, Jolene. Giving Jolene a nod, Viola pulled the last of the foil from her customer's hair. Dottie, will you shampoo Sherilyn for me?
Sure will, Miss Vi.
Dottie and Sherilyn exchanged wide-eyed looks. Neither of them wanted to miss the show. Do you want to go into my office, Jolene?
No, ma'am. Miss Vi, I'd like to say what I need to say right out here, in front of everybody.
Her face went pink as she spoke, her eyes damp, but to the relief of some, the disappointment of others, she didn't blubber.
I want to say to you, Miss Vi, and to you, too, Shelby, I want to say first I'm so awfully sorry. I want to apologize, to say I'm so sorry for how I acted here the last time. And...
Her voice trembled, tears brimmed, but she held up a hand as she took a couple of deep breaths.
I'm sorry for the other times I was rude or mean to your face or behind your back. All of them, Shelby, right back to 5th grade. I want to say I'm ashamed of it, all of it, looking at it now in the clear. I so wanted Melody to be my friend, and I did things I've got no excuse for.
A couple of tears spilled over, but Jolene twisted her fingers together and kept going.
I knew about what she did to your car, Shelby, back in high school. I didn't know before she did it, and I didn't do it. I swear I'd tell you now if I had.
I believe you.
But I knew after, and I didn't say anything. I knew, and I pretended I thought it was funny and how you deserved it. I just wanted her to be my friend, but I know she never was. Not really. I know that now, and it makes it worse. What she said that day in here to you, Shelby, about you, about your baby girl, I should have stood up. It made me sick inside what she said, but I didn't stand up and say that was wrong. I hope saying it now is a start to what Reverend Beardsley says is making amends. I was only thinking of me, and I'm sorry.
She sniffled, healed away tears from her cheeks.
I didn't know she went to Arlo that way. I should have known, and I can't say, not for sure, if somewhere deep down I did. I didn't look deep down because I didn't want to. And I don't know, not for sure, if I'd have stood up even then. That's shameful, not to know if I would have stood up.
You did stand up, Shelby reminded her, when you found out what happened to Griff.
I was that shocked and upset, seeing Griff's face all cut and bruised, hearing what happened. I couldn't be quiet, not then.
Jolene. I'm going to ask you something, and I want you to look me in the eye." Viola waited for Jolene to blink her eyes clear. "Do you know anything about somebody going into Griffin's house last night, middle of the night?"
Oh, my gosh! Oh, no, ma'am, Miss Vi.
"What happened?" Shelby demanded. "What?" and broke off when Viola held up a finger.
I promise, Miss Vi. I swear.
Jolene crossed her hands over her heart.
It couldn't have been Melody. She's already in that place in Memphis. I went to see Miss Florence just this morning to make my amends to her, and she told me. Did somebody hurt him again? Did somebody rob him?
No. Viola looked over at Shelby. No. Looks to be not much of anything, and I expect all of us here know if it was one of the Cattery clan, they'd have busted the place up if they could. Viola fisted a hand on her hip. Is there anything else you have to say, Jolene?
I guess not. Just I'm sorry. I'm going to try to be a better person.
You never had much gumption, Viola observed. Here's the first time I've seen you show any, and you did a good job of it. I'm going to say, I'm lifting my ban on you, and you're free to come in here when you like.
Oh, Miss Vi. Thank you, Miss Vi. I won't come in if you'd rather I didn't, Shelby.
I hope I can accept an apology the same as my grandmother.
I want to give one to your mama, too. She wasn't here, but I want to just the same.
She's busy right now, but you can tell her later on.
Then I will.
It's up to Crystal if she wants to do your hair for your wedding, Viola added.
Oh, Miss Vi. Oh, Crystal, would you? Losing you's almost as bad as losing my fiancé, and I really do love him.
Of course I will. You made me real proud today, Jolene. On a sob, Jolene rushed over, flung herself at Crystal. There you are now. I'm going to take you back, get you a nice cold drink.
I was so scared to come in. I was so scared.
That just makes me even prouder. Crystal beamed a smile at Viola and led Jolene into the back. Dottie, get that shampoo done now. Show's over. Shelby turned straight to her grandmother. Granny, what happened at Griff's? What I said. Somebody went in there. He says, what I got, he says, she corrected, is they went into his laptop computer. That's all I know. You ought to ask him. I will. I've got to get these lunch orders in. She glanced toward the back. Some of us have to get knocked hard to come back. I know how that is. This might be the making of her. She's a flighty one, and likely always will be. But I respect a well-given apology. You go on now, or those customers will be shouting us down for their lunch order. I ought to think about putting in a little cafe. It wouldn't have surprised Shelby in the least, but for now, she dashed out. She wanted to call Griff, but couldn't spare the time as she rushed to Sid and Sadie, gathered up the orders, made a beeline for the pizzeteria, did the same. Loaded, she hurried back toward the salon, and nearly slammed into a man studying one of the area maps. I'm so sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going. He smiled down at her.
Neither was I. You've got a healthy appetite.
It took her a moment, then she laughed. Delivery service.
Then you must know the area.
Born and bred here, so yes, I do. Are you lost?
Not exactly. I'm visiting the area for a few days. I wanted to try the Rendezvous Trail, hit Miller's Waterfall, Bonnie Jean Overlook, Dobbs Creek. I came into town thinking I'd get a takeaway lunch, and I've gotten turned around.
I can help you with that. She angled around to look at the map. If you take this road, the one we're on, straight out of town, go on past the big hotel and take the left fork. See that?
Yeah.
Peering down, he nodded slowly.
Okay.
She guided him through, suggested Sid and Sadie for his packed lunch.
I sure do appreciate it.
You're welcome, and you enjoy your time here in the Ridge.
I will.
When she hurried off again, he folded the map and slid it into his pocket, along with the keys he'd lifted neatly out of her purse. Part.3. The Real. They do not love that do not show their love. William Shakespeare. 21. At the end of the day, Shelby dumped her purse out for the second time. I swear they were in here. I always put them in this side pocket so I don't have to hunt for them. Crystal's checking the back again, Viola told her as she herself hunted under mani tables and around petty chairs. You ought to go look in the van again. You may have dropped them this morning. All right, I will. But I can see myself tucking them in the pocket this morning. But I do it every time, so maybe I'm seeing another time. I'll call Sid in the pizzeteria again. You had such a bunch of bags, honey, you might have tipped them out while you were gathering them all up. Thanks, Granny. I've got a spare key to the van at home, but it worries me to lose that set. It's got keys to the van, to Mama's, to the bar and grill, to here. If they don't turn up, everybody's going to have to change locks. I don't know how I could have been so careless. She shoved her hair back as the phone on the counter with the contents of her purse rang. It's the pizzeteria. Hi, it's Shelby. Did you... Oh, thank you. Yes, I'll run right up and get them. Thanks so much. Now you can stop worrying about people changing out their locks, Vi said. It's such a relief. With it, the tight band around her chest loosened. I must have dropped them picking up lunch, just like you said. Johnny said one of the waiters found them under the front counter. I guess I dropped them and they got kicked under without anyone noticing. I'm sorry for all this trouble. Don't you worry. I'll let the girls know. I'm going to be late picking up Callie. Shelby dumped everything back into her bag. She'd sort it out later. I'm taking Jackson tomorrow, did I tell you? It'll give Clay a full free day to visit with Gilly and the new baby, get the house ready for them to come home. He mentioned Jackson could use a haircut, so I'll bring him and Callie in if that's all right. I love seeing my babies. You come on in any time. We'll work them in. And maybe give Callie a princess mani if there's time. I'll see you then. She kissed Viola on the cheek and once again dashed out. She picked Callie up then, knowing her parents were having a date night, and wasn't that sweet. Decided on impulse to drive to Griff's. Callie could play with the pup for a bit, and Griff could give her the details on the trouble he'd had. It didn't occur to her until she'd made the turn into his drive that she should have texted or called ahead. Drop-bys were risky and potentially rude. She couldn't change her mind, not with Callie so excited, but she had an apology ready when she stopped beside Griff's truck. He was out with the dog, turned, grinned even as Snickers raced toward the van.
How's that for timing? I just got home.
She lifted Callie out, had no more than set her down when her girl dropped to the ground to hug the wildly wiggling dog.
Hey, I've dropped to second place pretty quick.
Griff crouched down.
None of that for me?
Griff?
With a flirty smile, Callie lifted her arms. She kissed his cheek, giggled, rubbed his stubble.
Tickly.
I didn't know pretty ladies were coming.
I should have called. Just coming by, it's presumptuous.
Presume?
With Callie on his hip, he leaned in before Shelby could think if she wanted to avoid, and kissed her.
Anytime.
Shrek kisses Fiona, and then she's her real self.
That's right. Are you your real self, Red?
Last I checked. How's this going? A little unnerved, she lowered to give Snickers her attention.
Not bad today. He handled the job. We finished it.
Finished? She looked up as the dog licked everywhere he could reach. At Mama's? Oh my goodness, she's just going to go crazy. Daddy was getting her straight from the salon and taking her into Gatlinburg to visit Gilly and the baby, then for dinner and a movie. She doesn't know you finished.
She'll know when she gets home.
He set Callie down.
Do me a favor, Little Red. Run around with Snickers some. He needs the exercise.
Come on, Snickers. You need exercise.
I'm thinking cold beer. You want in?
I better not, but you go ahead. You've earned it working so late getting that bathroom done. He thought about the trip to Gatlinburg, the ring. But he'd given his blood oath not to say a thing until the deed was done.
Well,
I only came by for a minute to give Callie the treat and to ask you what happened last night. I heard something about it at the salon.
word doesn't travel around here. It just hangs in the air at all times. I don't know exactly.
He glanced toward the house, found the anger still wanted to rise.
Somebody was in the house. Downloaded my files from my laptop.
Why in the world? Oh, I bet you do your banking and all that online.
You win. It's all good. Everything's changed up, secured, but it's weird. Easier, right, to break in during the day, strip the damn place. But to sneak in one night with a flash drive? It's just weird. Talked myself into a real security system, though. In addition to the fierce and deadly guard dog.
Shelby looked over to where Snickers stumbled and rolled. He is all that. It's probably smart getting one out here, though we just don't have much trouble. Except we have had recently, haven't we? Sometimes I feel like I brought trouble with me.
Don't.
She tried to shake it off. You go get your beer. I'm going to let her run off some energy with Snickers if that's all right. Then I have to get her home, get her fed.
We can throw together something here.
I'd like to, so would Callie, but I have a dozen things to do yet. And I'm running late myself as I lost my keys and spent near to an hour hunting for them.
You put them in that side pocket of the purse thing.
She lifted her eyebrows. You're observant.
You do it every time.
Well, I guess I missed as they ended up under the counter at the pizzeteria. I don't know how they did. I know I didn't get them out when I was in there, but that's where they were.
Did you have your purse with you all day?
Of course. Well, not with me, she amended. I can't cart it around while I'm working.
Let's go check your laptop.
What? Why? She nearly laughed, but sudden nerves got in the way. You can't think somebody stole my keys right out of my bag, then put them under the pizza counter.
Let's just go check your laptop. It's probably nothing. Callie can run around the backyard with Snickers. I'll stop and pick up some dinner.
I was going to do up some of Mama's leftover ham from their Sunday dinner with some mashed potatoes and butter beans.
Yeah? I'm all in for that if there's enough.
There's always enough. A smart cook knew how to make sure of it, and she'd enjoy spending time with him. But you don't really think somebody got my keys? That's just crazy.
We'll just check it out.
Because crazy or not, he did think it. He locked up first for what good it did, and followed them around the winding back roads, gave the oak tree a narrow stare as he rounded the curve. He thought of Matt, wondered if his friend had done the deed yet. He decided not quite because once he had, Shelby would surely get a call or text from Emma Kate. He hoped it was soon. He could keep a secret, but they made him itchy. He glanced over at Snickers, riding as any self-respecting dog would, with his head out the window, his tongue happily lolling. As impulses went, the dog was a good one. It didn't take long to establish Callie in the backyard. Her kid heaven included her prized bubble maker, a puppy, and the old family dog. Just look at Clancy running around like a puppy himself. I think Snickers has taken 5 years off him with this visit.
She's still got a couple more pups over there.
I think the one's enough right now. I'll go get my laptop so you can relax. Why don't I get you that beer first?
I'll take it.
While he waited, Griff considered the what-ifs. If her computer had been compromised, as his had, it could mean the Ridge had some sort of cyber thief trolling. That might make the most sense. But it struck him as odd that both his and hers would be targets, and pretty much back-to-back. That played as more personal, more direct to his mind. He let the possibilities roll around in his head as he stood at the kitchen door, watching the 2 dogs play tug-of-war with his homemade toy, while Callie danced around them in a flood of bubbles. Moving to the Ridge hadn't been an impulse like the puppy.
He'd thought long and hard about it, considered the angles, the pros, the cons. But the decision had been, like the pup, a good one. It was a good life here. Quieter than Baltimore, but he liked the quiet. Some culture shock here and there, but he knew how to adapt and adjust. And wasn't it interesting, or fortuitous, that months after he'd settled in down here, Shelby had come home? He might just make tomorrow's word serendipity. Oh, Griffin!
What?
He spun around.
Somebody was in your comp too?
I don't know. I didn't look. The master's sweet, she said it with a flourish, with capital letters. It's wonderful. It's gorgeous. I knew it would be. I saw it happening, but finished. I'm going to have a whole box of tissues handy because Mama's going to cry buckets of joy and delight when she sees it. It's all just perfect, just what she wanted, and you left it sparkling clean.
Just part of the service.
You put flowers in there.
Also part of the service for exceptional clients.
Your exceptional client's going to cry happy tears and take a soak in that big tub the minute she gets home. When I can afford a house, you're hired.
I'll put you on the list. Let's have a look at that.
All right. She put the laptop on the counter, booted it up.
Have you downloaded or uploaded anything today?
Clay sent a couple more pictures of the baby this morning in an email, but that's all.
Let's see.
He tapped a few keys, brought up her history first.
Did you go into any of these documents? Go to any of these places this afternoon?
No. She lifted a hand, rubbed at her throat. No, I haven't touched it since this morning and then only to check my mail.
Shelby, somebody went to these places and into these docs. And you can see here the data's been uploaded onto another drive, copied to another drive.
Just like yours was.
Yeah, just like mine.
Those clever green eyes sharpened with temper.
You should call your brother.
Yes. God, would you do that? I need to see if... I have to check my banking.
You do that now. I'll make the call.
He stepped back, put in a call to Forrest. Everything's still there. Her voice trembled with relief. It's all still there.
Forrest is on his way. You're going to want to change your passwords, but...
She looked up from doing just that. But what?
It just seems to me if somebody was going to pull money out of your account, he'd have done it. I changed mine minutes after whoever this was hit my comp, but he's had hours to wipe you out if that's the reason.
What other reason is there?
Information, maybe. Emails, accounts, sites we frequent, calendars. Most of my life's on my computer. We're involved, right? You and me?
I guess we are. It felt strange to say it out loud.
And both our computers are hacked into about 12 hours apart. Maybe you should take a look around your room. Check if anything's out of place or missing. I've got my eye on Callie.
With a nod, she hurried off. He glanced out the back door again. All was right with that world. A pretty little girl, rainbow bubbles, a couple of happy dogs, all backdropped by the smoky green hills. But outside that picture, something was very wrong. It took a little time. She wanted to be thorough, but she found nothing out of place. Nothing. She came back in, waited for Griff to turn from his station at the door. Everything's just as it should be. But I checked the computer in Daddy's office here, and I think someone was on there, too. It doesn't look like they took anything, but there were searches on it when I know no one was home.
Okay. Why don't you sit down a minute?
I've got to get dinner going. Callie needs to eat.
How about a beer?
She shook her head, then sighed. I wouldn't mind a glass of wine. My nerves are shot. I can't begin to say how tired I am of my nerves being shot.
It doesn't show. This work?
He picked up a bottle of red from the counter with a blue glass stopper. It would.
I'll get it.
He reached up for a wine glass while she dug out potatoes for peeling. Something more personal, you said. She let the homey task soothe her, tried to think objectively. My first thought goes to Melody, but I honestly can't see her thinking of something like this. It's too complicated.
Not Melody. She goes for violence or vandalism.
She peeled a potato quickly. You're thinking of the murder, but that's violence. That's as violent as it gets.
I'm thinking connections, and how one thing fits with another.
Richard. Her hands stilled briefly as she looked up. Richard's been the root of about all the trouble I've had, and the trouble you've had comes through me.
Not through you, Red.
Through me, she corrected. I'm not taking blame. I spent too much time taking blame for things I didn't do, things I couldn't stop, but facts are facts. Connections, she repeated, and started on the next potato.
Okay. If we look at connections...
Griff broke off as he heard the front door open.
That'll be Forrest. Let's leave it to the professional.
I couldn't be happier to do just that. Forrest walked in, took a beer from the fridge.
Spell it out for me.
Somebody got to my keys and used them to get into the house, then into my laptop like they did Griff's. I can't find anything else taken, and I keep some cash money just a little in my top drawer.
Which is the first place a burglar's going to look. Move it. Tampon box is a pretty safe place.
I'll keep that in mind, but he obviously wasn't after cash or valuables.
Information's valuable. Where were your keys?
In my purse.
Come on, Shelby, don't be a jerk about it.
All right. She drew in a breath, picked up the wine. Settled down a bit, she went back to peeling as she related the key hunt. I know I had them when I got to rehearsal. I took them out of the ignition. I used the key Derek gave me because I can rehearse early sometimes before anyone gets in. That's what I did today. I was in and out before anyone came in, so I used them to lock up again when I left. Put them in the side pocket of my purse like always. I always put them there. I'm not careless.
Never were. She's always been an organized soul,
Forrest said to Griff.
You may not get the rhyme or reason why she puts something where she puts it, but she knows where she put it.
Saves time. I went into the salon and I put my purse behind the counter. Nobody would go after my keys who works there, Forrest. I know all the girls there, and most of the customers now. I mean the regulars. We get tourists and such, but it would be next to impossible for one of them to go behind the counter, dig in my purse, come up with my keys without somebody noticing. We weren't all that busy today.
So it stayed there behind the counter until you got it back out to go home and couldn't find the keys?
No. I took it with me to get the lunch orders. So I had it with me when I went to Sid and Sadie, then to the pizzeria where they somehow ended up under the front counter. I just figured I'd drop them out somehow.
Which is what you were supposed to think, and would have kept thinking if our honorary deputy wasn't on the ball. It wasn't hard to figure out,
Griff put in. I wouldn't have, Shelby corrected. I wouldn't have given it another thought.
Did you bump into anybody? Get bumped into while you were picking up the orders?
Forrest asked her. No. Brow furrowed, she took herself back through the route, as she had over and over again while she'd searched for the keys. I hit the lunch places just after the rush, because Jolene came in to apologize, and that took some time. I guess somebody could have gotten their hand in my bag, but it seems like I'd have known it. I did nearly bump into somebody, she remembered. I was hurrying back because I was running behind, and nearly bumped into this man looking for the best route up Rendezvous Trail.
Mm-hmm. He asked you about that? Asked for directions?
Yes, he was visiting the area and wanted... She shut her eyes. Oh my God, I'm an idiot. Yes, he asked me for directions, and I showed him on his map, and I had my hands full with the lunch bags. I went right in after, set down the orders, put my purse away, then went around handing them out. It's the only time somebody could have gotten in my purse, when it was hanging right on my own damn shoulder.
What did he look like?
Griff demanded, then glanced at Forrest.
Sorry. No need. That's the next question.
He was tall, I had to look up. Give me a second. She carted the potatoes to the sink, washed them off, laid them on the cutting board to quarter them. White, maybe early 40s. He had sunglasses on. So did I. It was a bright day. He had on a baseball cap.
Color? Logo?
I think it was tan. I don't remember if it had a logo or anything. He had dark hair, not black, but dark brown, longish, kind of curled up over his ears. A little gray in the mustache and beard. Very trim, short beard. He looked like a college professor who played football.
Big guy, then?
Yeah, big, solid built, not fat or flabby. She put the potatoes on to boil. Nodding, Forrest took out his phone, scrolled through.
How about this?
She looked at the phone and the photo of James Harlow. No, he was a little older than this.
Gray in the beard?
That, and he had that professor look to him.
Take another look. Try to see him with the beard, the longer hair. Do a woolly willy. I used to have one of those,
Griff commented, and studied the image over Shelby's shoulder. I just don't... He had thicker eyebrows, dark like his hair, and... Oh, God, I am an idiot.
I'm happy to call my sister an idiot at any time. It's part of my job. But you're not on this.
I was standing on the sidewalk talking to Jimmy Harlow, close as I am to you now, and I didn't even think, never had a twinge about it, even when he was stealing the keys out of my purse.
It's what he does,
Forrest reminded her.
He changed his appearance, and he caught you when you were distracted, asked a common type of question. Got you going over the map so he could pick your pocket, and when he was done with the keys, he made sure you'd find them in a logical place. You'd have to put it down to rush and accident, and never checked your laptop.
What was he after? What's he looking for? Forrest cocked a brow at Griff.
What do you think, son? I think he was looking to see if between us, we've got millions of dollars tucked away, or know where to find it.
Why you? Shelby demanded. I understand why he'd think I might know, even believe I had to know.
We've been spending a lot of time together since you got back. I know you're sleeping with my sister, Forrest commented. Your euphemisms are wasted on me. You move back to the ridge and pretty quick you hook up with this one, he said to Shelby, who relocated here not that many months ago. A person, especially one who lives on the grift, is bound to wonder if the two of you don't go back a ways further. He killed Melinda Warren, so it's just him now, Griff considered. He'd get it all, but he has to find the jewelry, the stamps first. You're his only link to it, Red.
I don't know where it is, or if Richard sold it and blew the money, buried it, or put it in some Swiss bank account. And this Jimmy Harlow wouldn't find anything otherwise on my computer, or yours, Griffin.
We can hope that'll be enough for him, Forrest said, but we're not going to count on it. I'm going to contact the sheriff, run all this by him. What's for supper?
Ham, mashed potatoes, butter beans.
Sounds good. That your dog out there, Griff? The pup you got from Rachel Bell over your way? Yeah, Snickers. He's starting to dig in my mama's delphiniums. She'll skin you both for it. Oh, shit.
Griff bulleted outside, calling for the dog. Forrest grinned, leaned back on the counter.
I don't much like thinking about my sister having sex.
Then I advise you not to think about it.
Doing my best not to. Some people, he continued, it takes you a while to warm up to. Then maybe you make a friendship, or maybe you don't. Other people, something just clicks, almost like you think, hey, I remember you. From where, who the hell knows, but there's that click. You know what I'm saying?
I guess I do.
With Griff, something clicked. Took a little while with Matt, but I think we'd have gotten around to it. It was Griff who shortened the time it took.
Taking his phone off his belt, Forrest keyed in a number.
What I'm saying is he's a friend, and a good one. And knowing the kind of man he is, I'm adding on he's a lot more what you deserve than the last one. Yeah, Sheriff. Hope I'm not disturbing your supper,
Forrest began, and wandered away as he made his report. After dinner, which turned out just fine despite the fact that her mind hadn't been on the cooking, she shooed Griff out with Callie to chase the lightning bugs. The early ones blinked their yellow lights against the dark, setting the stage for the multitudes who'd light up the hills and forests in June. Summer was surely on the way, and the snow-caked winter of the north faded until it became distant and almost otherworldly. Something over nearly as soon as it began. She thought how much she wanted it to be over, but despite lightning bugs, a sweet fairy garden, the deepening green of the hills, something cold had followed her home. Her little girl might be dancing with the lights out in the yard, safe under the eye of the man she was involved with. Her brother would be off now, looking into that something cold. So it was here, a shadow dogging her, and she couldn't pretend otherwise. She had run off looking for adventure, love, an exciting future, and had come home disillusioned and riddled with debt. But there was more, and worse, and she'd have to face that down too. She wished she had the damn millions. She'd wrap them up in shiny paper, tie them with a bow, and hand them over to this Jimmy Harlow without a single regret. Just go away, she thought. Just leave me to take a good hold on the life I can see having now. She couldn't think what Richard had done with all those jewels and stamps, or the money he'd gotten from them if he liquidated them. How could she know, when she'd never known him? He'd worn a disguise throughout their marriage, just as truly as Jimmy Harlow had worn one that afternoon. She'd never seen through it. Maybe a shadow, a shape now and then, but never the whole man. She knew what Richard had seen now when he'd looked at her. A dupe. A mark. That's what they called people like her. Something useful, maybe valuable for a time, and once used, once the value had been mined, something carelessly discarded. She was working her way out of debt, wasn't she? She'd taken control, taken action. She'd figure out a way to take control, to take action in what was happening now. She wouldn't live her life being haunted by the actions of a man who'd used her, who'd lied to her, who'd been a stranger to her. She put away the last of the dishes, decided hell yes she'd have another glass of wine. She'd let Callie have a little longer before bath and bed, a little longer to dance with the lights. And tomorrow, she'd start working on a way to clear her life of the past. All of it, once and for all. She poured the wine, started for the door when her phone signaled. She pulled it out, checked the text from Emma Kate.
I'm getting married. Holy crap. Didn't know I wanted to until he asked. I've got a ring on my finger and I'm crazy happy. I need to talk to you tomorrow. Too busy now. Sending this from the bathroom before I get busy again. OMG and WTF. I'm getting married. Gotta go.
Shelby read it a second time, felt her smile getting bigger, brighter. Her best friend was dancing in the light, too. So happy for you, she texted back. Crazy happy for you. Stay busy. I can be jealous there as I don't know the next time I'll be able to get busy. We'll talk tomorrow. I want every detail. I love you. Tell Matt he's the luckiest man in the world. She sent the text, then stepped out to do a little dancing of her own. 22. She met Emma Kate at the park so she could let Callie and Jackson play.
Doc gave me an hour, bless his heart. He knew how much I wanted to talk to you. Look!
Emma Kate shot out her hand, and the princess-cut diamond winked in the sun. It's beautiful. It's perfect.
He got channel set. See how it's set in some instead of poking out?
Yes, I just love it, Emma Kate.
He said he did that so I wouldn't get it caught on things working with patients. I love that he thought of that. And he got my exact size, too. He made a template from one of my rings. That was Griff's idea.
I got a little of that when I told Griff after I got your text.
He never gave me the tiniest hint that he'd gone with Matt to buy you a ring.
Matt says Griff's a vault when you ask him to be.
I want to hear all of it. Oops, wait. She hurried over to Jackson, who'd taken a little spill. After she brushed him off, kissed his knee, she dug out one of the trucks in her bag so he could roll it around in the sandbox. He'll do all right for a while. Callie likes to boss him around some, but that's the way it is when you're the oldest.
We talked about kids, having them. We want to wait a little, but in another year or two, God, married, kids.
Laughing, she pressed both hands to her heart, bumped her shoulders up and down.
I can't believe it.
You want it.
With Matt, I do. Yesterday he texted me how he had to work a little late, but he'd stop and get dinner to bring home. He brought wine, too, and flowers. I guess I should have known something was coming, but it was just nice not having to think about either of us cooking anything and having a nice bottle of wine and flowers on the table. I'm babbling on about needing to get into the salon, do something with my hair, and he says how I'm beautiful, how everything about me is beautiful. I figured he just wanted to get lucky.
Emma Kate.
It's not like he never tells me, but it was the way. I'm thinking I had such a long day, but it was so nice not to have to think about fixing anything, and I felt good after a couple glasses of wine, so maybe we'd both get lucky.
Pressing her hand to her heart again, she sighed.
That surely happened, but before, he reached over for my hand and he just looked at me. I swear, Shelby, we've been together for nearly 3 years now, but my heart skipped a beat. It really did, and it skipped another when he said how he loves me, how I make everything in his life make sense, and being with me, having a life with me is all he wants. He actually got down on one knee.
That's so sweet. Emma Kate, you got a storybook.
It feels like it right now, and I never expected it, and never thought I'd feel the way I did when he took out that ring.
Tell me what he said. How did he ask?
He said just this. Marry me, Emma Kate. Spend your life with me.
Emma Kate's eyes filled. Her voice broke.
Build a life with me.
Oh. Shelby pulled out tissues for both of them.
That's just right. I know, just right. So I said, yes, I'll marry you. Yes, I'll spend my life with you. Yes, I'll build a life with you. And he put the ring on, and it fit. I started crying. I was so happy, like right now.
She sighed, laid her head on Shelby's shoulder.
I wanted to talk to you last night, but
you were busy.
Really, really busy.
Callie walked up, patted Emma Kate's wet cheeks with both hands.
Happy tears? Yes, they are, darling. Happy, happy tears. I'm going to marry Matt, and it makes me really happy. I'm going to marry Griff. Are you? Uh-huh. I love him. I know just how you feel.
Swaying side to side, she cuddled Callie.
Just exactly how. You know what, Callie? I think you should be my flower girl.
Callie's eyes popped wide. In a reverent whisper, she said,
Mama.
Afraid she'd start tearing up again, Shelby popped Jackson and his sandy truck onto her lap. My goodness, Callie. That's such an honor. You've never been a flower girl.
I've never been a bride, so it's perfect,
Emma Kate decided.
Can I get a new dress and sparkly shoes? We're both going to get a new dress and sparkly shoes. And your mama, too. You'll be my maid of honor, won't you, Shelby?
You know I will. Beyond happy, Shelby threw her arms around Emma Kate, sandwiched the kids between them. You know I will. And I'm going to give you the best bridal shower ever seen in the entire state of Tennessee, just like we planned when we were girls. Have you picked a date?
If my mama had her way, it would be tomorrow
Or 2 years from tomorrow so she could fuss me into insanity while she devises a scheme to hold the wedding in the governor's mansion at the very least. You're her only girl. As she was her own mother's, Shelby thought with a pang. A mother's bound to be excited over her only girl's wedding.
Mama was born excited. She's already talking dresses and colors and venues and guest lists. Matt and I talked about having a small, civilized wedding in the fall. But now that Mama's got the bit between her teeth, we've surrendered to a big wedding and next April. So I'll be a spring bride.
What could be prettier? Oh, let's have an engagement party, Emma Kate. Everybody likes a party.
I want a party,
Callie chimed in. Of course you do. You want a party, right, Jackson?
I get presents.
It's not a party without presents.
Mama's ahead of you. I couldn't hold her to a backyard barbecue. She wants a dress-up party, so she's already wrangling to use the hotel. I'm letting her have her way because I'm getting mine on everything else. I'm firm on it. And I'm counting on you to help me rein her in.
I'm your girl. How about we give y'all a push on the swings? She asked the kids.
I want to go high.
Callie made a beeline for the swing. No point in swinging unless you go high. Shelby hefted Jackson onto her hip. We'll give them a push, bride-to-be, and we can talk wedding dresses.
One of my current favorite subjects.
Shelby didn't tell Emma Kate about the keys, the laptop. She wouldn't spoil the brightness of the moment. But she gnawed on it. Once she had the kids fed and down for a nap, say hallelujah, she sat down with her laptop. Business first, she ordered herself, meticulously paid bills, adjusted her spreadsheet, calculated how close she'd come to paying off the next credit card. Considerable to go on that yet. The sales from the consignment shop had started to dwindle, not unexpected, and she reminded herself just how big a hole they'd helped fill in. And she tried not to think just how mortifying it was to know some stranger had copied all her troubles. The emails, the lawyer and tax correspondence, the spreadsheet, the painful chipping away at bills. Couldn't let it matter, she told herself. She'd think of the upside there. Poring over her personal miseries ought to tell Jimmy Harlow if she had access to millions, she wouldn't be squeezing out nickels and dimes to pay off debt. He'd go away, wouldn't he? Surely he knew he risked capture and being tossed back in prison if he stayed too close. But then millions of dollars made a shiny incentive. Payback made a darker one. She understood that. She'd felt that ugly tug herself over the past months.
This is the end of disc number 9. Please insert disc number 10. This is disc number 10.
He'd go away, wouldn't he? Surely he knew he risked capture and being tossed back in prison if he stayed too close. But then millions of dollars made a shiny incentive. Payback made a darker one. She understood that. She'd felt that ugly tug herself over the past months. Take action, she thought, and began to make a list. She culled through pictures she kept in a file. Would Harlow do the same? Was he studying her years with Richard through her photographs? And why hadn't she deleted them? Those images of Richard, of the two of them, in Paris, in Trinidad, in New York and Madrid. All those places. All those places, she thought again. Had he taken the property he'd stolen, stashed it on those travels with her? Another bank box, an airport locker, holding onto it or selling it off a piece at a time? She had the photographs to tell her where they'd gone, when they'd gone. Then Atlanta, where they'd settled. Or she had, she thought now. He'd still had all those business trips. And she'd packed the baby up from time to time when he insisted they fly off somewhere for a holiday. Where did he go when I wasn't with him? She wondered. And why did he take a wife and baby he had no real interest in along other times? She got up, walked around the kitchen, opened the door for air, walked around again. As cover, of course. That's all they'd ever been to him. Just another disguise. How much had he scammed or stolen on those trips with her and Callie? She could barely think of it. But she would think of it. She sat again, using the photographs to add to her list. Tried to put herself back in time, in those places. But God, sometimes she'd been so tired, so stressed, trying to deal with an infant in a strange place, a place where she didn't know the language or the geography. She pored over what she had, making notes, trying to remember people he'd introduced her to, or had her arrange cocktail parties for. Wealthy people, she thought now. But then, she'd thought they were wealthy. Had they been marks? Had they been associates? Likely some of both. She jumped up when she heard footsteps and, heart pounding, swung around to pull the chef's knife from the block.
Shelby? Shelby Ann?
Mama. On an unsteady breath, she shoved the knife back in the block, put on a smile as her mother walked in.
There you are. Where are my babies?
They're napping after a hard day at the park. They'll be up soon, though, probably wanting a snack.
I'm going to take care of that. Look here, I got new pictures when I went into the hospital to see the baby this morning.
She took out her phone, cuddled close to Shelby as they scrolled through.
He's just handsome as a prince. Got his daddy's chin, you see that? I went by Clay's and made sure everything's as it should be because they're letting Gilly bring Bo home tomorrow.
That's wonderful. She'll love being home with Jackson and the baby.
She'd walk out of there now if we'd let her, but she settled for tomorrow. I found the cutest stuffed hound dog and put it in Bo's crib. Got some nice fresh flowers for the bedroom for Gilly. That nursery's as sweet as an ice cream cone. And I got 2 facials in at the salon. Later on, I'm going to make up some spaghetti. Gilly favors my spaghetti. And get it over there so nobody has to think about dinner tomorrow.
You're not just the best mama. You're the best mama-in-law.
Gilly's one of the lights of my life. Right now, I'm going to spend the rest of the day with my 2 other grandbabies. And you go on out and do something fun.
Mama, you've driven over to Gatlinburg and back I don't know how many times the last 2 days, fussed over at Clay's, and planned to cook them a meal so they don't have to, and you went into work.
That's right.
All but sparkling with joy, Ada Mae got the pitcher of tea from the fridge.
And now I'm going to enjoy the rest of my day. Oh, I also went shopping. I got the sweetest little baby clothes for that boy and picked up a Big Brother toy for Jackson and a little something for Callie.
The best gamma, too. Mama, you spoil them all.
I do a fine job of it.
She poured 2 glasses of tea over ice, snipped some mint from the pot on her windowsill.
I don't know when I've ever felt so good. Nothing like a brand new baby. And I've got a master suite straight out of a magazine. I swear I'd have slept in that big tub last night if I could. I've got my own baby girl and hers home with me. My chicks are happy and home. My husband still takes me on dates. I've got everything I could want.
She handed Shelby a glass, kissed her cheek.
Now you go get yours.
Get my what?
Your everything. I'd start that off by asking that clever and handsome young man out on a date. Then I'd go buy myself something pretty to wear on it.
Shelby thought of her spreadsheet. I've got plenty to wear.
Something new now and then perks a girl up. You work hard, Shelby. I know you've got bills, and I know you've been sitting there at that computer worrying about them. I raised you to be smart and responsible, but I'm telling you...
Ada Mae fisted her hands on her hips, just as her own mother was wont to do.
Your mama's telling you to go out and buy yourself a new dress. Something you're buying yourself with money you earned. See if that doesn't lift you up some, and then let Griff lift you a little more. I'm going to have Susanna bring Chelsea over later, and those girls are having themselves a slumber party here tonight. You do the same.
I should have a slumber party?
After a hooting laugh, Ada Mae drank some tea. That's what we'll call it in polite company. Go on, buy a dress. Go over to the salon and get prettied up, and go take Griffin's breath away. You know I love you, Mama. You'd better. But I don't think I tell you often enough what a wonderful woman you are. Even beyond Mama, Mama-in-law, and Gamma. Now that's just put the sprinkles on the icing of the chocolate cupcake of my day. She gave Shelby a squeeze. Let me put things away. I wasn't just paying bills, and I'm doing all right with that, so don't worry. I was trying to figure things out, I guess, looking at pictures of my time with Richard, trying to remember all the places we went, and when and why. You sure did travel, so that's something you have that can't be taken away. I loved getting postcards or letters or emails from you when you were in those foreign places. I don't suppose you saved any of them. For heaven's sake, of course I did. I have them all in a box. Mama, you are wonderful. Can I have them? I'll give them back to you once I've looked through. They're on the shelf in my sitting room closet. Blue box with white tulips on it. It's labeled. Thank you, Mama. She added another squeeze. Thank you. She did buy a dress. Just a simple summer dress, the color of the mint her mother added to tea. And Ada Mae was right. It gave her incredible satisfaction to know she bought the dress with money she'd earned. It only took a couple of questions to find out where Griff was working that day, and she found both him and Matt, sweaty and stripped to the waist, oh my, building a deck on a house just outside the town proper.
Hey!
Griff swiped at his face with an already damp bandana.
Don't touch me. I'm past disgusting. In fact, you ought to stay downwind.
I have brothers, she said simply, and bent to greet the happy snickers. Congratulations, Matt. Consider yourself hugged.
Thanks. Emma Kate said you guys met in the park this morning and you're maid of honor. Meet the best man.
Well, best man, you and I have a lot of consulting to do. Meanwhile, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
Griff grabbed a jug, gulped down straight from it whatever was inside. Mama's got plans for the children, and I have some research I want to do. I was wondering if I could do it at your place. I'd fix you dinner as payment for the quiet spot to work.
Sure. I get the best of that deal. I've been locking up since. So...
He dug in his pocket for his keys, pulled one off the ring.
This'll get you in.
I really appreciate this. Matt, the four of us are going to need to get together soon. Weddings require considerable strategy. I know Miss Bitsy's leading the charge on the engagement party.
Don't scare me when I'm working with power tools.
We'll handle Miss Bitsy, Shelby assured him. Emma Kate and I have been planning our wedding since we were 10. Of course, what she wants now may not include a silver princess carriage pulled by 6 white horses.
Really scaring me.
But I have the basics, and I can help work Miss Bitsy around.
Will you put that in writing?
He asked, and took the jug from Griff.
Maybe in blood. I don't care whose blood.
It's a solemn promise. But I need to hear what you want, too. I'm awful good at coordinating things.
Emma Kate said the same. I'm counting on you.
You can, so we'll get together soon, all right?
How about my place Saturday night?
Griff asked.
We'll throw something on the grill and strategize. If you don't want to ask your parents to watch Little Red, bring her along, he added, anticipating. We can always hang her in a closet, stick her in a drawer.
Let me work on that. I'd better get going and let you get back to work. Pretend I gave you another hug, Matt. You've made my very best friend happier than I've ever seen her, so I'm inclined to love you a lot.
I'm getting married,
Matt said when Shelby left.
That's right, pal. Hold on a minute.
He set down the nail gun he'd just picked up, jogged after Shelby.
Hey, I didn't get a pretend hug.
No, you didn't, but that's because I'm going to give you a lot more than that later. No pretending.
Oh, yeah?
On the instructions of my mama.
I really like your mama.
So do I. Bye now.
We'll probably knock off around 4:30, he called out.
I'll be there.
Nice to know,
Griff said quietly, then grinned down at Snickers, who'd followed him in his bootlaces.
Really nice to know.
She went by the market first, as she'd decided on what she'd fix for dinner when she'd seen Griff at his job site. She settled down in his kitchen, angling herself so she could see out those wonderful glass doors to the view whenever she looked up. But once she opened her mother's keepsake box and began reading, she didn't look up often. She broke to work on dinner, get it in the oven, and think. It was odd and fascinating to see herself, to review her own perspective through the prism of time. Only a handful of years, really, but a lifetime altogether. She could see it now, the naivete, the nearly blank slate she'd been. Richard had seen that too, and used it very well. Callie had changed her. She could read that too in photographs and letters. What she'd written, how she'd written it, had shifted after Callie was born. Had her mother been fooled by the bright tone of the letters, the emails, the quickly dashed postcards once the daughter had become a mother herself? Shelby doubted it. Even now she could hear the tinny tone under the brightness. She'd been so unhappy so quickly. All the fierce self-confidence gradually, carefully, she saw now, wiped away. The only true happiness broke through when she wrote of Callie. No, her mother wouldn't have been fooled. Her mother would have seen very well how she'd written less and less of Richard. But in the first year or so there had been plenty, and minute details of where they'd traveled, the people she met, the things she saw. She could follow herself easily from her own words and begin to see. She'd think a great deal more, she promised herself. She might never have the answers, but she'd found a bank box from a key in the pocket of a jacket. So she'd think a great deal more. She had the counter set for dinner, the wine she'd bought, she'd have to hope for good tips on Friday night, ready when she heard Griff's truck. She got out a beer, opened it, and walked out to meet him. He looked hot, sweaty, and all but edible when he smiled over at her, leaned on his truck, tipped his sunglasses down to look at her over them, while the dog ran in circles over the front lawn.
Now that's what's been missing from the front porch. A beautiful redhead with a cold beer.
I figured you'd be ready for one. She walked down the steps. I have brothers.
I'm more than ready for one. I'm still not touching you. May turned to August today.
It often does.
You should brace yourself for after I get a shower. How's Callie doing?
About to have hot dogs on the grill for supper with her cousin and her best friend, and that's after they were all stripped down so they could run around in the sprinkler.
Sprinkler sounds pretty good. Hot dogs don't sound bad.
Those'll have to wait for next time.
When I have a beautiful redhead with a cold beer fixing dinner, I'm not picky.
He walked in the house with her, with the pup rushing to keep up. Griff sniffed the air.
What's cooking? It smells great.
Meatloaf with baby potatoes and carrots.
Meatloaf?
He sniffed again.
Seriously?
It's a warm day for it, but a manly meal. You looked like meatloaf for supper when I saw you today.
I haven't had homemade meatloaf since the last time I was in Baltimore and sweet-talked my mother into it. Why don't most women appreciate the loaf of meat?
You just answered your own question. I'm just going to go check on it.
I'll grab that shower. Then brace yourself, Red.
Amused, stirred, she went back to the stove, judged she'd timed it well. Then reconsidered. Self-confidence, she thought. She remembered what it was like to be confident and bold. She turned the oven down and went up the back stairs. Griff chugged the cold beer while cool water rained blissfully down on his head. It felt like pounds of sweat and grime sliding away. It was going to be a nice deck, he thought, but he hadn't been ready for the change in the weather. Spring had come in so soft and benign. He'd forgotten what a hot, wet hammer summer could pound with in the Smokies. And today had been just a quick preview of coming attractions. Once it hit full, he and Matt would start earlier in the day, knock off earlier in the afternoon. And that would give him time to work inside on his own projects. Then there were the plans for the bar and grill once the permits came through. Then, of course, there was Shelby. He wanted as much time as he could steal with her. Even as he thought of her, the glass door opened. She stood, her hair curling wildly over her shoulders, wearing nothing but a knowing smile. With her eyes on his, she took the beer out of his hand, set it on the counter behind her. "You're going to need both hands," she told him.
It's a day of miracles,
he said, and reached for her. "It's cool." Tipping her head back, she traced her fingertips up his back. "The water's cool."
Too cool?
"No, it's nice. And this is even better." She rose up to her toes, fixed her mouth on his, and there was nothing cool in the kiss. He thought it a wonder the water didn't go to steam the way she heated his blood. Instant and fierce. Every sweaty hour he'd put in that day, every restless hour of the night he'd spent wanting her, worried for her, spilled away. Soft skin, eager mouth, greedy hands. In that moment, she gave him everything he needed.
I've been wanting you since I had you.
He couldn't talk fast enough.
Going crazy just to touch you again.
"I go crazy when you touch me. Don't stop touching me." Heat and need and pleasure mixed to hammer in her heart, to shimmer under her skin. The more he gave her, the more she wanted and reveled in her own appetite. For him, just him, the hard hands, the tough working man's body, his mouth, patient and demanding at once, made her head spin. He hiked her up by the hips, bringing her off the shower floor. That surprising strength, the hard grip with rough-palmed hands, combined to make her feel vulnerable, desirable, powerful. Eyes on his, she wrapped her legs around his waist, dug her fingers into his shoulders for purchase. Then she was crying out as he plunged into her, shocked and thrilled and quivering for the next mad thrust. Water striking seemed to sizzle and spark against tile. Wet flesh slipping, sliding under her hands, and her own breathless gasps. She felt weightless, wondrous, clinging to him as he whipped them both higher, clung still as they tumbled into the blissful dark.
Hold on,
he managed, and groped to turn off the water.
Just hold on.
I feel like I might slide right down the drain. She sensed movement, stayed wrapped around him even when he dropped them both on the bed.
I need a minute,
he told her. Take your time.
I meant to, but you were all wet and naked. I'll get towels in a minute.
I bought a new dress.
Did you?
Yeah, and I was going to put it on for dinner, then let you take it off me after. I didn't take my time either. The image brought on a small but definite surge of fresh energy.
Do you still have the dress?
Hanging in your laundry room. He trailed a finger down her side.
You could go with your plan, and we'll both take our time.
I like that idea. What I didn't think to bring was a hairdryer. I don't suppose you have one.
Nope. Sorry.
Well, between the shower and the humidity and no hair tools, my hair's going to be as big as the moon. I must have bands and clips in my purse.
I like your hair.
She curled into him. I like yours. I like how the sun's starting to streak it. You'd pay good money for highlights like that at my granny's.
Men who eat meatloaf don't have highlights.
She kissed his shoulder. You do. And I'm getting those towels and turning dinner back up.
You turned it down?
She gave him the slow, flirtatious, under-the-lashes smile Callie often did. I wanted you in the shower, so dinner's going to take just a little longer than I'd planned.
I like that you turned it down. I'll get the towels.
He rose, walked back into the bathroom.
What were you researching? Or was that a ploy to get me wet and naked?
It wasn't a ploy. just a bonus. She smiled, took the towel he offered. Griffin, my hair's like another person, and that other person also needs a towel.
Right.
He went in for another, and the beer she'd taken and set on the counter.
So, what were you researching?
Oh. She'd wrapped the first towel around her body and now bent from the waist to gather her hair in the second. You don't want to talk about that. It's all the other things. The Richard things.
You don't want to talk about it?
I do. She straightened, somehow tucking parts of the towel into the hole in a way that fascinated him. I want to talk to somebody about it who'd have some perspective on it. I thought I'd run all of it by Forrest, maybe tomorrow, even though he's probably thought of half of what I just thought of already, but
Put on the new dress, and we'll talk about it while the loaf of meat is cooking.
23. She turned up the oven, put on the dress, banded back her hair so it wouldn't explode as it dried. She joined him on the back porch with wine and just sat a moment, looking out at the mountains with their soft peaks and ridges rolling up into the sky. I was paying bills today when the kids were napping, and I thought about how Jimmy Harlow, it has to be him, would be looking at all my business. The lawyer stuff, the creditors, the accounts I've kept of what I was able to sell. I thought how embarrassing that is, a stranger poking around in all that, and told myself it was worth the embarrassment if it made him realize I don't have anything he wants.
That's good thinking. Smart. Positive.
Then I was thinking more. He'd see all the photos I have on the laptop. I keep them all in files on there. I transferred them from my old one once I got it back from the authorities. I never got around to going through them all, deleting any from the time I was with Richard, because there was just so much else to do. It occurred to me he'd seen, especially from that first year or so, all the places we went. He could follow right along like a map. Griff nodded.
And so could you.
Yes, that's what I realized. So could I. Griff, I think Richard took me all those places for a reason. I understand now he never did anything without an angle to play. I was like his disguise. And then when Callie came along, we made him a family man. What if he stashed the jewelry or the stamps or both in one of those places, or sold some of it off as we went? And I started thinking more once I started looking through the pictures. He was probably doing his work, too. On his honeymoon, or so I thought, then with his pregnant wife. Such a handy disguise, the pregnant wife.
I'm going to agree with you, even though I know it has to burn some.
I'm past the burning. Looking through the pictures, the letters I sent home, I started remembering what he'd always say to me, at least for the first months or year. Whenever we were going to meet somebody, he'd say, "Just be yourself, Shelby." How that would charm them. Not to worry I didn't know anything about art or wine or fashion, that sort of thing. I was never nervous about meeting new people, but I started to be.
He made you feel awkward and less.
He did. And the be yourself started changing to how I shouldn't try to impress whoever it was, because they'd just see through that. I guess I didn't have a lot to say, and that made a good disguise for him. She sipped the wine. Set that part aside for now. I thought maybe I could look at articles online, matching them with the time we were in a certain place. Was there a robbery, a fraud, even worse? And I had more to use because Mama saved all my letters and postcards, every one. So I could read through, remind myself what we did, where we went in Paris or Madrid, who we met. I was full of details at first, so swept up in it all.
Does anything stick out now, when you look at it from what you know now?
A couple of things. Why was he in Memphis? I don't believe he just stuck a pin in a map. But there he was, and only 4 days from when he robbed that woman, Lydia Red Montville, and shot her son.
4 days after, according to the brunette, he double-crossed her and Harlow, ran off with the take.
That's right.
I think he must have had that take with him or he'd stashed it. A bank box, maybe. He had his new identity, and he had a fat roll of cash, or it seemed like it to me. And there I was, just primed to be dazzled and swept up.
Do you want my angle on that?
She drew in a breath. I guess I do.
The cops were looking for Jake Brimley, a man on his own. He had to know his partners would rat him out. He didn't go into it without a plan in place. The new ID, the seed money, a change in looks. But he needed one more thing. He needed to be a couple.
I think that's true.
He wouldn't want someone like the brunette, someone who could play his game. He'd want innocence, youth, someone malleable and trusting, and ready to be dazzled.
On that, she could only nod, let out a long breath. I sure fit the bill, right down to the ground.
He was a professional manipulator, Shelby. You didn't stand a chance once he zeroed in on you. He ends up with a young, striking redhead, so he's not only not traveling alone, he has someone people notice. Notice first, remember last. Where did he take you first?
He spent 4 days in Memphis. I'd never met anyone so charming, and exciting, too, the way he talked about all his travels. Our gig was over, and I planned to come home for a week or so before the next one. But when he said he had to go to New York for business and asked me to go with him, I went. She let out a half laugh. Just like that. It was just going to be a few days. An adventure, I thought. And it was thrilling.
Why wouldn't it be? Griff countered.
We flew on a private plane. I'd never known anyone who'd been on a private plane.
No security, no luggage check. You can take anything you want on private, right?
I hadn't thought of that. He almost always flew private. At the time, it was just one more thrill. I'd never been anywhere like New York, and he was so sweet and charming, and, well, he seemed dazzled by me. It wasn't the money, Griff, though I can't say I didn't love that he'd buy me nice clothes and take me to restaurants. It was the sparkle of it, all of it. It was blinding.
He made sure of it.
Even now, it's hard to believe he didn't mean the things he said back then. How I was what had been missing from his life. I wanted to be that. I wanted to be what had been missing from his life. So when he asked me not to go back, but to go with him to Dallas, more business, I went. I threw everything away and went with him.
Another major city.
Closing her eyes, she nodded. Yes. You see that pattern already? We always went to a big city, always stayed for only a few days. Sometimes he'd give me a wad of cash, tell me to go out shopping because he had meetings. Then he'd come back with flowers, white roses. He said how he lived on the road or in the air right then, but how he was ready, now that he had me, to settle down somewhere.
Exactly what you'd want to hear. It was his business to read people, to be what they wanted or expected.
She sat silent for a moment, appreciating the softening light, the whisper of air in the trees, the bubble of the stream. If I'd built a man I'd fall for at that point in my life, it would have been Richard. The thing is, Griff, in those first few weeks, we crisscrossed the country.
Covering his tracks.
I think so, and I wonder, did he have places along the way where he left part of the take from that Florida robbery? If he had a bank box in Philadelphia, maybe he had others. Melinda Warren indicated that. He never seemed to run out of cash, so I think maybe he had those boxes to pull from, or he was stealing along the way.
Probably both.
She shifted toward him, angling so they were face to face. I think it was both. Looking through the pictures and letters, I remembered when we were in St. Louis, and I woke up to find him gone. He'd go out for walks, that's what he said. Thinking time. He didn't get back until nearly dawn, and he was excited, just quivering with it. We left that morning. He rented a car and we drove to Kansas City. Just a quick stop, he said. He had a business associate to meet up with. And he pulled this Cartier watch out of his pocket, said he'd picked up a little something for me. A couple years later, I went to put it on and it was gone. He got angry, said I'd been careless and lost it, but I hadn't been careless. Anyway, I went on the internet and I looked back, matching up the dates, and found there'd been a burglary that night in St. Louis. Jewelry again. About $250,000 in jewelry. And watches.
Steals them in St. Louis, fences them in Kansas City.
I guess he figured the watch was my cut. For a while. There were other times. I'm going to see if I can match them up like St. Louis. He reached over, gave her arm a rub.
What'll that tell you?
I know I can't change any of it. She dropped her gaze to her hands, thought of her notes, her stacks of photos and postcards. But maybe he did steal in those places, and at least I can give what I know, or think I might know, to the police. It feels like I'd be doing something.
You are doing something.
Right now, I should be putting dinner on the table. She rose. I appreciate you listening.
Why wouldn't I?
He walked in with her.
I've got a list of my own started.
What kind of list?
I don't have the information you do.
He glanced at the memory box, the laptop.
I wouldn't mind having a look at it. Mine's pretty much a list of names, events, times. Warren, Harlow, and Brimley, as he was known then. Miami robbery, the shooting, the double cross. You come next. I didn't realize it was only days after Miami, but had to figure it wasn't long.
It's like I was as tailor-made for him as I thought he was for me. She put the meatloaf on a trivet, got out his only platter. Transferring the meat and vegetables, she glanced around as he'd gone quiet. What is it?
I don't want to upset you more than all this already does, but I don't think he just walked into the club where you were playing that night and decided, okay, she's my cover.
What do you think?
I think he spent a couple days checking you out. You're a looker, Red, and I bet you were a looker at 19 on stage. Your name's right there, so he could look you up, ask a few questions. You're single, unattached.
Thoughtfully, she garnished the platter with curly parsley and rings of red and green peppers. A bumpkin from a little mountain town in Tennessee.
You've never been a bumpkin. But there you are, young, fresh, inexperienced, but game. It takes game to get on stage. He checks you out, then he moves in, feels you out. By then, he's got a good sense what you're like, what you like. And he makes himself exactly what you like.
What if I'd said no? No, I can't just run off to New York City with you.
He'd have moved on, found somebody who would. I'm sorry.
No need to be. It's a relief in its way to feel like it was never really about me. It was never really personal. It makes it more of a puzzle to solve.
Okay. Wow, that looks great.
Pleased, she set the completed platter on the eating counter. My mama would tell you presentation counts. So even if it doesn't taste good, at least it looks good. Let's hope we have both. Sit down. I'll serve it up and you can tell me what's next on your list.
Houston, right?
It was Houston for about 6 months.
Then Atlanta, Philadelphia, then Hilton Head. You said Richard never did anything without a reason. Why did he want you and Callie to go with him to Hilton Head?
You think he might have had some sort of deal going there, and we'd have been cover again. She plated a hefty slice of meatloaf with generous portions of potatoes and carrots. Oh, God, Griff. What if it wasn't an accident? What if the deal went bad and he was killed, dumped in the ocean?
You're probably never going to know the answer to that one. He put out an SOS, didn't he?
Somebody did, but... Griff, Forrest said Harlow escaped around Christmas. Richard, that was just a couple days after Christmas.
Killing Richard wouldn't be a smart way to get to the millions.
No, you're right. But there could have been a fight, an accident. And you're still right. I'm probably never going to know, at least until they catch Harlow. She put a smaller portion on her plate, sat. It probably happened just the way the police think. He liked taking risks, driving fast, skiing the fastest slopes, scuba diving, rock climbing, skydiving.
He wouldn't have let a squall stop him. But it did. What else?
The PI. Maybe he's just what he claimed, but
After the first bite of meatloaf, Griff stopped,
wow.
sampled another bite.
Okay, that seals it. I'm keeping you. This meatloaf's better than my mom's, and if you tell her I said that, I'll swear you're a liar.
I'd never insult another woman's meatloaf. You really like it?
Ask me again after I've licked the plate.
Must be the beer in the meatloaf.
There's beer in the meatloaf?
An old family recipe.
Definitely keeping you.
He stopped eating long enough to cup a hand at the back of her neck, pull her over for a kiss. I haven't made meatloaf in years, so I'm glad it turned out.
Prize winning.
Tell me what you think about that detective.
Right. I fell into an altered state due to beer-laced meatloaf. So, the PI, he tracks you to Philly, follows you down here. He's either dedicated or he has an agenda. He's licensed and all that, and he swears the brunette wasn't his client. Forrest says he won't name the client.
I didn't get that much out of Forrest.
Griff shrugged. We were talking. He's alibied for the night of the murder, so there's no legit cause to hassle him. Yet.
Head cocked, she stabbed a bite of carrot. You know more.
Bits and pieces. I know Forrest says the widow and her son both deny hiring the PI. The insurance paid out, and they've put the whole ugly business behind them. The Miami police talked to them, and it looks like they're alibied for the murder, too.
You're just a whale of information.
He's worried about you, Forrest. Mostly it's negative information, so I guess he didn't want to dump it on you.
Knowing's better than not.
Now you know. Most of the rest is pure speculation. We can speculate pretty confidently Harlow's been in the Ridge. It's no big leap to speculate he killed the brunette, if for no other reason than who else. And he had motive since she'd claimed he shot the widow's son. And maybe he did, but since the gun you found in Philadelphia in Richard's safe deposit box was the one used, it's more logical to—
What? What did you say? The gun I found? Richard's gun? Griff decided he needed a long drink of wine.
Okay, listen. He, Forrest, just got the information on that today. The Miami cops did the ballistics, verified the gun you found in the bank, fired the bullet that wounded the son. I happened to run into him this afternoon and he told me.
Richard shot someone.
Maybe. Maybe he just grabbed the gun after, but logical speculation, his gun, his shot. Harlow always denied it, and he'd never taken a hit on weapons charges before this.
She lied. She was in love with Richard. Jake to her. At least in her way she loved him. She lied even after he betrayed her. It wasn't just the money, the take, that had her tracking me here. She was jealous, angry and jealous that he'd spent those years with me. Had a child with me.
Most likely.
Since he'd come to the same conclusion, Griff nodded.
And more, a lot of people project. You know what I'm saying? She couldn't imagine you being with him and being uninvolved in the rest. She was a liar, a cheat, so by her reasoning, you had to be the same.
And Jimmy Harlow would think that too.
I don't know.
You're hedging back now, Shelby said when Griff went quiet. Because you're worried all this upsets me.
It does upset you.
It does, but I want to hear what you think. I don't need to be protected against upset, Griffin. I've gotten through worse. Tell me what you think.
All right. I think it's a pretty sure bet Harlow wasn't in love with Richard, so his thought pattern might be clearer on it than the brunette's. But he's on the list I'm making in several columns. I'm guessing he's been staying somewhere close. Not as far out as Gatlinburg, like the brunette, probably not the hotel. One of the campgrounds or cabins. One of the motels.
So he can watch me. He paused a minute, but he agreed with her. Knowing was better than not.
Think about this. He didn't confront you, get in your face, make threats like the woman. He's playing a longer game, I think, so he wanted information. He wants to know who you are. It's more likely he'll cut his losses once he does. Better to stay free than to be rich, especially when the rich part doesn't look promising.
I hope you're right.
Playing that longer game, he'd be smarter to take a good look at all the information just like we are. He'd know Richard better, and it seems like he'd follow the lines if he can connect the dots.
Just as Griff's thoughts and conclusions helped her connect dots. We stayed the longest in Atlanta, but he planned to get out and fast. I think he had a job there, a mark there, and wanted to pull out as soon as that job was done. I barely had time to pack once he told me. He went on ahead.
I didn't know that. He went north without you and Callie?
About 10 days before. I was supposed to pack and turn over the keys. I thought we'd bought that condo in Atlanta, but we'd rented it, so it was just turn over the keys and fly north. I almost didn't. I almost came home instead, but I thought maybe that's what we needed, that change. Maybe that would help set things right between us again, and he talked about how we'd have a big yard for Callie, and how we'd have another child.
Playing you.
I see that now. Clear, she added. I found in his papers he had a vasectomy right after Callie was born. He made sure there wouldn't be another child.
I'm going to say I'm sorry because that hurt you, and it's a beyond crappy thing to do. But
for the best, she finished. I have to be grateful I didn't have another child with him. Playing me is what he did. All along, and in that lightning move to Philadelphia, when he must have known I was thinking about leaving. Making it sound like the best thing for Callie nudged me into trying it, going, wanting to make it work.
A fresh start.
Yes, that's how he made it seem. I said we stayed longest in Atlanta, but I don't think he'd have left anything important there. I can see, looking back, he planned to get out well before he told me, so I think he'd planned to take whatever he had stowed away with him. He noted she only pretended to eat now, and wanted to erase it all the thoughts, the speculations, the points of view. But that wasn't what she wanted.
You said he traveled a lot without you.
More and more, especially after we settled in Atlanta. I just wanted to nest a bit, find a routine. It got so he didn't ask, just told me he had a business trip. Sometimes he didn't bother to tell me. I don't know for sure where he went. He may have told me the truth, he may not. But I know where I went with him, so that's a start.
You could dump all this on the cops.
I suppose I will. But I want to work my way through it first. Try to understand it.
Good. So do I.
Why?
You, he said immediately. Callie. If you don't get that, I haven't been doing a good job.
You like fixing things.
I do. People ought to like doing what they're good at. And I like your face. I like your hair.
He reached out for it, really wanted to take it out of the band she'd pulled it into.
I like your meatloaf,
he added, polishing off the last of it on his plate.
I like taking Little Red on pizza dates, and I'm sunk when she gives me that flirty smile. So it's more than fixing things, Shelby. You're more than something to fix.
Saying nothing, she rose to clear the plates.
I've got those. You cooked. You cooked great.
While he cleared, she opened her laptop, did a search for a photo. Tell me what you think. She turned the computer around. With a considering frown, Griff crossed back, leaned over, and studied the photo of her. Taken at one of the last functions she'd attended in Atlanta, it showed her and Richard in formal dress.
You look gorgeous and sad. I thought that the first time I saw you. You're smiling, but there's no light in it. And what happened to your hair? You look gorgeous, like I said, but not so much like Shelby. Where are the curls? Did you sell them?
She gave him a long look, then tipped her head to his shoulder. You know what I want to do?
What?
I want to take a walk around your backyard, watch the sunset, give you all sorts of unasked-for advice about where you should plant things and put that arbor. Then, I want you to take my new dress off me. That'll be easy as I'm not wearing a thing under it.
Can we do that first?
She laughed, shook her head. Let me drive you a little crazy first.
Already there,
he told her, as she took his hand to lead him out. He followed her home again, used the drive back for thinking time. Added to thinking time by taking Snickers on a long patrol, then putting a good hour into framing out a closet in one of the other demoed bedrooms. One step at a time, he told himself as he put his tools away, cleaned up. He took the next step by sitting down at his computer and doing his own search for unsolved burglaries and fraud cases in Atlanta during the years Shelby had lived there. A puzzle to solve, he thought. Never did anything without a reason, Griff reminded himself. So why had the fucker pulled up stakes in Atlanta, and so abruptly? It might be interesting to find out. While Griff ran his searches, Jimmy Harlow worked on a laptop he'd lifted from a trade show in Tampa. The busy hotel and half-drunk conventioneers in the hotel bars had been prime picking. He'd walked out with the laptop, fully loaded and in a nicely padded travel bag, just over $2,000 in cash, 2 iPhones, and the keys to a Chevy Suburban he drove directly to a chop shop. He bought a new ID, it paid to have contacts, and stole a piece of shit Ford he drove over the Georgia border to an acquaintance who bought it for $500 flat. He lay low for a while, growing a beard, growing out his hair, dyeing both, building up his cash the old-fashioned way. He picked pockets, pulled some minor burglaries, moved on. He made his way to Atlanta, taking a winding route, staying in flea-bag motels, stealing the occasional car, a skill learned and honed in his youth. In a side trip to New Orleans, he mugged and beat the crap out of a drug dealer who procured for a high school in the 9th Ward. He strongly disapproved of selling drugs to minors. He also picked up a solid Toyota 4Runner outside a bar in Baton Rouge, which he drove to yet another chop shop. He paid to have it revinned, repainted, and with the help of another contact, forged the paperwork to match his new ID. He watched the news obsessively, used the laptop to scan for the manhunt. He trimmed his beard, bought easy, casual clothes, and broke them in so none of them looked new. He used self-tanner religiously to rid himself of prison pallor. He bought maps, even sprang for a decent Canon digital camera, and slapped a few stickers on the truck from state parks, as any tourist might do. He ate what he wanted when he wanted, slept when he was tired, got up and going when he wasn't. Every day of the years he'd spent in prison, he'd dreamed of just that. Freedom. But he dreamed of what he'd do with that freedom. He had no illusion of honor among thieves. He'd been one too long. But betrayals required payback. And payback drove him. It drove him to Atlanta, where inquiries in the right ears, grease in the right palms, gave him information. He stole the .25 from a split level in Marietta, where some idiot had it unsecured in the nightstand, and took the 9mm from a desk drawer in the home office. Kids in the house, too, he'd thought at the time, as he'd done a sweep of a boy's room, a girl's room. Hell, he was saving lives here. He'd left the kids the Xbox, but had taken the iPads, another laptop, the cash in the freezer, a diamond tennis bracelet, diamond studs, the cash rolled up in the jewelry box, and, because they fit, a pair of sturdy hiking boots. By the time he arrived in Villanova, the woman who'd hooked up with Jake was gone. He picked the lockbox, took himself on a tour. Jake had done real well for himself, and that burned bitter in his throat. He contacted the realtor using his drop phone, discovered it was a short sale. So maybe not so well after all. He spent a few days in the area to get a better sense of things, then worked his way down to Tennessee. He'd rented a cabin a good 10 miles from Rendezvous Ridge, a 3-month under-the-table cash deal with the owner. He was Milo Kesslering here, out of Tallahassee, where he'd been middle management for a wholesale food company. Divorced, no kids. He had plenty of filler to his new background if he needed it, but the landlord had been happy to take his money.
He had no contacts here and had to be careful. More careful with cops sniffing around since Melinda's murder. Stupidity had killed her, in Harlow's opinion. Maybe prison had dulled her edge, but either way, she wasn't a factor anymore. The redhead, now, that was another matter. But he had what he wanted for now. Enough to keep him busy, for now. Cut it close at the boyfriend's place, he thought. Pushed it, he admitted. Always better to go in an empty house. But the door was unlocked, and the laptop right there. Still, he'd gotten the data. He'd taken a risk walking right up to the redhead on the street, but he'd gotten what he wanted there, too. More, he'd seen no recognition in her eyes when she looked at him. He wouldn't have figured her for Jake's type, but maybe that had been the point. Plenty to think about there, but for tonight, he had the numbers right in front of him. He had pictures, he had emails. He had lives spread out on the screen. He'd figure out what to do with them. He'd figure out what to do about them. 24. The wild rhododendrons burst into bloom along the banks of streams, flashed and flamed their way up the slopes. In the high country, the starry yellow blossoms of bluebeard lily peeked out from fanning ferns, going thick and green. She took Callie on hikes and hunts to find them when she could, or just to sit and listen to the music of bluebirds and juncos. Once, from a safe distance, she let her girl share the wonder of watching a bear fish in a tumbling stream before he lumbered off into the green. Callie celebrated her 4th birthday in the backyard of the house where her mother had grown up, with friends her own age, with family, with people who cared about her. For Shelby, it was the shiniest gift in the pile. There was a chocolate cake shaped like a castle with all the characters from Shrek scattered around it, and games and gifts, balloons and streamers. It's the happiest birthday she's ever had. Viola sat, her great-grandson in her arms, and watched the kids play on one of Callie's treasured gifts, a slip-and-slide. She's getting old enough to know what's what about a birthday now. It's more than that, Granny. Viola nodded. It's more than that. Does she ever ask about her father? She doesn't. She hasn't said a word about him since we came home. It's like she's forgotten him, and I don't know if that's right or wrong. She's happy. She'll have questions one day, and you'll have to answer them, but she's happy. She sure has a love affair going on with Griff. Shelby smiled over to where a soaking wet Callie clung to Griff's legs. She does. How about you? I can't deny we've got something going, and since where we are makes me happy, I'm not thinking too much where we're going to end up. You've lost most of the sad, worried look behind your eyes. You've got my eyes, through me to Ada Mae, to you, and on to Callie, Viola pointed out. Don't think I can't read them. I'd say the sad's gone, and the worry's lessened. Are you going to give up that baby and give somebody else a chance? Viola laid a kiss on Beau's forehead. Here you go. Sleeping like an angel right through all this noise. Go ahead and take him out in the sun for a few minutes. Not too long now, but I expect some vitamin D's good for him. It felt wonderful to have a baby in her arms again, to feel the weight and the warmth, to smell the down of his hair. She looked over at her daughter. Such a big girl now, sprouting like a weed. And the yearning pulled and tugged inside her as Beau waved a hand in the air in his sleep. When Clay, nearly as wet as the kids, walked over, she shook her head. Don't you even think about stealing this baby from me. You're too wet to take him. Besides, I've barely had my turn. I figured I wouldn't get much chance to hold him today. He favors you, Clay. That's what Mama says. She's right. I'm after a beer. Gilly's driving. You want one? I'm sticking with lemonade until this is over. Still, he put an arm around her shoulders, turned her so they walked to the big tub holding the beer.
Forrest filled me in on what's going on with you.
I don't want you to worry about any of that. You have a new baby to think about, not to mention Gilly and Jackson. He kept his arm around her. He had a way of hugging you in, and always had, Shelby thought, that made her feel cherished.
I've got plenty of room for my sister in my thinking about book. Nobody who looks like this Harlow character's come by work. I haven't seen anybody like that around the neighborhood. I know the police are still looking. That's what they have to do. But he's most likely gone. Even so.
He pulled out a beer, popped off the cap.
You be careful, Shelby. I feel better knowing Griff's looking out for you.
Instantly, the shoulders he'd soothed tightened. I've done a pretty good job looking out for myself. After a gulp of beer, Clay tapped a finger to her nose. Another lifelong habit.
Don't get your nose out of joint. I like knowing you can take care of yourself. I like it better Griff's looking out for you, too. So there's no point getting pissy about it.
I'm not getting... The baby stirred, let out a plaintive cry. Clay glanced at his watch.
Like clockwork. Feeding time.
I'll take him to Gilly. She wasn't pissy, Shelby thought. A little annoyed, yes, and entitled to be. She'd gotten herself into a mess, no question about it, but she'd also put considerable time, effort, and creativity into pulling herself and her child out of that mess. She didn't want to be looked after. It slid too close to what she'd let happen before. Hadn't she allowed Richard to look after her? To make all the decisions, run the show, lead her where he wanted her to go? It wouldn't happen again. And she was going to make damn sure she showed her now 4-year-old daughter what a woman could do if she worked hard enough, stood straight enough, if she looked after herself. Later, she dealt with party debris, carting in leftovers, bagging up trash. In the kitchen, her mother and grandmother put the kitchen to rights.
I'm making up a big batch of frozen margaritas,
Ada Mae announced.
Mama and I have a yen for some.
I could have a yen for a frozen margarita.
Forrest and your daddy will probably stick with beer.
While she worked, Ada Mae peered out the window, nodded.
Looks like they've about got the extra chairs and picnic tables put away. I don't know what Matt and Griff have a yen for, but expect Emma Kate might join our margarita party. You ought to ask what they'd like to have.
I will.
Or maybe the 4 of you want to go on out for a while.
Oh, look how sweet Griff is with Callie. Ada Mae stopped to beam out the window now.
He's tying balloons on her wrists.
She thinks if there's enough of them on her, she'll lift right off the ground.
And see there?
He's lifting her up, letting her pretend she's flying. That man's born to be a daddy. Some are, she said as she got out her big blender. Your brother Clay, for one. He's so good with his babies. I wish they could have stayed a while longer, but little Bo needed to go home and Jackson was ready to fall asleep standing up. Callie now, she's still got energy enough. Chocolate cake and the excitement. She'll be spinning until bedtime. She sure does dote on Griff and he right back on her. You can tell a man's character by the way he treats children and animals, I say. You've got a winner there, Shelby. One who's going to look after you right.
Ada Mae,
Viola said under her breath, casting her eyes heavenward even as Shelby spoke up. I'm looking after me. Of course you are, honey. Just look what a bright, sweet child you've raised, and on your own, too. It sure eases my worries seeing you with such a good man. Fine-looking, too. We met some of his people when they came down to visit and help him with the old Triple Horn place. Fine, good people. You should go on out and ask him to Sunday dinner. Shelby's heart began to throb. She knew what it meant when a Southern woman talked about lineage and Sunday dinners. Mama, I've only been seeing Griff for a couple months. He puts a light in you. Cheerful, oblivious, Ada Mae dumped generous scoops of ice in the blender with the tequila and margarita mix. Puts one in your baby girl, too. And Lord knows he looks at you like you're the double chocolate cream in the candy box. He's got an easy way with friends and family and has his own business. You don't want to let a man like that slip away. Let me help you with that, Ada Mae, Viola said, and hit the switch on the blender to drown out any more words. Shelby didn't ask him to Sunday dinner or suggest they go out with Matt and Emma Kate. She told herself she wasn't avoiding him over the next several days, just that she had a lot to see to. Just that she had a point to make that she could see to her own. She did just that with Callie off on a play date with a new friend and the afternoon free. She took time to work on her next playlist, circling back to the second round of the 50s. And with the raise she'd gotten the week before at both jobs, she opted to funnel that extra into a single credit card payment. If she kept being careful, didn't buy any more new dresses no matter what her mama said, she should have another paid off by her own birthday in November. That would be the best gift she could ask for. At the knock on the front door, she closed the laptop, went down to answer. Griff stood on the porch, smiled at her.
Hey.
Hey back. She tried to fight off the flutter in her belly and politely stepped back to let him in. Stepped back just enough to avoid a hello kiss.
Your mother wants shelves in the laundry room.
She has shelves in the laundry room.
She wants more.
That sounds like Mama. I'll show you.
How's it going?
Good. Busy, like I said before. I was just working on the next playlist and dealing with paperwork. I never seem to dig out from under paperwork. Here you go, see? Shelves.
Uh-huh.
He stepped into the room off the kitchen, scanned the setup.
Decent size. Not much natural light. Plenty of shelves, but she'd do better with cabinets over the washer and dryer. It's half a mudroom, isn't it?
Drawn in, despite herself, on the idea of redesign, she frowned at the space. I guess you could say it is. She and Daddy keep their gardening shoes and such in here, and winter boots, that kind of thing.
She'd do better taking out those shelves there, putting in a bench with open cubbies under it for shoes and boots. Sit down, take your shoes off. Sit down, put your shoes on.
It's a better use of it, isn't it? She'd probably like that idea.
Shelves over that, high enough you wouldn't wrap your head on them. A longer folding counter under the window. If it were mine, I'd widen that window, bring in more light. Anyway, longer counter with the sink on the far side instead of the middle. Keep the hanging rod over it, but put base cabinets with pull-out shelves under it.
He shrugged.
Or she could just get open corner shelves over there and be done with it. I'll do some measuring.
All right. I'll leave you to that.
Do we have a problem?
He asked as he took his tape measure and pencil out of his tool belt, pulled out his notebook. A problem? No. Why?
Because this is the first time I've seen you since Callie's birthday party, and you're being pretty careful to keep at least a foot away from me.
I've just had a lot to see to, like I said. He took some measurements, wrote down some figures.
Don't bullshit me, Shelby. It's insulting.
I'm not. I really have had a lot to deal with. But he was right. It was insulting. And maybe I needed to take a breath along with it. That's all.
Okay.
He wrote down something else. Then those canny green eyes lifted, zeroed in on hers.
Did I do something that felt like I was putting pressure on you?
No, you didn't. You haven't. I just needed to... Are you looking out for me, Griffin? He wrote down more numbers, did a quick sketch, then lowered the pad to look at her again.
Sure I am.
I can look after myself. Since it was true, she didn't care how snippy or defensive it sounded. I need to look after myself. I can't, just won't get caught up again, so I let somebody take over. She saw it in his eyes, the flash of temper, a surprising spark of heat.
You know, I'm all about accurate measurements. You screw up there, you screw up everything. If you want to measure yourself by Richard, by what was, that's your baggage, Shelby. I hope you work that out. But if you're going to measure me by him, that's going to piss me off.
I'm not. Exactly. What the hell else do I have to measure with? 6 months ago, I thought I was married.
Well, you weren't.
He said it so flatly, she couldn't say why the words made her wince.
And it seems to me you've done a good job tearing down those walls, starting to build things in the way it works for you now. If this doesn't work for you, this you and me, that's going to be tough to take, because I'm in love with you. But being in love with you doesn't mean I'll stand here and let you compare me to the son of a bitch who lied to you, who used you, who broke your trust and your spirit. I won't stand for that. And I won't be pushed away so you can fucking breathe, because I'm looking out for you the same way anybody who gave a rat's ass would.
He shoved the measuring tape back in the pocket of his tool belt.
Work out what you need to work out. I'll get back to your mother.
He walked right by her and away before she could begin to gather herself. He'd never raised his voice. In fact, his tone had been so calm it chilled her, and she felt thoroughly thrashed. He couldn't say those things, couldn't talk to her that way, then just leave. He'd started a fight, that's what he'd done, then left before she could block or toss a punch of her own. She didn't have to put up with that. She marched out of the laundry room, and she intended to have a few choice words for her mama, because if this didn't smack of an Ada Mae setup so she'd have time alone with her mama's choice of the man of her daughter's dreams, she didn't know Ada Mae Donahue Pomeroy. And she damn well did. Frustratingly, she'd been too slow, or Griff had been too quick, because she heard his truck drive off before she made it to the front door. That was fine, she told herself, pacing back and forth, then stomping up the stairs. That was likely for the best. She'd just get herself calm again before she said her piece, whatever that piece might be. Because her cheeks felt hot, she went into the bathroom, splashed cool water on her face. Her brain still felt hot, but that would simmer down too. She'd made him seriously angry, and she'd never seen him seriously angry. Because they'd only been seeing each other a couple of months, she reminded herself. She'd been right to slow things down. She'd been right to take a step or two back. Then she pressed her face into the towel. He'd said he was in love with her. And that just filled her up and emptied her out again. It made her want to shake. It made her want to weep. It made her want to hold on to him as if her life depended on it. She couldn't think about that now. Just couldn't. She was too worked up to think about that. And he was too mad to think straight anyway. She'd go for a walk. That's what she'd do. Go for a walk and clear her hot head. And she'd talk to Emma Kate. She really needed to talk to Emma Kate. She started downstairs again, a little desperate to get out of the house. When she saw the front door open, she all but ran. "Now you listen," she began, then stopped dead when she saw Forrest and the two black-suited men behind him.
"Somebody got your red up,"
he said easily. And since he'd seen Griff's truck heading into town from this direction, he could deduce who'd gotten her red up. "I was just going for a walk."
"That's going to have to wait. What we have here is the FBI Special Agents Boxwood and Landry. They need a conversation."
"Oh, all right.
Could use something cold,"
Forrest continued. "Of course. Y'all go ahead and sit down. I'll be right back." He'd sent her off to give her a chance to compose herself, so she did her best to follow through. It had to be bad, she thought, while she filled glasses with ice and tea, added out of habit sprigs of her mother's mint. It had to be bad to bring the FBI to the house. She set the glasses on a tray, added the little pale blue napkins, started to get out a plate for the frosted cookies her mother served to unexpected company. The FBI wasn't company, she thought, and picked up the tray as it was. She heard Forrest talking, something about whitewater rafting and how his brother Clay would give them a hell of a ride if they had time for one. The tall agent rose when she came in, took the tray from her.
"Appreciate it,"
he said, and she heard Georgia in his voice. Tall, she noted, lean to the point of gangly, dark skin and eyes, and dark hair cropped close to the scalp. He set the tray down, held out a hand.
"Special Agent Martin Landry. My partner, Special Agent Roland Boxwood. We appreciate you speaking with us.
It's about Richard. It has to be about Richard. She looked from Landry to the other agent. Boxwood had more girth, more muscle. He was as light as Landry was dark, with Scandinavian blonde hair, blue ice eyes.
Sit down, Shelby.
Forrest took her hand, drew her down on the couch with him.
Our federal friends here flew in from Atlanta today.
Atlanta, she murmured.
They've given me the go-ahead to bring you up to date.
He gave her leg a quick rub.
I sent what you put together, what Griff put together, what I put together. I boiled that all down and sent it to the police in Miami, in Atlanta, in Philadelphia, and so on. And as the so-ons made a lot of sending, I sent the boiled down to the FBI.
You said that's what you do.
That's right. Now, their boss sent these agents down to talk to you directly.
When she nodded, Landry leaned forward.
Ms. Foxworth.
I wasn't ever. I only thought... It's Pomeroy, please.
Ms. Pomeroy, you sold some watches last February to Easterfield on Liberty in Philadelphia.
Yes, Richard had several watches, so I... She closed her eyes. They were stolen, weren't they? I should have known. I should have realized. The man who helped me at the store, he wouldn't have known. He was just helping me. I'll pay back the money. I don't... She didn't have the money. Even if she wiped out the savings she'd kept, the house fund, she didn't have enough. If I could have a little time, I'll pay back the money.
Don't worry about that, Shelby.
Fiercely, she shook her head at Forrest. He stole them and I sold them. I used the money. It's not right.
There are other items.
Boxwood spoke. He had a gravelly voice that struck Shelby as threatening.
Cufflinks, earrings, an antique hair clip.
I have the hair clip. I didn't think it was worth anything, so I didn't try to sell it. I'll get it.
Just sit, Shelby.
Forrest pressed a hand on her leg.
Just sit for now. All of these items, the ones you sold in Pennsylvania,
Boxwood continued,
match items reported stolen in burglaries in the Atlanta area from May of 2011 to September of 2014.
More than one, she said softly. More than one burglary.
Numerous other items were reported stolen from these cases. We'd like you to look at photographs.
Yes, I'll look, of course. We didn't move to Atlanta until the fall of 2011. We didn't live there in May, but he took trips. I don't know.
You lived there in April of 2012,
Boxwood added. Yes, we lived there.
Can you tell us where you were on April 13th of that year?
No. I'm sorry, I don't know. That was over 3 years ago.
Think about it,
Forrest said easily, though his hand stayed light on her thigh.
That was just a couple days before Easter. It was Good Friday.
Oh, Easter. And Callie would have been nearly a year old. I got her an outfit, a bonnet and everything. I took her for photographs that Friday. I have them in her album. They had props, little chicks and stuffed bunnies, baskets and colored eggs. I sent copies to Mama and to Granny.
I remember those pictures.
That was Friday afternoon. I don't remember what time exactly. It was at this place called Kidography. It was such a clever name. I remember because I took Callie back for other pictures. The photographer, her name was Tate Mitchell. I'm sure of it. I'm sure that's the right name. And after that first time on the Friday before Easter, I changed Callie into play clothes and took her for ice cream as a treat. I'd bribed her with that, told her if she was a good girl, I'd take her for ice cream. Even that young, she knew the word ice cream. We went to Morelli's.
Best ice cream in Atlanta,
Landry said. You've been there? Callie loved going there. We went to Morelli's and I let her spoil her dinner. I remember that. I remember thinking, oh, well, she's not going to want a good dinner now, so it had to be late afternoon.
What about that evening, that night?
Boxwood prompted. Let me think.
She pressed her fingers to her eyes. Let me try to go back and see it. There was traffic, I remember that, and how Callie fell asleep in the car. I was worried a little that I wouldn't get home before Richard. He didn't like if he didn't know where I was. I thought about texting him, but I didn't. He didn't like me to call or text him when he was working. Lowering her hands, she took a settling breath. We got home, I think it must have been around 6 or so. Charlene, she did some cooking and light housekeeping for us, but she had the long weekend off, so Charlene wasn't there, and I was glad to have the condo to myself. I liked Charlene fine, I don't mean to say I didn't like her.
But the place was quiet, just you and your daughter.
She nodded at Landry. Yes, that's it. Callie was a little cranky, what with the photos, the ice cream, the nap in the car, but I settled her down with Fifi, her stuffed dog, and some blocks. She liked these blocks that made noise. I hurried to put dinner together. Swear I can't remember what I fixed, but I had it together by 7 or 7:30, and I was relieved. But he was late. Richard. I put it in the warmer, and I got Callie her meal, coaxed her to eat a little, and she did since I'd waited until she'd worked off that ice cream.
This is the end of disc number 10. Please insert disc number 11. This is disc number 11.
I hurried to put dinner together. Swear I can't remember what I fixed, but I had it together by 7 or 7:30, and I was relieved. But he was late. Richard. I put it in the warmer, and I got Callie her meal, coaxed her to eat a little, and she did since I'd waited until she'd worked off that ice cream. I gave her a bath and read her a story and put her to bed. I did text Richard then, just to say his dinner was in the refrigerator and if I was in bed already, he could heat it up. I was angry, I guess, but tired, too. She rubbed at her temple, rubbed and rubbed as she tried to see it all again. I went to bed not long after Callie was down. I never heard him come in. I saw him in the morning. I looked in and saw he'd slept in the guest room. It seemed so personal where he'd slept, she had to fight off a blush. He, used the guest room sometimes if he got in late. I fixed breakfast for Callie and I put eggs on to boil. We'd dye eggs for Easter later that day. He didn't get up till close to noon and he was in a fine mood. I remember that too, clear now, as he was in such a fine mood, all jokey and excited. He made Callie laugh, I remember. I guess he could see I was a little put out, and he said something. I don't remember what, because he always had some excuse. Late meetings, couldn't get away, whatever it was. Then he... Trailing off, she gripped her hands together tight, tight. Oh, God, the hair clip. He said here was a little something for Easter, and he gave me the clip. He said I should go fix my hair and get Callie dressed up. He was taking his ladies out for lunch. He hardly ever wanted to take Callie anywhere, and she was so happy about it, I set being put out aside. I did exactly what he wanted. I'd gotten used to doing what he wanted. The hair clip. She pressed her lips together. He'd stolen it, then he gave it to me, like you give a milk bone to a dog. She took a long breath. I guess you can check on the time of the photos and all, but I can't prove the rest. Somebody probably saw me come in with Callie, but I don't see why they'd remember after so much time. And no one was home. If you think I was with Richard, if you think I was part of what he did, I can't prove I wasn't.
That's a lot of detail on a day that long ago,
Boxwood pointed out. It was Callie's first Easter and the first professional photographs. I'd wanted a family photo done after she was born, but Richard never had time. So this was special. Tate, she took one of the two of us and I sent it to my parents. Special. She'd taken her bonnet off, Callie, and her hair had gone everywhere like mine would.
I hadn't gotten to the salon to have mine straightened the way Richard liked it. It's a favorite photograph of mine. She rose, took it from the mantel. This is the one we had taken that Friday before Easter.
She sure looks like her mama,
Landry commented.
When it comes to Callie,
Forrest put in.
Shelby remembers.
I guess that's true. Especially the firsts. She set the photo on the mantel again, sat back beside Forrest. Oh! Struck, she came half off the sofa before Forrest nudged her back again. I wrote it in her baby book. I wrote about the photographs and put one of them in there. I can get it.
I don't think that's necessary for now, Miss Pomeroy.
It's not easy to admit you were stupid, she said carefully. That you were duped. I never knew he was stealing. He was cheating people, and I was living in that fancy condo. I had all those clothes and someone to help with the work because he stole, and he cheated. I can't go back and change it. Should I get the hair clip? I know just where it is. You could give it back to whoever he stole it from.
We believe he stole the hair clip, one of the watches you sold, and other items valued at approximately $65,000 from Amanda Lucerne Bryce of Buckhead. Her daughter found her on Saturday afternoon, April 14th, 2012.
Found her?
She'd fallen or been pushed down the stairs of her home. Her neck was broken in the fall.
The blood drained out of Shelby's face as she stared at Boxwood. She's dead? She was killed? Richard, he was in such a good mood. He made Callie laugh. I'm sorry, I need a minute. She rose abruptly on legs that shook. Excuse me. She rushed to the powder room, just leaned over the sink. Her stomach pitched and roiled, but she wouldn't be sick. She would not be sick. She would fight that off. She only had to breathe. Only had to take a few minutes and breathe. Then she could deal with what came next.
Shelby?
Forrest rapped on the door. I just need a minute.
I'm coming in.
I need a damn minute, she snapped when he opened the door. Then she just walked into his arms. Oh, God, Forrest. He took us out to lunch. He left that woman lying there, the one he stole from, and he came home and went to bed. Then he took us out to lunch. He ordered champagne. He was celebrating, and he'd left that woman lying there for her daughter to find.
I know it, Shelby.
He stroked her hair, swayed with her a little.
One day it would have been you. I know that, too.
How could I have not seen what he was?
You didn't. And you're not the only one who didn't. Nobody thinks you were part of this.
You're my brother. Of course you don't think so.
Nobody,
he repeated, and drew her back to look in her eyes.
They have to do what they do. You're going to look at pictures of stolen articles, of people he stole from. You'll tell them whatever you know. That's all you can do, so that's what you'll do.
I want to help. The clothes on my back, Forrest, the clothes I put on my baby. It makes me sick knowing where they came from.
Tell me where the hair clip is. I'll get it.
The top right drawer of the vanity in the bathroom I share with Callie. I have a box in there. All my hair clips are in it. It's mother of pearl with little blue and white stones. I thought it was fake, Forrest. I never thought... It's a hair clip, so I never gave it a thought.
Don't worry about it. If you don't want to talk to them anymore now, I'll tell them you're done.
No, I want to tell them whatever I know. Whatever I know I didn't know. I'll go back in now.
When you've had enough, you just say.
I want it over. She went back, and once again Landry stood. I'm sorry, she began. Don't apologize. We appreciate your cooperation, Ms. Pomeroy. She sat, picked up the tea. Too much of the ice had melted, but it was cool enough and wet enough. Did he kill other people? Do you know?
It's possible.
He was never violent with me or Callie. If he had been, that would have been different. He didn't pay much mind to her at all and less to me. He'd say things, cruel things sometimes to me, but he was never violent. Carefully, she set the glass down again. I never saw what he was. If I had, I would never have let him near my baby. I hope you can believe that. Callie's going to be home in about an hour. If we're not done, I need us to go somewhere else or wait until tomorrow. I don't want her to hear any of this. She just turned 4.
That's not a problem.
If you could give me another date, if I could figure out something around it, a holiday or a doctor's appointment, something that sticks out, I might be able to tell you what I was doing, what he was doing. I don't know what else I can do to help. I want to help.
Let's stick with Atlanta for now. Work forward.
Landry nodded at Boxwood.
August 8th, same year,
Boxwood said. My daddy's birthday is August 9th, and Forrest was born on August 5th. We always had a double birthday party, the Saturday or Sunday closest. I wanted to come. I hadn't been home in a while, and I wanted Callie to visit her family. Richard said no. We had a charity gala to attend on that Saturday, and I couldn't go running off to Daddy. I was his wife and expected to attend and act like I belonged. It was at the Ritz-Carlton in Buckhead.
Saturday, August 8th, 2012.
6 figures worth of jewelry and rare stamps was stolen from the home of Ira and Gloria Hamburg. They had attended a gala at the Ritz that night. Like in Florida, Shelby added. Jewelry and stamps. It must have been like a specialty of his.
You could say that.
Landry sat back.
Tell us about that evening.
25. She'd known the Hamburgs, a little, had attended a dinner party in their home. Richard had played golf with Ira Hamburg a few times, and she and Richard had hosted them at the country club. They'd socialized at other galas or fundraisers now and then. It wasn't hard to remember some of the details of that particular night, as she'd pictured her family here in this house, celebrating birthdays, and had missed them. She remembered Richard bringing her a glass of champagne at one point and telling her impatiently to mingle for God's sake and stop sulking. He was going outside for a bit to have a cigar and talk some business with a couple of potential clients. She couldn't say how long she'd mingled, wandered, put bids on a couple of items in the silent auction as he'd instructed her to do. It could have been as much as an hour, she supposed. He was in a good mood when he found me. Said he'd been hunting for me, and why didn't we go check on our bids before the auction closed? I thought he'd gotten some business because he was in a better mood, and then he put a big bid on this wine package.
The Hamburgs live less than a mile from the hotel,
Boxwood pointed out. I know it. They asked her about other nights, days, times. Some she could remember, others were lost in a fog. From the photographs, she recognized cufflinks, the diamond studs, a 3-strand diamond and emerald bracelet Richard had given her once, then accused her of losing when it disappeared from her jewelry box. Forrest lingered after the FBI stepped out.
Do you want me to stay?
No, I'm all right. Mama will be back with Callie soon. Just, do they believe me? Don't answer as my brother, but as a police officer.
They believe you. They played a version of good cop, bad cop with Boxwood trying to trip you up here and there, giving you the hard eye. But they both believed you. You were helpful, Shelby. The best thing now is to put it aside. Let the FBI do what they do.
I sold stolen property.
You didn't know it was stolen. Had no reason to think it had been. We'll work that out.
How could I not see? How can they believe I didn't know? I swear, if I didn't know, I wouldn't believe me.
The BTK killer had a wife and raised 2 children, lived in a community, went to church. None of them knew what he was. Some people wear masks well, Shelby. Know how to compartmentalize beyond what's normal.
He wasn't right, was he? I mean, Richard couldn't have been right inside to be able to do all he did.
The police officer's telling you he was a sociopath, and a shrink would likely have a lot of fancy terms for what he was. But no, he wasn't right. That's done. You're never going back to that. You're going to have to deal with some of it, but mostly, you need to look at the here and now and the future.
I've been trying to. What was just won't let go. I keep finding out more.
You're a Pomeroy with McNee in your blood. You'll stand up to it. You call me, you hear, if you need me.
I will. I don't know what I'd have done if you hadn't been with me today.
That's just one more thing you never have to worry about again.
Shelby thought if the whole of the Ridge didn't know about the FBI, then they soon would. So she told her parents everything as soon as she could. The very next morning, before the first customer came into the salon, she told her grandmother and the rest of the staff.
I thought y'all should know.
Ada Mae called me last night, told me all this, Viola began. I'll tell you what I told her. None of this is your fault, not a bit. And we can look at that storm as the right hand of God making sure you and Callie were well rid of the son of a bitch.
I'd rather he wasn't dead, Shelby said after a minute. I'd rather he was alive so I could tell him what I think of him. I hate that he died believing I was nothing. I hate that he died knowing I never had an inkling what he'd done.
My sister's ex kept a woman over in Sweetwater for 6 years, Vonnie piped up. Had an apartment there with her and everything. None of us knew a thing about it, and that man went to the Lutheran church every Sunday he was in town. Coached Little League and belonged to the Elks Club. Lydia might never have known if the woman in Sweetwater hadn't called her up and told her all of it after she found out Lauren had taken up with a third woman.
Vonnie shrugged.
I guess it's not the same thing, but I'm just saying we all thought the world of Lauren until we knew to think different.
Thank you, Vonnie. I'm sorry for your sister, but I guess that makes me feel better.
We don't always know somebody the way we think we know them.
Crystal readied her station for her first appointment.
My good friend Bernadette's cousin down in Fayetteville, why, her husband embezzled $12,000 from her daddy's hardware business before they found out. Bernadette's cousin stayed with him after, too. And if you ask me, anybody who'd steal from family isn't worth spit.
Hell, that ain't nothing.
Laura Lee fisted her hands on her hips.
I almost married Lucas John Babbitt, y'all remember? About 10 years back, I was ready to walk down the aisle with that man. Something just said, don't do it, Laura Lee, so I didn't, but it was close. And I found out he'd inherited his granddaddy's cabin over by Elkmont. You know what he was doing in it? That man was cooking meth, and now he's in jail.
Others picked up the theme, ran with it. Viola stepped over, put an arm around Shelby's waist.
People ask me, don't you want to retire, Vi? You and Jack could go traveling, or you could sit on the porch and sip lemonade all day. And I think, why, I wouldn't step away from this place for all the tea in China. Where else are you going to get such entertainment and add to the till while you do?
She kissed Shelby's cheek.
You did right telling everybody straight out.
It's the same as family.
It's just the same.
Crystal, I see your 9 o'clock crossing the street.
You girls get on to work now.
The next day, she met Emma Kate for a drink after work, and after she'd spent a solid hour with Bitsy.
I'm buying. I owe you.
I won't say no. Shelby pulled out her notebook, opened it. All right, the engagement party first. It's all set. Time, place, date. I did talk her down on the flowers and the food. Just gentle suggestions about saving the big guns for the wedding. Why didn't we make this pretty and elegant, but sometimes elegance is simple. Since you're going with yellow and orchid for your wedding colors, I steered her away from that, too. Said, why didn't we go for bride white? That's like you wanted, right?
Yes, all white flowers. You got her to agree?
I showed her pictures I'd found in magazines and online, and she got so excited. Then, since I'd already talked to the florist and we'd figured it all, I said, let's order these right now. Got her when her enthusiasm was high. Pleased and proud, Shelby brushed her palms together. It's done.
I owe you 2 drinks.
Emma Kate, you owe me so many drinks we can't count 'em. We're down from that orchestra she wanted to hire out of Nashville to booking Red Hot and Blue, which Tansy suggested and you liked.
Oh my God, we're not going to have men in white tuxedos playing waltzes?
Matt and I both really liked Red Hot and Blue when they've played at Bootleggers. It'll rock some, and be a good chance for you and Matt to see if you want them for the wedding. Want something else, or want to go with a DJ since you haven't decided on that? Meticulously, Shelby ticked it off her list. Then I said to your mama how I'd work with the hotel, as she needed to be fresh and be mother of the bride-to-be, and got her talking about what she'd be wearing, how she wanted her hair, and I'd made up these poster boards of table decorations and flowers and all that. Shelby gave her nails an exaggerated buff on her sleeve. I bowled her over is what I did, then didn't give her much chance to waffle on it.
Poster boards?
I also decided I'm not showing you. You're going to trust me and be surprised. The wedding, you're in on every little detail, but this is going to be a surprise, and I promise you'll be happy with it.
I don't have to think about it?
You don't have to think about it.
If I didn't love Matt, I might change my mind and marry you. But then, he has certain attributes you lack. Not to mention, between him and Griff, they can fix anything. He's over at Griff's right now, helping out for a couple hours. I expect it'll run to 3 as Matt's got a head of steam working up on finding the right property and building a house, or doing what Griff's doing and finding an old place to rehab. Are you ready for all that? Like I trust you to make everything look beautiful, I trust him to figure that out. I'll have plenty to say about it, but I'll let him get going on it first.
All right, then. Shelby wiggled her butt back, leaned forward. Let's talk weddings. They plotted, planned, with Shelby taking notes.
Put that down for now.
After 20 minutes, Emma Kate waved at the notebook.
It's starting to make my head spin.
We got a good start here.
More than a good start, and it's time to change the channel. I want to know about you. Have you heard any more from the FBI?
No. I keep expecting them to come to the door again with a warrant for my arrest as accessory after the fact or something, but they haven't.
If they think you had any part of all that, they don't deserve to be special agents.
Forrest said the same, Shelby thought, but it steadied her ground to hear it from her best friend. I'm going to go over all the pictures and letters again. I needed to put it away for a couple of days so I could start fresh. Maybe I'll remember something else or find something else.
What's the point now, Shelby?
Knowing. Just knowing. I don't expect I'm going to find a treasure map to what he stole in Miami or any of the others that are still unfound. I'm supposing there are others still unfound. But knowing feels important.
I wish you'd let it go. But the girl I grew up with wasn't ever good at letting things go if they mattered to her.
This matters to me. What if I did find something that led to something, that took the police to somewhere else and they found them? At least that woman and her son in Miami would have that.
Shelby.
Emma Kate took her hand, squeezed it.
You're looking for a way to pay them back somehow, like you're paying off all that debt. And none of it's yours. None of it. And that's one of the reasons, I know you slapped the brakes on with Griff.
Shifting, Shelby got busy tidying her notes. That's not exactly so.
It's close enough. You looked happy together. You looked good together.
I just wanted to slow things down some.
You've got to move at your own speed, and I'd never say different.
I guess he had some things to say about it.
Not much. Not to me. Not to Matt either, or I'd have gotten it out of Matt. He's not the vault Griff is, and I know the combination anyway. I expect he might say more tonight, working on the house, having a beer, that sort of thing. I'll get that out of Matt easy enough.
He was awful mad. It's hard to know how to deal with a man who gets mad so reasonably.
I'd hate that.
Emma Kate laughed, sat back.
You can't win against reasonable, not really.
And what makes it harder?
He went by the house when I was working. He'd know I was working and Mama had Callie. Mama said how he went back out with Callie and spent nearly an hour with her on the swings with the puppy.
Well, that shows you what kind of dastardly individual you're dealing with.
All right, Emma Kate. Shelby let out a sigh. I don't know what to do about it exactly. I've got a right to be mad about some of the things he said. Sipping wine, Emma Kate lifted her eyebrows.
Reasonable things?
I guess from where he's standing. But that doesn't make them less awful for me.
I'm trusting you on this engagement party, and you haven't let me down yet.
And I won't.
That's why I trust you. Why don't you trust me?
Of course I do. I do trust you.
Good. Go over there and talk to Griff.
Oh, but
Did I say but on the party?
I did not, Emma Kate said definitely.
So you trust what I'm saying to you and go over and talk to Griff. Matt says he's been stewing for days. I can see you are too, maybe needed to, but stewing time's over. Go talk it out. One way or the other, both of you are bound to feel better, or at least know where you both stand.
She wasn't going to do it. Wasn't it better to just let things sit a while? But the idea sat in the back of her head, nagging through dinner, through the bedtime ritual with Callie. She told herself to settle down, spent the rest of the evening going over the photos and letters again. But she couldn't settle. She went down where her parents held their own evening ritual of TV and needlework. Callie's all tucked in. I wonder if you'd mind if I went out a while? There's something I'd like to do.
You go on.
Her father gave her an absent smile before he zeroed back in on the ball game.
We're not going anywhere.
I'm dragging your daddy as far as the front porch when the game's over. We're going to sit and have ourselves a glass of tea and smell the roses rambling up the trellis.
You enjoy that, and thank you. I won't be very long.
You take your time, her mother said. And you put some lipstick on, fluff your hair some. You can't go over to Griff's without your lipstick.
I didn't say I was going to Griff's.
A mama knows. You put some lipstick on.
I won't be long, Shelby repeated, and got out before her mother suggested she change her clothes. Griff hadn't showered off the day because he'd decided the day wasn't done. Even after Matt left, he kept at it. He broke briefly, let the dog out, fixed a sandwich, let the dog in, but kept focused on the work. He'd finished the closet, and thanks to Matt, the interior was drywalled, had its second coat of mud. So he focused on the window seat he'd designed for the double windows looking over the backyard. It'd be a nice place to sit, with convenient storage beneath. He saw the room finished pretty clearly. And even if that image irritated him half the time, he would damn well stick with it. He made a habit of sticking. Once he had the closet sanded, the window seat finished, the trim finished, all the room really needed was paint and a good clean. Well, some punch-out, outlet covers, light switch covers, and he figured and had wired for a ceiling fan with a light kit. Had to find the right one that worked with his image of the room. Maybe he'd play around online tonight, see what he found. Then there was the small ensuite. That he'd tackle next, and probably within the next evening or two as he had the time. He had music going, heard nothing else until Snickers began to bark. When the dog scrambled out of the room, raced downstairs, Griff pulled out his earbuds. He picked up his hammer, tested its weight, and started out with it. He heard the knock then. He really needed to do a doorbell. And though he doubted the laptop invader would bother with a knock, he glanced out the landing window and saw Shelby's van. Emotions rolled up, conflicting, contrasting. Pleasure. God, he'd missed just looking at her face. Annoyance. Whose fault was it he hadn't seen her face? Puzzlement, as it wasn't like her to drop by after 9 at night. Relief, tremendous, that she had. He set the hammer down on the steps, walked the rest of the way down where the dog barked and wagged at the door. He opened the door and wondered how he managed to keep his heart from just falling at her feet. "I hope it's all right I came by," she began. "I wanted to talk to you." And he wanted to pluck her right off the ground, feel her hang on to him while he kissed them both brainless.
Sure.
"Hey, Snickers, there's a good dog," she soothed as she bent over to rub him. "Look how he's grown already. Maybe we could sit outside. It's such a nice night."
We can do that. You want a drink or anything?
"No, don't bother. You're working. You smell like sawdust and sweat, in a good way."
Just fiddling with a couple of things. I could use a break.
He stepped outside, gestured to one of the chairs. "I know you're mad at me," she began as she sat, and kept rubbing the dog, who plopped his forefeet on her knees. "And you were clear as to why.
Okay.
I tried to explain my reasons to you, but I don't think you understand."
I understand, he countered. I just don't agree with your reasons.
"You haven't lived my life, Griffin. One that brought federal agents to the door."
I heard about that. And I heard they were grateful for your cooperation.
Forrest.
He wasn't passing on state secrets. Plus, they talked to me.
They... Her hands stilled. Her head whipped around. "They came here?"
Just for a chat. It's also not a state secret you and I have spent time together since you got back. It wasn't a problem.
Her eyes sparked, flashed. Temper, resentment, frustration. He saw the mix clearly enough. "Why can't you see it's a problem for me that they'd come here, ask you questions about something you didn't have anything to do with?"
You haven't lived my life either, Shelby. They knew about the laptop business, so they followed through. The way I look at it, having the locals and the feds involved in this is only a good thing.
"He killed someone."
What?
"They didn't tell you that. And Forrest didn't choose to impart that information in his reports to you?"
No. And don't be so snotty about it. Your brother's my friend, he continued, before she could toss something else at him. He doesn't report to me. He talks to me.
She had been snotty about it, she admitted, but put it aside, she ordered herself, and say what needed saying. "Richard killed a woman in Atlanta. Or she fell down the stairs. It's not altogether clear, while he was stealing from her. He left her there, just left her dead or dying on the floor and walked away. That's who I thought I married. That's who I had a child with. That's who I lived with for nearly 5 years.
That's hard on you, and I'm sorry about it. But what he did, who he was, what he was, it doesn't have anything to do with me. It doesn't have anything to do with you and me.
It has everything to do with me. So that means it has to do with you and me. Why can't you see that?"
Because this is now.
He said it simply.
Because I'm in love with you. Because I can see you have feelings for me. Maybe you're not where I am, and I can't argue about that, but you have feelings. What I see is you pushing them away and me with them because a sociopath, a con man, a thief, and apparently a murdering son of a bitch used you, deceived you, and you're letting yourself feel guilty and responsible for it.
I have to be responsible for my own choices, my actions, and the consequences of them.
Okay, he said after a moment. You're right about that. Now, when are you going to stop beating yourself up for them?
I can't make another mistake.
I'm not a mistake.
He shoved up at that, had to stride away, pull his control back, grip it.
Don't hang that on me.
No, it's me.
It's not you, it's me. That's a classic.
Oh, just shut up a minute. Just shut up. I do have feelings for you, and they're scaring me. I can't just run with my feelings again because, yes, this is now. Now, I have a little girl. I have a life to make for her, for us. I have to know I'm doing right, not just taking what I want for me. I need to take a breath, damn it. I need to settle down and think, not just feel. I hurt people. I hurt my family, and I'm never going to do that again. I hurt myself in the long run. She rose as well, walked to the rail on the other side of the steps from him. Across the lawn, into the trees, scores of lightning bugs put on a show, countless pulses of warm light against the dark. I'm not beating myself up, or not much anymore, or feeling sorry for myself. I'm done with that. I came home, and I brought my girl home, and I'm building that life for us. That feels right. I feel good about that. It would have been enough, Griffin. It would have been more than enough for me. Then there are feelings.
I planned to go slower. I figured to get you to go out with me and Emma Kate and Matt a few times over a couple months, maybe. Get used to being around me. Then I'd ask you out. I didn't follow the blueprint.
You have a blueprint?
I always have a blueprint. But the thing about them is, sometimes you see how to improve the whole with a change, or some changes. So you do. I planned to go slower, but... Did I push you?
No.
It was wrong, she admitted. It was unfair and wrong to let him think so.
No. You didn't push me, Griff. You appealed. And you...
She looked out, all those pulses of warm yellow. He'd put a light in her, she thought. Pulses of light against the dark she'd carried.
How much you appealed caught me off guard. I want to be with you. You're the opposite of Richard. And I asked myself if that was why you appealed so much. You're so different from him, not flashy or showy, just
dull.
She glanced over quickly, relieved when she saw him smile. No, not dull. Real. I needed real more than I can say, and there you were. I have feelings, and they scare me.
I don't mind that. You take the time you need to work that out. Don't make excuses not to see me. Be straight about it.
I didn't know how. I hadn't figured out how because I didn't want to stop seeing you. I felt I should for a while, but I didn't want to.
Has it been a while yet?
It feels like it's been a lot longer than a while.
There's a point of agreement. I've missed the hell out of you, Red.
You came by to see Callie when I was at work.
I missed the hell out of her, too. And Callie and I didn't have a fight.
With a nod, Shelby stared out at the dark, the light. I kept thinking you'd come by to see me, too. You came to Friday nights, but you stayed away from me.
You hurt me.
She turned to him quickly. Oh, Griff.
I'm telling you, Shelby. Don't stack me up against him, not in any way. It hurts me, and it really pisses me off.
I'm sorry for that. I can't promise it won't happen again, but I'll work on it.
That's good enough.
You hurt me too, and really pissed me off.
I'm sorry for that. I can't promise it won't happen again, but I'll work on it.
That made her laugh and mean it. I really have missed you something awful. I don't just mean the sex, though I've missed that. I just missed talking to you. But...
Uh-oh.
I thought I was in love once before, so fast it was like being swept under a wave. But I wasn't in love, not the way it should count. Maybe you need a little time, too.
If he'd been who he pretended to be when he took you under that wave, would it have counted?
She could only lift her hands, let them fall.
You can't say because he wasn't. He wasn't who you thought he was, so you can't know. Here's what I know. I wanted you the first second I saw you. That was more a holy shit moment than what they'd call love at first sight. Look at her. That's the most beautiful woman I've seen in my life.
She wanted to laugh again, but his words clogged her throat. Wet and miserable, as I recall.
And sad and beautiful. Then you and Callie, and you walking home with her, pushing that stroller and all those groceries up those hills. You're so mad at yourself, so worn out. And she's so sweet. So I wanted you. Then I wanted to help you. I fell for Callie first, I'll tell you that straight out. She had me wrapped up in about 2 minutes.
She has a way.
She's got your way. I'm surprised you don't see it. Anyway, then I heard you sing, and I started falling. I watched you sing, and I fell harder. Then I had you, and that put the cap on it. But what twisted the cap, secured it tight, was...
He stuck his hands in his pockets as he studied her.
Hell, you might not like what twisted the cap tight.
I want to know. There isn't a woman in the world who wouldn't.
All right. What twisted the cap tight? You punching Melody. I don't think I'm a particularly violent man, but when you did that, all I could think was, well, hell, Griff, you're in love with her. You'd be a fool not to be.
You're making that up.
I'm not.
He stepped toward her, laid his hands on her shoulders.
I had to pull you off. Sort of wished I didn't have to, but I realized, yeah, I want her. I want to help her. I can fix some things for her. But god damn, a woman who throws a punch like that, she can fix some things too. She can do whatever she needs to do.
She'd thought hearing that he was in love with her rattled her. But that last sentence, the tone of admiration, just stunned. You thought that?
I know that. I've seen it. I admire the hell out of it. And I love you. So I don't mind scaring you a little because you'll handle it. But when you look at me, Shelby, you'd better see me. Just me. When you think of me, just me.
I don't think of anyone but you when you kiss me, when you touch me.
Then I should do more of that.
Oh, God, I wish you would. She wrapped herself around him, pressed her mouth to his. And he did a lot more of it.
Come inside.
He couldn't get enough.
Come to bed.
Yes. She ran her hands up his back, thrilled to feel hard muscle again. Yes. Drew in his scent, sweat and sawdust. Yes. They circled toward the door, and she said, "Oh, wait."
Please, God, don't turn that into a no.
No, I mean yes. Still wrapped around him, she managed a breathless laugh. I mean, I need to text Mama. I told her I wouldn't be long, and I'm going to be longer.
Okay. Text and walk.
I can do that. She took out her phone, worked to keep her hands steady enough to write the quick text. She knew I was coming to see you, so I don't think she'll be surprised to... She's sure quick to answer. They'd made it inside to the stairs, had started up. Shelby stopped halfway.
Problem?
No, not a problem. She says... Shelby let out another quick laugh. She says, you'll follow me home, so why don't I save you the trouble of that? Stay the night here. Then she says, I guess you could say she knows me, don't worry about Callie wondering where I am in the morning. We should get up early enough for me to bring you home for breakfast. She'll make pancakes.
I like pancakes.
Yes, but...
Text, thank you, Mama. We'll see you in the morning.
He nudged her up another step so they were eye level, then laid his lips on hers.
Stay. Sleep with me tonight. Wake up with me in the morning.
How could she resist? Why would she? She trailed her fingers over his cheeks. I wasn't expecting to. I don't have a thing to sleep in.
If that's an issue, I won't sleep in anything either.
We'll be even. That's fair. She laughed again, a little giddy, when he swept her up, carried her the rest of the way, with the puppy running to catch up. 26. Shelby wound her way into the 50s, mixed up the playlist with bluegrass. She slipped in early to rehearse, thought it wonderful and amazing that she already had more than half a dozen Friday nights in her pocket. Tansy applauded when she finished, rolling in my sweet baby's arms. Love it! I didn't see you over there. I thought I'd punch in some bluegrass, mix in the folk and traditional with the standards. I thought I'd weave in a lot of Patsy Cline, like a featured artist. I love that too. It's going to be even better when we bring in some musicians, have a real stage, which we will by September, October latest according to Matt. The permits came in this morning. Tansy, that's such good news. I can't wait to get started. I'm scared too, as we're pouring a lot of money into this expansion, but the last few weeks sure show people like coming in on the weekend, hearing live music. You talked Derek into trying every Saturday night for a band, didn't you? Raising her joined hands over her head, Tansy turned a victory circle. We're going to try it out for the rest of the summer, then see if the take justifies the outlay. You're a big part of why we can do all this, Shelby. I don't know how long it would have taken me to talk Derek into the expansion if you hadn't hit it with Friday nights. I love doing it, and you gave me a chance. I guess it's worked out pretty damn perfect for both of us. She stepped off the little stage. How are you feeling? Just a little queasy first thing in the morning still, but Derek brings me saltines and ginger ale, and that usually settles it down. And look! She turned to the side, cupped her hands on her belly. I'm showing! My goodness! Shelby widened her eyes at the tiny, tiny bulge. You're enormous. Maybe not yet, Tansy said with a laugh. But, she lifted her shirt, I had to jury-rig my pants with a carabiner. Can't button them anymore. I'm going to move into yoga pants and buy myself some maternity clothes first chance I get. Shelby remembered well that feeling, that glow. They make such cute ones, so you don't feel like you're wearing a tent or your granny's tablecloth. I've already got some in a shopping basket online. I just want to make one more pass before I order. Now, I know you want to get back to rehearsing, but I want to know how you're doing. It couldn't be avoided, Shelby thought. The past dogged her like a shadow at high noon. I'm so sorry you had to talk to those agents. Derek and I were fine with that, don't you worry. Forrest said they've gone back to Atlanta. There wasn't much I could do to help them find all Richard stole. I know it's silly, but I feel like if I could remember something or tell them something that leads them to finding even one more thing, I'd be better about it all. When it comes down to it, they told me more than I could tell them. It's hard what they told you. It taught me something. If I want Callie to grow up to be a smart, strong woman, someone who values family and friends and respects herself, I have to show her. If I want her to know the satisfaction of making something of herself with effort and work, I have to show her. That's what I'm trying to do. It's what you are doing. I feel like I have to counterbalance, you know what I mean, all she's going to hear one day about her father. When she does, she'll have you and your family. She'll have us, your friends. Seems like Richard never learned, never understood. That's more than all the jewels he stole, all the money he swindled. If the years with him had any good to them, it was putting that bone deep in me. I took too much for granted before that. She took nothing for granted now. Not the laughter inside the salon or the sighs of pleasure in the relaxation room. She gave her grandmother a quick, impulsive hug after she set more towels at the shampoo stations. What's that one for? Just for you. I'm happy being here with you. I'm just happy.
I'd be happy, too, if I had a man like Griffin Lott looking at me like I was the Venus de Milo, Charlize Theron, and Taylor Swift all at once. Crystal paused in her work, snapped her scissors. I swear, I want a man for sex, but if Charlize Theron walked in and said, "Hey there, Crystal, how about we go on over to your place and roll around in the sheets?" I believe I'd take her straight home and give that a go. Amused, Viola rinsed off her customer's hair. Charlize Theron. Is she the only one who'd tempt you to switch over from a man? I believe she is. Now that Jennifer Lawrence, she's as pretty as they come, and I do believe she'd be nothing but fun to sit around and have a drink with. But she's no Charlize Theron. Who'd you switch with, Shelby? What? Who's your fantasy lesbian lover? I never thought about it. Crystal just circled a finger in the air. Give it a minute. No, Shelby thought again. She'd never take these crazy fun conversations for granted. I'd try Mystique, she decided, and had Crystal frowning at her. Who? She's a supervillain from the X-Men. Forrest and Clay were just crazy for the X-Men, remember, Granny? Jennifer Lawrence, the one you'd like to have a drink with, plays her in the movies now. Mystique can change into anybody, any shape, anything. So it seems to me a roll in the sheets with her would cover about anything you were after. I believe we have a winner, Viola decreed, and sat her client down in the chair. A couple of hours later, she cuddled baby Beau and watched Callie and Jackson play on the swing set. She thought it would rain by nightfall. She could scent it, see it. But for this moment, it was about as perfect a late spring evening as she could ask for. Her father was delayed at the clinic, so Clay saw to a few little gardening chores, and Gilly sat in the porch rocker, banished from the kitchen by her mother-in-law. It ought to be illegal to feel this happy, Gilly said. I'm awful glad it's not. Today I'd be sharing a cell with you. I saw Griff today. She'd have to get used to people equating her happiness with Griff, and they weren't altogether wrong. You did? I took the boys for a walk this morning before the heat set in, and he was down the road a bit fixing Miss Hardigan's gate, the sheriff's mama. She was in the salon today. I stopped for a while. It's nice of him to go by and see to little things like that for her. They don't charge her for those little things. I know 'cause she told me herself. She gives them baked goods, and she knitted them both caps and gloves for Christmas. Look how big Jackson is. It wasn't so long ago he couldn't get up on that swing unless one of us lifted him onto it. And Gilly's eyes filled. She waved a hand in the air as Shelby patted her arm. I've still got too many hormones, I guess. But I don't think I'm going back to work, Shelby, when my maternity leave runs out. I didn't know you were thinking about that. I know you love your job at the hotel. I do, and I wasn't thinking about it, not really, until... She reached over, stroked a finger over Beau's cheek. I just don't think I can stand to leave them both. I just want to stay home with them for a while. A year, maybe. Clay and I have talked about it. We know things will be a little tight, but it's hard. It's hard to choose. It's hard to have to choose. I love my work, I really do. I'm good at it, too, but I want this year. That's all. I want this year for myself and my family. 1 year out of all the rest doesn't seem like too much, but it would be everything to me. Then you should take it. You've worked at the hotel since college. I bet they'd give you like a sabbatical. Maybe they can't hold your job, I don't know, but I bet you could go back when you're ready. And you won't have any regrets. It's putting a lot on Clay. He's got strong shoulders, Gilly. I never thought I'd want to stay home full-time, but I want this year. What about you? What do you want? It feels like I've got it. For tomorrow. Shelby glanced at the kitchen door. I was thinking. Just thinking. I haven't told anybody but Emma Kate as yet. I know how to keep quiet. You do. Once I get my head all the way above water, if I can find my own place and I can find one I can work out of, I was thinking, maybe I could start up some kind of decorating business, designing and coordinating. You've always been good at it. I've been taking some classes online to get more experience and education, just a couple to start, she added, ones I've been able to fit in. You fit in more than anyone I know, except Granny. Maybe I'm making up for not having enough to do for so long. I thought, well, if I could prove myself, Griff and Matt might use me some or talk me up to their clients. Sure they would. They have to redo rooms and areas up at the hotel regularly, Shelby. I'd put in a word for you. Oh, I don't know if... Think big. I guess I might as well. It's just thinking right now anyway. I know I could run a business. Still, I'd take more classes. But I sure know how to juggle money, keep accounts. It's a ways off, but I've started tucking some money away for business classes. Anytime I start toying around with the idea of starting up a cake and pastry business, that's what stops me dead in my tracks, backs me up and turns me around the other way. The business, Gilly said with an eye roll. But you've got that McNee in you. You know what else? What else? I've been wanting to give our bedroom a makeover. Between Jackson, then Beau, doing up the nursery fresh and getting Jackson in his big boy room, our bedroom hasn't been touched in 5 years. It shows. Makeover can be a lot of fun, but yes, there's the McNee, Gilly said with a laugh. Clay's the same. Doing it over costs. If I'm going to stay home, I'll have to be frugal about it, I know that, but God, Shelby, how I'd love to have a grown-up bedroom, a place for me and Clay to be me and Clay now and then. I can be frugal, especially if you'd help me out. You could practice on us. Gilly shifted, wrapped a hand around Shelby's arm for emphasis. Shelby, we've still got that mix of his old bedroom furniture and mine in there, and that awful ugly lamp my Aunt Lucy gave us as a wedding present. That is an awful, ugly lamp. If she didn't claim it was an heirloom, I'd have accidentally knocked it over and made sure it broke in a dozen pieces. I don't want fancy. I just want fresh and peaceful. Help me. I'd love to help. The lamp had to go, but the furniture, refinish or paint, new hardware, it could work. And I've got plenty of being frugal about it ideas. Sometimes it's no more than switching things around and repurposing, using what you've already got in a new way, adding some touches. And paint. Paint'll change a lot for a little. Now I'm getting fired up instead of teary. Do you have any time this week? I could come by tomorrow morning after I take Callie to Chelsea's before I head to the salon. About 8:30? Is that too early? Nothing's too early when you've got a toddler and a newborn. I was wondering if I could... Well, hey, Forrest.
Hey, Gilly.
He walked out from the kitchen, bent over the baby.
When's he going to do something besides sleep?
Come on over and pay us a visit about 2 a.m. She caught the look in his eyes and, understanding, pushed up. I'm going to take him in a while and pass him off to his grandmother. That'll give me some time in the kitchen whether she wants me there or not. She took the baby from Shelby, slipped inside.
I need a minute,
Forrest told Shelby. Sure. Sit down.
Kids all right out here for a minute? Clay's right over there in the vegetable patch playing farmer.
He's got Daddy's knack for it, and the kids are fine.
Then let's take a walk around front.
What is it?
Around front,
he repeated, took her arm. You're making me nervous, Forrest, and damn it, I was having a really good day.
I'm sorry for that, and sorry to drop this on you on a really good day.
Am I in trouble? Does the FBI think...
No, it's nothing like that.
He guided her around the side of the house toward the front yard. Out of sight of the kids. Out of earshot.
It's Privet, the Florida PI.
I remember who Privet is, she said testily. Did he tell you who his client is finally?
No, and he won't. He was found dead early this morning by his secretary.
Oh my God. What happened?
It looks like he was killed between 10 and midnight, and it looks like he was shot with the same gun that killed Warren.
It shouldn't come as a shock, she thought, and still it did. He was murdered?
That's right. Looks like a break-in, or made to look like it. Like a sloppy one. But then you figure, from the report we got from the investigating officers, he was shot at his desk. He had a 9mm in the drawer. There wasn't any sign he went for it or put up a fight. Headshot like Warren, too. Not a contact shot, but close range.
Let me take a breath. She took it bending over, hands on her thighs. I didn't like him. He scared me some coming into the house up north the way he did and following me here, just lurking. But he left me alone when you told him to.
They found pictures he'd taken of you and of Callie in his office, in his files.
Callie?
Some notes he'd made, an expense account, not yet paid and overdue according to the file. They don't have the name of the person who hired him to shadow you. The locals are talking to the secretary and to his associate, but so far nobody seems to know who hired him for this particular job. And there's no record.
Maybe he didn't have a client. Maybe he lied.
Maybe.
But you said it looked like a break-in, but wasn't.
The door was forced from the outside. Some electronic equipment was missing. His watch, his wallet, the petty cash. Things tossed around some. You might think it was a sloppy break-in. But his personal tablet and laptop, they were gone too. And it seems the ones at his house aren't turning up.
Someone was in his house, you think?
Slicker job there, as there's no sign of forced entry at all. But anything to do with this case of his, except for those pictures, some notes and expenses, they're gone.
She straightened. Her face still felt too hot, her head too light, but she knew how to follow basic logic. You think what happened to him goes back to that damn robbery in Florida?
I do, as he brought it and the finder's fee up to me when I advised him to move on.
So back to Richard, or to Harlow now. Harlow escaped from prison, and he probably had a new identity somewhere. He hired the detective to help him find Richard, but he found me and Callie. Only me and Callie because Richard was already gone. He came here and he saw his other partner. She'd turned on him, so he killed her.
We know he was here. You saw him yourself.
The detective either thought Harlow was really a client or was working with him. Doesn't matter much, I guess, which it was now. But he probably let Harlow into the office, sat there talking to him.
And either Harlow didn't like what he heard, or he figured Privet as a loose end. He cut it off, staged a break-in, took what he needed, whatever he felt might link him, took a few valuables, some cash, and took off.
He can't think I'm a loose end, Forrest. He stole all that information, so he knows I'm not just broke, but in debt. If he's still looking for those millions, he knows I can't tell him where they are.
I don't know why he'd come back here, but I want you to keep being careful. He's killed 2 people now. Miami's going to keep us updated, professional courtesy. The feds will put an oar in, I expect. The damn thing is, Shelby, they can't find anybody who's seen hide nor hair of this guy except you.
He let me see him.
That's right.
She glanced toward the backyard, where the children played, and her older brother tended the vegetable garden. I can't run, Forrest. I've got nowhere to go, and it has to be safer for Callie here than anywhere else. I've got nothing for this man. I have to believe he was just, like you said, taking care of a loose end. It's horrible, but that's what he did.
That's what it looks like.
Don't go anywhere without your phone. I never do. She patted her pocket and the phone in it, but Forrest shook his head. Anywhere. You take a shower, it goes in the bathroom with you. And he pulled a small canister out of his pocket. What's this? Pepper spray. You've got your Second Amendment rights, but you never could shoot worth shit. Because he wasn't far off in that assessment, she bristled. I wasn't that bad. Worth shit, he repeated. And you don't want a gun around Callie, neither do I. So you leave the gun to me, but you take this. You carry this with you. You have trouble, aim for the eyes. Put it in your pocket for now, he advised when she studied the canister. I'll take it. I'll be careful, if doing that and saying that puts your mind at ease. He's no reason to come after me, especially now. I want to put this aside. That doesn't mean I'll be stupid, but I'm not going to keep it at the center of my life anymore. Now, Mama made her party potatoes, and she's doing up some collard greens. I marinated the chicken myself, and Daddy's going to grill that up once he gets home. Why don't you come on in and eat? I hate to say no. I love those damn potatoes. But I've got some things to do. Tell Mama I'll come by later if I can, scrounge up any leftovers. I will. I need to get back, check on the kids. You go on, then. I'll see you later. He watched her walk back around the house. Things to do, he thought. The first was to go by Griff's. It wouldn't hurt to give his friend the information. He wanted as many eyes on his sister as he could get. On his hands and knees, Griff set the next tile on the bathroom floor. The golden sand color made him think of the beach, so he thought the little ensuite would be both pretty and cheerful. While he listened to Forrest, he sat back on his heels. It can't be random. Breaking into a PI's office? That PI's office? Killing him? You guys with the badges can't think that's random. It's being looked into. No, Forrest added, leaning on the door jamb while Griff worked. We don't think it's random. The trick is connecting Privet to Harlow, to Warren, to that fucker Foxworth, to the Miami case back 5 years ago. Odds are Harlow killed him, but you gotta ask why. What did the PI know, or who did he know? 'Cause maybe those odds don't play. Maybe there's somebody else we don't know about. That's not a comfort. Nothing comfortable about any of this. What happened in Miami 5 years ago isn't over. Nope. If Harlow had the take from that job, he'd be gone. Maybe the PI was the last thing he had to cross off, and now he is gone. Griff set the spacers, moved to the next tile. Then again, if the PI knew where the take was, it seems like he'd have been gone. It's a puzzle. You're worried this Jimmy Harlow may be missing some pieces yet, and may still think Shelby's got them. Forrest hunkered down. There's not a lot we can do here but keep hunting for him locally, asking questions, showing his picture around. The Federals, they're sniffing out leads, but what I get is there isn't a lot to sniff at this point. They've dug up some of Foxworth's past associates, same on Harlow and Warren, but nothing's shaken out of that. Not that they're telling us local badges anyway. Do you think they're holding back? Can't say for sure, and don't see why they would, but you never know. What I know is we've got an unsolved murder in the Ridge, and that doesn't sit well with any of us. My sister's in the middle of it, and that doesn't sit well with me or with anybody in the department. We're keeping an eye out for her, extra patrols and the like, but she's not inclined to have dinner with the sheriff or spend the night with Nobby. If she was, I'd end up in jail for assaulting an officer. I'm looking out for her, Forrest. She doesn't much like that terminology, but she's going to have to live with it. It'll be easier when she moves in here. Now Forrest sat back on his heels. Is that so? Sure it is. I've got that new security system in. Pain in the ass, but it's done. I've got this fierce guard dog. They both glanced over to where Snickers lay snoring on his back, feet in the air. Vicious son of a bitch, that dog. He's just resting,
between patrols. Uh-huh. I think you know I meant is that so about Shelby moving in here, not about the safety of it.
Griff continued to work. Laying a row of tile was methodical, so for him that made it soothing.
I can't push that button yet, she'd balk. The fucker did a number on her, and she's working her way through it, or out of it, faster than most people would. But she's not there yet. So the word of the day is tenacity, with a side of patience. Because yeah, that's so. I want her here with me. I want her and Callie here with me. If you go there and, with your patient tenacity, son, talk her into moving in out here, my mama's going to start planning a wedding. That's fine. Just the next step in the plan. But it's going to take Shelby longer to get there.
Forrest said nothing as Griff set the next spacers, carefully applied more adhesive to the subfloor.
Is it my understanding you're planning to marry my sister?
Griff sat back again, rolled his shoulders, circled his neck.
What do you think of this room?
Obliging, Forrest straightened up, took a turn around the bedroom area.
Nice space. Windows ought to give nice light, good views. Damn big closet for a secondary sort of bedroom. Window seat's a nice touch, like having its own bathroom. That tile you're laying ought to give it some glow. I'm thinking of a slipper tub for in here, and a vanity with an under-counter oval sink. I'm after plenty of storage with a small footprint. Recessed medicine cabinet over the vanity. More storage there, but frame it in to give it some style. And some bling with the lighting. Slipper tub and bling? Sounds female. Yeah. Pale, warm green for the bedroom walls. Echo off the bathroom lighting for the ceiling fan with light kit. The bling. That's right. I'm going to do a small built-in for the closet along with the rods and shelves.
Nodding, Forrest took another turn around, began to see it.
You're putting this room together for Callie. Green's her favorite color, she tells me. That Shrek obsession of hers, that's bound to pass eventually, but it's a good color for her, and for a bedroom. A few years down the road, having her own bathroom's going to matter to her. And you're a man who looks down the road. I am. I'm in love with both of them. And being a trained observer, you know that already. Callie's there with me. Shelby's just got to catch up. She'll catch up quicker, I think, if we can put this shitstorm the fucker left her in behind her. What if she doesn't catch up? I wait. She's the one, so that's that. And Callie? The kid just lights me up. She deserves me. They both do. I'm a hell of a catch. Shit, Griff. If you had tits, I'd marry you myself. There you go.
Seeing he'd reached the point where he'd have to measure and cut tile, Griff pushed to his feet.
I'm taking a break, tossing a sandwich together. You want one? Thanks, but I've got a couple more things to do and a hell of a lot better waiting in leftovers at my mama's once I do them. We'll walk down with you. Come on, Snick. Time for patrol.
The dog waved his feet in the air, did an ungainly rollover, then scrambled up.
One of these days, I'm going to get me a dog,
Forrest said, as they started down with Snickers racing down the steps. Halfway up, down again.
Snick's littermates are gone, but I saw a sign for beagle pups on the turn at Black Bear and Dry Creek. It's not one of these days yet. I'm not home enough, and I don't think the sheriff would approve of me taking a dog for ride-alongs.
Forrest glanced at the security panel as they passed it.
What do you figure on doing if this fancy new security system goes off?
Griff shrugged as he opened the front door.
Call you and get my pipe wrench. It's got weight. A shotgun's gonna carry more weight than a pipe wrench, son. Don't have one, don't want one. City boy.
Griff breathed in the night, while the dog ran over the patch of grass to the verge of the woods where the stream bubbled.
Not anymore, but I still don't want a gun.
He looked west to the faint blush of pink the setting sun painted on the clouds that smoked over the mountains.
I never had any trouble here. Worried about it some when I had all that copper for rewiring and plumbing. That stuff's like gold and easy to transport. But nothing but that once, and that's direct to the fucker in the shitstorm.
Like his friend, Forrest looked west, toward color and cloud.
You've got a good spot here, Griff. It's got a feel to it. Appealing, settled. But it's a fact. It'd take a solid 10 minutes for us to respond to that 911 should you call for it. You can load a shotgun with rock salt if you're feeling dainty about things. I'll leave the firearms to you, Deputy. I'm damn good with a pipe wrench. Suit yourself.
He would, Griff thought, as he stood in the quiet, letting the dog run and sniff, watching the first star wink to life in a sky gone the color of pale purple velvet. Suiting himself was just what he was doing. So he'd go fix that sandwich, then finish the tile in Callie's bathroom.
Front porch swing,
he said, and bent to rub the dog when Snickers raced back to him.
Maybe I'll build one.
Things mean more when you build them.
Let's eat and think about that.
If he'd known while he sat in the kitchen eating a sandwich and doing some rough sketches of swings that someone was watching through field glasses, he might have changed his mind about the shotgun. 27. It took time to finish the room he wanted for Callie, to build a front porch swing. But he had plenty on his hands, as Shelby was wrapped up in the plans for the engagement party. Or more, from what she said, in keeping Bitsy under control. He filled evenings and nights he couldn't be with her, chipping away at projects on the house and planning for down the road. When they finally managed an evening together, she vetoed his suggestion of dinner out for a casual one at his place. That was fine with him. He was out in the yard when she arrived, just hanging the tire swing he'd made on a sturdy branch of an old hickory. "Look at that!" she called out. "There's something Callie will make a beeline for."
Pretty cool, huh? Got the tire from your grandfather.
He'd built it horizontally, choosing a mid-sized tire that would suit a little girl's butt, and had fed the chain through a garden hose to protect the branch. "It's so sweet!"
Want to try it out?
"Of course I do." She handed him a large insulated jug, leaned in when he slid an arm around her for a kiss.
What's in here?
"Hard lemonade. My granddaddy's recipe, and it's a winner." She scooted onto the tire, gave the chains a tug. "It's sturdy."
Fun can be safe,
he said, gave her a push. She leaned back, hair flying, gave a laugh. "And it is fun! What made you think of such a thing?" He didn't want to say, yet, that he'd been looking at plans for backyard swing sets and had stumbled across the idea.
Just came to me. I had this friend, what was his name? Tim McNulty. When I was about Callie's age, he had one of these in his yard, set vertical. This way makes more sense.
"I love it. So will she." As if hypnotized, the dog sat on the ground, his head tilting this way, then that, following Shelby's rhythm. "I swear that dog's bigger than he was when I saw him a few days ago."
Next outdoor project's a doghouse. A big one.
"He'll need big." She jumped off the swing. "I'm sorry I've been so tied up lately. I feel like I've had barely a minute without something that needed doing."
I know the feeling. It's no problem, Red. Our best pals are getting married. It's a lot.
"It'd be a Macy's Day Parade if I couldn't keep Miss Bitsy down, and that's taken every bit of creativity and energy I have. She's jumping so fast from this party to the wedding and back again, my head's on a constant revolution. She got it into her head Emma Kate should arrive at the ceremony, venue yet to be determined, in a princess carriage. White horses and a carriage, as Emma Kate had that on her wedding list when she was about 12. It took some doing to nudge her off that one.
Emma Kate's going to owe you for the rest of her life.
This is the end of disc number 11. Please insert disc number 12. This is disc number 12.
She got it into her head Emma Kate should arrive at the ceremony, venue yet to be determined, in a princess carriage. White horses and a carriage, as Emma Kate had that on her wedding list when she was about 12. It took some doing to nudge her off that one.
Emma Kate's going to owe you for the rest of her life.
That's a benefit. Why don't we... Oh, Griff, you got a porch swing! Speaking of beelines, she made one herself, twirled a circle, the full skirt of her grass-green sundress billowing. I just love it! How'd you find one this wonderful blue?
Like your eyes. He followed her onto the porch. I painted it. I made it.
You made it yourself? Of course you did. She sat down, pushed off gently with her feet. And it's perfect. Just perfect for sitting here on a lazy afternoon or a quiet evening. It'd be extra perfect if you got us a couple of tall glasses and sat down here with me so we could sample that hard lemonade.
Be right back.
When the dog tried to climb up with her, she hefted him up. No easy task now. You're almost too big. But she hooked an arm around him, swinging and thinking she'd rarely seen a prettier spot. All so green and private, with the sky a blue dome dashed with white clouds. She could hear the stream, fast and lively from the last rains, and the insistent, echoing rat-a-tat-tat of a woodpecker, busy somewhere beyond the green, setting up the percussion section for the chorus of birds.
He's got my spot,
Griff said when he brought out the drinks. He didn't want to be left out. Resigned, Griff sat on the other side of the dog, who wiggled with absolute joy. There couldn't be a better spot for a porch swing. She sampled the drink. I think I did Grandpa proud.
I'll say.
It goes down easy, but it's got a kick. It's made for sippin'. And sippin' on a warm evening on a porch swing is even better. You've got your own little Eden here, Griffin.
Eden needs considerable work yet.
If Adam and Eve had put some time into work in the garden instead of picking apples, they might still be there. Gardens, houses, lives, they're a continual work in progress, aren't they? I stopped progress on mine for a while, but I'm making up for it. It's peaceful here. The light, the swing, this very fine lemonade. You, this sweet dog. I'm going to get what's not peaceful out of the way, then we won't have to think about it again.
Something happened.
I don't know for certain, but I know now you didn't talk to Forrest this afternoon.
No, not today.
I'm guessing he knew I was coming over and I'd tell you. The police think they might have a kind of witness on the detective. The FBI agents are going in to talk to him.
What did he see?
They're not altogether convinced he saw much of anything, or anything useful. But the man, a boy, really, was in the building the night Privet was killed. He said how he heard this pop. Just one pop like a muffled firecracker, he said. He didn't think much of it. The timing's right, and more, he saw who they think is the killer leave.
Harlow?
They can't say for sure, but he's claiming the person he saw wasn't that big, tall or broad. No beard either. He says blonde hair, very blonde, and glasses with thick, dark rims, wearing a dark suit. He says how he can't be sure of much, it was only a quick glimpse. Saw him leaving the building when he was looking out the window. Saw him walk across the street and get into a big SUV.
Wig, glasses, shave.
Griff shrugged.
At a glance, in the dark, it's hard to say if it was Harlow or not.
More, he was a little high at the time and where he shouldn't have been. That's why he didn't say anything until he was picked up for possession, and not the first time on that. He'd been working as a photographer's assistant in that building, And he'd gone in late because he was setting up to shoot some porn on the side. He's trying to make a deal so he doesn't have to go to jail.
So he could be making it up trying to save his ass.
He could, but he has the time and that single pop. Just one. The police didn't say how many times Privet was shot, how many shots fired, so that's something to consider. Griff considered it while they glided on the swing and sipped.
It's a stretch to think somebody else shot the PI. Same gun, that's what they said, as the one used to kill Warren. And we know Harlow was in the area. But let's stretch it. Somebody else is involved. Somebody else hired the detective. Maybe somebody connected to the Miami Montvilles, or the insurance company, or somebody Richard worked with at some point.
It makes me wonder if maybe that somebody killed Richard and staged the boating accident.
Bigger stretch.
I know it, but he was so determined to go. So I'm wondering now if it was to meet somebody, to finally deal with the jewelry he'd stolen. Another double cross, but on him this time.
What would you do if you'd just gotten your hands on millions in jewelry, not hot anymore, and had killed to get your hands on it?
I'd run fast and far, but
there are still 2 people who want what you have, Griff finished. So you hire a detective, and you put him on it. And on you, Red, in case you knew something.
Griff, it's made me think about how many people I let into that house up north in those weeks after Richard's death. I might have let his killer, if there was one, inside to give me an appraisal, to take something away. Or all the times I was out of the house for hours at a go. Someone who knew how could have gotten in, looked around all they wanted. If Richard left something behind that mattered in all this. I don't know. Maybe I'm making it more complicated than it already is.
It's pretty risky to try to stage a boating accident in the middle of a storm. Why not just dump the body? Or leave it like the others?
I don't know. But she'd chewed it over endlessly. I was thinking to buy time. Or maybe it was an accident. Killing Richard, I mean. And the rest happened from there. And the simplest is usually right, she finished. Richard died in an accident. Harlow killed the woman and the detective. And this witness was coked up, got no more than a glimpse out a window. I'm going to stop worrying about it as of right this minute. We've got this beautiful evening and a few hours to enjoy it.
Maybe you could stay. Just stay again. I could get another invitation to breakfast.
She smiled, sipped. It happens I have an overnight bag in the car, in case I got an invitation.
I'll get it.
Thank you. It's on the floor of the passenger seat. Oh, and there's a blanket on the seat. Would you bring that too?
Are you cold?
He asked as he headed for the car.
It must be 80 at least.
I do love a warm evening. Makes me feel like I'll never want to go inside, just stay out, watch the sky change, the light change, hear the first night birds when twilight comes.
We can stay out as long as you want.
He started back with bag and blanket.
I fell back on the old reliable of steaks on the grill.
That sounds perfect. For later. She took the blanket from him, gave it a quick whip in the air to open it.
Where'd the dog go?
Oh, I put him inside, with the rawhide bone I had in my pocket. I think we'll all be happier this way. She laid the blanket on the porch, straightened, shook her hair back, smiled. Because I think it's time you got me naked on the porch. She staggered him, aroused him, delighted him.
Is that what time it is?
I think it's past time, but I know you'll make up for it.
I can do that.
He set her bag aside, pulled her into his arms. He took his time, so the kiss alone left her limp, all watery knees and misty thoughts. He had a way of making that meeting of lips into a long, slow shimmer, a kindling rather than an explosion. Wrapped in him, seduced when she had thought to seduce, she let herself be guided, let herself be glided along the river of sensation, swaying to him,
with him, on the old front porch with the sunlight like shattered gold and the world too still for a single leaf to stir. He eased the zipper down at the back of her dress, enjoying, lingering over every inch of skin he exposed. Soft as silk, smooth as lake water, his to touch. He nudged the straps from her shoulders, gave himself the pleasure of laying his lips there. Stronger than she looked, he thought. Shoulders that didn't shirk from lifting a load. He wanted, needed, to help her with the weight. For now, he gave the dress a little brush so it flowed like air to her feet. The pretty bits of lace she wore echoed the tender green of the dress. I bought them special. She laid fingertips between her breasts when he looked down at her. I shouldn't have spent the money, but...
Worth every penny. I'll pay you back.
I'm counting on it, she said, before his mouth took hers again. A little stronger, a little deeper now, so her head fell back to accept all he offered, to give all he asked. He drew her down with him so they knelt on the blanket. Their lips broke apart long enough for her to tug the t-shirt he wore over his head, met again as she tossed it aside. Hot flesh under her hands, the water and soap of his shower teasing her senses as she played kisses over the curve of his shoulder. And still that faint, lingering scent of sawdust, reminding her as the calloused palms reminded her, he worked with his hands. A quick shiver ran over her skin, ran into her blood when he flicked the clasp of her bra open. Those working hands cupped her breasts. The rough pads of his thumbs stroked across her nipples, waking new needs, churning up a storm in her belly. Everything in her so full now, so tender and already yearning. But his hands continued to play over her, finding more, stirring more. He laid her back, ran his finger along the edge of the panties, along that vulnerable line between thigh and center. That sound in her throat, not quite moan, not quite sigh. It could undo him. His own needs gathered, but he held them, floating his palm over the lace, building the heat under the thin barrier until her hands lost their grip on him. Her breath quickened, deepened. The lids lowered over the magic blue of her eyes. His to touch, he thought again. His to have. He slipped that thin barrier away and took her up, took her over with his hands. It burst through her, lightning through the storm, slashing pleasure, a new flash of deep, driving need. She dragged at his belt, impatient now for all to take, be taken. He drew her up again to help her, then took her hands in his to still them when she yanked at his jeans. No rush. Her breath in rags, desire a single mad ache, she looked at him and saw that same need, that same aching. Maybe I'm in more of a hurry than you.
Let's just take a minute.
He kept her hands trapped in his, took her mouth again.
I love you.
Oh, God, Griff.
I need to say it. Need you to hear it. While I've got you naked on the porch. I love you. I don't have to rush it.
I can't get a handle on what I feel, on what you do inside me, even when you're not there. It's so much. She pressed her face into his shoulder. It's all so much.
That works for now.
He eased her back so he could bring up her hands, kiss them before he let them go.
It all works.
He shifted, lowering to the blanket again so she lay over him. He threaded his fingers through her hair, loving the mass of it, the wild curls and color. She didn't have his patience, but she tried to find some, guiding him now through the kiss, letting her hands stroke and stir, feeling his heart kick under her lips. When at last there was nothing between them, she rose over him, took him in. Filled, surrounded, joined. She pressed his hands to her heart so he could feel it drumming while she set the rhythm. Slow. She fought to keep it all slow and found the staggering pleasure of that easy pace. Rolls of it flowing in like a sea, building layer by layer like clouds. With the air thick as honey, the sunlight streaming, she rode him over that sea, higher into those clouds. She clung to that breathless peak, then let herself be swept away. She could hear the birds again, little trills and whistles through the circling woods. She could even hear the faintest rustle of the faintest breeze through the trees, like quiet breath, now that her heart wasn't hammering in her ears. And she knew the pure, sated joy of lying limp on the porch, a thoroughly satisfied woman, beside the man she in turn had thoroughly satisfied.
I wonder what the UPS guy would have thought if he'd come driving up to the house.
Shelby managed a sigh. Are you expecting a delivery?
You never know. I didn't even think about it. Who could think?
It's nice not to think. It seems I spend most every hour of my day having to do just that. I don't think when I'm singing, and I don't have to think when you start kissing me. I guess it's like a song.
I was thinking. I was thinking you looked like some sort of mountain goddess.
She choked out a laugh. Goddess. Do go on.
All that crazy red hair, the moon-white skin, so slim and strong, and eyes like blue shadows.
Well, that is like a song. Moved, and a little nervous with it, she rolled over again, propped on his chest. You've got some poetry, Griffin.
That's about it.
It's more than enough. She traced a finger down his cheek. You could be a god. All these hollows here. And down the other cheek. The sun-streaked hair. All those fine, fine muscles.
We're a set.
She laughed, lowered her forehead to his. How deep is that stream of yours these days, Griff?
I guess about to mid-thigh? Your thigh?
That'll do it. Let's go splash in the stream. He opened one eye, one cat-green eye.
You want to splash in the stream?
With you, I do. We can finish working up an appetite, then have another glass of that lemonade while we put dinner together. Before he could think of a reason against, she got up, tugged on his hand.
We're still naked,
he pointed out. No point getting our clothes wet, is there? Let the dog out, she suggested, then dashed away. A goddess, he thought. Or, what was that thing? A sprite. But he didn't imagine sprites had such long legs. He let the dog out as Shelby ran over his lawn, then, thinking of the more practical, ducked into the house, grabbed a couple of towels. He wasn't a prude, and would have been insulted to be termed one. But it felt pretty damn weird to rush over his own front yard wearing nothing but skin. Before he got through the flanking trees, he heard the splash, the laugh, and the joyful yip of the dog. She made rainbows, he thought, the way she tossed water up so the drops caught the dappled light and shone into quick color. The dog lapped, barked, swam some in the deeper water, then shook himself in the shallows. Griff hung the towels over a branch. It's so wonderfully cool. You could drop a line in here, maybe catch something. You follow the stream down a ways where it widens, deepens. You could catch your supper most any evening.
I've never fished.
She straightened, naked and obviously stunned. In your life?
I grew up in the burbs, Red. Spent a lot of time with urban activities.
We have to fix that the very first chance we get. Fishing's good for you. It's relaxing, and you're a patient man, so it should suit you. What kind of urban activities?
Me?
He stepped into the water, and she was right. It was cool.
Sports, mostly. Basketball in the winter, baseball in the summer. I never went out for football. I had a pretty skinny build.
I like baseball. She sat down in the water, let it bubble over her.
I believe my daddy might have traded me for another model otherwise. What position did you play?
Did some pitching, covered second. Liked playing second better, I guess.
How come you're not playing on the Raiders softball team? The Ridge has a pretty good team.
I might try it next year. This year, free time's for the house. Aren't you worried about rocks under your ass or some fish swimming up where I just was?
She laughed, lay back enough to dip her hair in the water. You really are citified yet. I know a couple of good swimming holes. We ought to try one some night.
Maybe I'll put in a pond. I thought about a swimming pool, but that's a lot of maintenance. Plus, it doesn't fit here. But a pond would.
You could do that?
Maybe. Something to think about down the road.
I love to swim. Relaxed, even a little dreamy, she trailed her fingers back and forth to ripple the water. I started teaching Callie before she could walk. And we had a pool in the condo in Atlanta so we could swim all year round. When she's a little older, I'll take her rafting with one of Clay's groups. She's fearless and she'd like that. But I want another year or so on her first. She cocked her head. Have you tried that?
The whitewater? Yeah, it's a rush. I figured on going again when my parents come down in August.
Her trailing fingers stilled. Oh, they're coming for a visit?
Working vacation. They'll give me about a week on the place in early August. I've got some work I want to get done before they do. And I want them to meet you.
That had nerves dancing in her stomach.
I want them to see for themselves I'm not exaggerating.
You've told them about me? He gave her a long look.
What do you think?
Well, she sat up again. Those nerves were doing an enthusiastic clog dance now. Well, my family has a big backyard party early in August. If the timing's right and you think your parents would like to come, they'd be welcome.
I was hoping you'd say that. Are you cold?
No. More than nerves, she thought, and glanced, suddenly uneasy, over her shoulder. A goose walked over my grave, I guess. But I'm glad you brought the towels. She rose, water sluicing off her skin, reached for one. I didn't think about drying off. He tipped her face up.
Do you have a problem meeting my parents?
No. It makes me a little nervous, but that's natural, isn't it? She hunched, shivered. Something between my shoulder blades, and now I've got the willies for no reason I can name. She wrapped the towel around herself, felt marginally better. So she leaned into him. I'm nervous about meeting your parents, but I'm glad I will. I think it's nice they'd come down here to help you with the house, spend time with you. And I think they must be good people to have made someone like you.
You'll like them.
I bet I will. Let's go inside, all right? I can't settle this itch between my shoulder blades. He took the other towel, then her hand. Field glasses followed them through the trees, across the lawn. 28. Shelby let her mother talk her into a facial. She should have known better, as being next to naked on the reclining chair under a blanket was kin to being in a closed box when dealing with Ada Mae. It's nice Griffin's people are coming down this summer. I told you how we met them last fall. Having done the cleansing, the toning, the gentle exfoliation, Ada Mae used her truly skilled fingers to apply a thick layer of energizing mask. They couldn't have been nicer. I took over a basket of tomatoes from my garden, and we sat down and had some sweet tea on the front porch where his mom had been working on some of the garden. Why, she'd hacked and cut and dug away at that scrub and tangle like a woman on a mission from God. Poison ivy in there, too. I showed her how you pull up some jewel weed, use the juice of it when you get poison ivy on you. Being from Baltimore, she didn't know about that. We had a good chat. You took tomatoes over so you'd get invited to sit on the porch. Neighborly is, neighborly does. I'm saying Natalie, that's his mama's name, is a good woman, and his daddy, that's Brennan, he's a fine man, fine-looking, too. Griff favors him to the life, I swear. You know what else? What else, Mama? They're just as fond of Matt, just like he was one of their own, and Emma Kate right along, too. That tells me something about a person, that they can embrace somebody into the family, blood or not. This mask's just going to sit a while. I'm going to do your hands and feet while it does. Shelby might have said not to trouble, but no one in the world gave a foot rub like Ada Mae Pomeroy. You need a fresh pedicure, baby girl, and don't say you don't have time. Everybody who works here has to show off the products and services. You know how your granny feels about that. You need some pretty summer toes, that's what. We got that wistful wisteria. It's a good match for your eyes. All right, Mama. She'd see if Maybelline or Lauralee could squeeze her in for a quick one. Your skin's looking just beautiful, and so are you. It does my heart a world of good. Home cooking, steady work, and seeing my own baby girl thrive. And regular sex. Shelby had to laugh. I guess I can't say that's not a factor. I know you still have worries, but they're going to pass. That Jimmy Harlow person, he's thousands of miles away doing God knows what to who. But I say if the FBI hasn't found him, he's taken himself off to somewhere foreign. Gone to France. Eyes closed, her feet already in bliss, Shelby smiled. France? First place popped into my head. But he's gone. She slipped booties onto Shelby's rubbed, creamed, and very happy feet, and started on her hands. Just like that no-good Arlo Cattery's gone, maybe for 5 years in jail, I hear. And Melody Bunker, too. Word I get is when she gets out of that fancy rehab place, she might be moving up to Knoxville where Miss Florence's brother lives. I don't care where she goes or what she does. I swear all that trouble from her seems years ago. It's hard to believe it was only weeks. I wonder at someone like her, Mama, who thinks so much of herself she can't see she doesn't leave much of a mark on anyone's life. She tried leaving one on yours. Well, she didn't. You're doing something with your life, Shelby, and we're proud of you. I know you are. You show me every day. Tell me what you want, baby. I know you've got something going on in your head. I can see it. Relaxed, drifting, Shelby sighed. I've started taking some classes online. I knew it was something. What classes? On interior decorating. It's just a couple little courses, but I'm doing pretty well and I like it. I thought I'd take another when it's done and I can afford it, and a business course, too. Get the experience and education. You've got a talent for it. You sign up for those other courses, Shelby Ann. Your daddy and I will pay for them. I'm paying, Mama. You listen to me now. We worked hard, your daddy and I, to send your brothers to college. They had to work, too, but we bore the brunt because that's what parents do. We do what we can. We'd have seen you through college just the same. You took another path for a while, but if you're looking to get more education, we're paying. You do it for Kelly, and don't tell me different. I wasn't going to tell you because I knew this is what you'd say. You ask your daddy what he thinks, and you'll get the same answer you're getting from me. You're not sitting around looking for us to pay your way through life. You're working, you're tending your own child, and striving to hone a God-given talent. If I can't give my own daughter a hand up, well, what kind of mother would I be? Opening her eyes, Shelby saw what she'd imagined in her head. Her tall, occasionally fierce mother standing over her, face set. I love you so much, Mama. You'd better. You can pay me back helping me freshen up the living room. Now that we've done so much new upstairs, it's looking tired to me. You'll get around Daddy on that, telling him I need the experience. And you'll get it, while I'll get a fresh look in that room. She slipped mittens on Shelby's hands, went around, began a slow, glorious neck rub. Now that I've got you where I want you, I'm going to say, when Griff's people come visiting, you should go over there one night, cook them dinner. Show them what a good cook you are. Mama, I know most women don't like another woman in their kitchen. In her cheerful way, Ada Mae rolled right over objections. But she'll be visiting and working while she is. I know I'd appreciate somebody setting a good meal in front of me after a long workday. Don't I appreciate when you do it for me? You do, but you ought to make that pasta salad like you made for your daddy and me the other night with those fancy chicken breasts and good fresh peas. Mama, that's weeks away yet. Time moves whether we're watching the clock or not. I know it, and that's why I've got Emma Kate's engagement party this week when it seems like 2 minutes ago Matt put the ring on her finger. I've got so much to do yet to think about doing. I wish you'd let me treat you to a new formal for it. They'd been this round, Shelby thought, and she was grateful, but she'd rather spend the money on design classes and continuing her education. I love that you'd want to, but I just don't have call for that kind of dress now, so it'd be wasted on just one wearing. And I'm going to be running around all night making sure everything goes just as it's supposed to, and keeping Miss Bitsy in line, more or less. Bless her heart, she needs someone to. And that's me this Saturday night. It'll be easier for me doing all that if I'm not wearing a long dress. She'd had enough long, fancy dresses over the last few years, and selling them had put some black ink in her ledger. You think I ought to wear my hair up or down? She asked, knowing that would carve a new avenue for her mother to travel. Oh, Mama could give you a wonderful updo, one that makes the most of your curls instead of hiding them. Since Ada Mae was off and running, Shelby just closed her eyes and enjoyed the rest of her facial. She did have a lot to do, and a short time to get it done. Exchanging emails, calls, texts with the event manager at the hotel ate up considerable, as the manager was grateful to deal with her rather than the bride-to-be's enthusiastic and creative mother. Shelby read that subtext clearly. She had what she hoped would be the final conversation with the florist before the actual event setup, and yet another with Bitsy. But she took a moment, with her new winsome wisteria toes, to sit on the little back patio with her grandmother at the end of the workday. You're glowing, girl. Shelby took a sip of sweet tea. Mama's a genius. She's got a talent, but she had fine material to work with. You're looking happy these days, and there's no better beauty treatment. It's hard to bring a glow out without the happy. I am happy. Callie's just thriving. We've got a new baby in the family to spoil, and my best friend's getting married. Working here's brought back to me how much I love the Ridge. Then there's the big bonus of my Friday nights at the bar and grill. She took another sip. And last but far from least, I've got myself a boyfriend who makes me glow even when he's not around. I got awful lucky, Granny. Some second chances come too late. You're working for yours. I won't be stopping that anytime soon. Now that I've got my glow on and my nails all pretty, I wanted to see if you'd have time Saturday to do up my hair before the party. Viola eyed Shelby over the rim of her glass. And you're going to let me have my way with it? I'd never question the expert. Good. I've got ideas there. Now, tell me what's really on your mind. Granny always had read her like a book. The party's the main focus right now. Do you know I just talked Miss Bitsy, and it took some doing, out of the last-minute hiring of a small string orchestra to play in the ballroom? God knows what she's going to cook up that we have to toss out again for the wedding when it comes. She does love her girl, but bless her heart, she's always had fancy ideas that don't fit Emma Kate any more than Bitsy's size 5 shoes would. There's another focus in there, Shelby. I can see it. I really do want your opinion and advice. I'm so grateful to be able to work here, Granny. Not just because I needed a job, but because it helped me come back. Helped me feel part of things here again. I want you to know how grateful I am. If you've got another job lined up, Shelby, I'm not going to be upset about it. I never figured this situation here was permanent for you. Running this place wouldn't fit you any more than Bitsy's shoes either. What are you looking at? It's not yet, Probably not for 6 months, maybe longer, probably longer, she amended. I'm taking a couple classes online, on decorating. You've got a knack for that like Ada Mae does for skin. I used to think you'd make your fame and fortune from your voice, then use your talent for decorating on the big houses you'd have. I'm not willing to do all the work a music career needs. The nights, the touring, the focus again. That's just not for me anymore, for who I am now. I don't get a second chance there. I threw that away, and I'm not looking to find it again. Life's just a continual stream of choices. You're making another choice now. I think I could build something for me and Callie, Granny. Lips curved, eyes sharp, Viola nodded. You're looking forward toward a career, not a job, a vocation. I am. I'm doing really well with these classes, and I'm going to add in others, one on business management too. As she nodded again, Viola's smile spread. You've got that in the blood, but education adds to it. I'm not going to rush it. I helped Gilly with her bedroom and Emma Kate with some ideas for her apartment, just to see if I could work with somebody's space and their needs. Now Mama wants me to help her freshen up her living room. I can't say how Daddy's going to feel about that. Viola returned Shelby's grin. Men don't like change as a rule, but they get used to it. Revved up now. No one knew starting a business from the ground up like Viola McNee Donahue. Shelby edged forward in her chair. I've got such ideas for over at Griff's. Sometimes I bite my tongue because it's his place and he's so smart and clever about it already. Anyone smart and clever values another eye, another perspective on things. Well, sometimes I don't bite my tongue in time, and he hasn't gotten put out by it. Anyway, I'm going to take these classes, get the credentials, then I'm going to try to start up a small business. I'll need to keep working to support myself and Callie and get this damn debt paid in full. Starting small's the idea, like you did, and Grandpa too. Building steady. Do you think I've got the right direction? Does it make you happy? Viola held up a finger, then tapped it on the table. Don't go discounting being happy in your work, Shelby. It's hard enough going to a job every day and dealing with a boss if you're not happy with your work. But when it's your own, everything's on you. If it doesn't make you happy, you're better off drawing that paycheck and leaving the worry to somebody else. This is just why I wanted to talk to you before I took too many more steps. It does make me happy, Granny. It made me so happy just doing those little bits for Gilly and Emma Kate, seeing how pleased they were, knowing I could see what they'd like and how they'd like it. And I felt so silly happy when Griff used the paint color I picked for the front room, and how he bought this painted chest I saw over at the Artful Ridge. It's sure nice being able to go in there now, and just mentioned how it would look good at the foot of his bed. And it does. Then you do it. Do what makes you happy. On a long breath, Shelby sat back. I take a step forward like with the classes, then I take 2 back. At least in my head. I thought Richard would make me happy. You made a mistake, Viola said flatly. It won't be the last you'll make before you're done with the world. Not if you're lucky enough to live a long, full, interesting life. I can hope it's the biggest one I'll ever make. She reached for Viola's hand. Will you help me? I don't mean with the money I'll need to get going. I mean when I'm ready to start things up, can I ask you the 500,000 questions I'm bound to have? I'd be insulted if you didn't. I've got a head for business, and your grandfather does too. Who do you think helped your daddy get the business side of his practice going? I should have figured. I'm counting on you. I'll count on you right back. Well, look here, we've got us a handsome man come to call.
Miss Vi?
Matt walked over to the table, bent down to kiss her cheek.
Excuse the grunge. We just finished up for the day over at Bootleggers.
And how's that coming?
We've got the footers in, ready for the inspector tomorrow. How are you, Shelby?
I'm good, thanks. Why don't I go get you a cold drink? He lifted the bottle he carried.
Have Gatorade, we'll travel.
A glass with ice, then.
Real men don't need glasses.
With a wink, he chugged straight from the bottle.
Emma Kate mentioned you wanted to talk to me. Just me.
Now he wiggled his eyebrows, made her laugh. I did, but I didn't expect you to make time so soon. You've got a lot going on.
So do you. I heard you just headed off a string orchestra. Consider your feet kissed.
You sit on down, Viola told him. Take my chair, she added as she rose. I'm shuffling my tired feet home and having myself a drink with more kick than tea. You behave yourself with my girl, Matthew.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll see you tomorrow, Granny. Love to Grandpa.
You have his, Viola said as she went back inside. Is there anything else I should know about now that we've avoided the cello?
Matt took a seat, stretched out his legs, sighed.
God, that feels really good.
A man who works as hard as you ought to have Vonnie for a massage every week. Keep yourself loose and healthy.
Emma Kate's always saying the same thing about yoga. I'd rather the massage than trying to twist myself into a pretzel.
And he'd very likely rather be home now than sitting here waiting for her to get to the point. I didn't expect to talk to you about this until after the party, or I'd have had my thoughts more together on it. I was just talking to Granny about it. She and my mama are the only ones I've said anything to.
Not about the party, then?
No, not about that. That's going to be just perfect, don't worry. She blew out a breath. It's that I've started to take some classes, she began, and took him through it.
Griff said you had an eye. You can't always believe a man who's got stars in his own, but I got a sample myself with what you did at our place, and it cost under $200 to do it.
It was mostly just using what you already had in a different way.
It looks better, fresher. And the idea of matting and framing her great-grandmother's crocheted doilies? I wasn't big on that. Seemed too girly, too fussy when she told me. But they look great.
Oh, they're done?
She picked them up last night and we hung them where you said. Even if I didn't like it, and I do, the look on Emma Kate's face once they were up would have been more than enough.
I'm so glad the idea worked for both of you.
She's itching to do something with the rest of the place now. I'd thank you for that, but it would be a lie. I'm trying to get her to hold off since we're going to look at a piece of land Sunday afternoon.
You found something? Where?
Hardly more than a stone's throw from Griff's. Just under 3 acres, so not as much land as he's got, but the same stream runs through it.
I bet it's pretty. I didn't think y'all wanted to move that far out of town.
Emma Kate's a little nervous about it, but I think she'll come around when she sees it. Maybe you could save your ideas for her until I start building.
Actually, I wanted to ask you, just you, Matt, not Griff, not Emma Kate, if you think, once I get my credentials, you could see your way clear to using me if I seemed right and the job called for it. Or just mentioning my name to a client who maybe was thinking about using a decorator. I have 2 of my class projects right here on my phone. She pulled it out of her pocket. It's hard to see the details on the phone, but you'd see if you thought it worked overall.
You haven't said anything to Griff?
No. Once she'd found the projects, she handed Matt the phone. He'd say yes because he wouldn't want to tell me no, and so would Emma Kate. That's not what I'm looking for. That's not how I want to start out. I give you my word, if this doesn't seem like something that you'd feel comfortable doing, I won't say a thing to him or Emma Kate about it. I don't want you to feel like I'm putting you in the middle of something. She took a breath while he studied her project, then flipped the screen to the second one. Your work, yours and Griff's, is so good. And your reputation, even though you haven't been around here all that long, not by Ridge standards, is already so solid. I think I could contribute to that, as an outside consultant. He flicked a glance up at her, then looked at the phone again.
You did these?
I did. There are written projects too, but
they're good, Shelby. Really good.
Honestly?
Honestly and seriously. Griff does most of our design work, and he'll step a toe into decorating if the client wants some guidance. You should show these to him.
I will, but I don't want to show him with the idea he'd feel obliged to—
Show him, Matt interrupted. We're a team, and when we make a decision, we both have to be in on it, have to agree. It's how we work. So I can't tell you yes until he's seen them. What I can tell you is when I talk to him about it after he has, my weight's on yes.
It is? You mean it? Wait. She leaned in. Look right here, she said and pointed to her eyes.
Is this a favor to me? Yeah, I think it's going to be a favor to all of us.
All of us. She sat back again. Thank you. I'll show him. It's going to take some time for me to get those credentials, work up a business plan, but knowing you'd recommend me takes a weight off.
Is there any way you can do a little freelancing now?
I haven't finished the first class yet.
Tansy's driving Derek around the bend already. Paint samples, cut sheets of light fixtures, flooring samples, more cut sheets, and we just got the footers put in. If you'd work with her, it would give her some direction. She's got good ideas, but they're scattershot right now and mixed in with her ideas for the nursery. And it would give him a breather. He'd owe you.
I'd be glad to help her out if she wants.
Done. You and Derek can work out your fee.
Oh, I'm not going to charge them for— With a shake of his head, he handed her back the phone.
That's not a good business plan.
She huffed out a breath. It's not, is it?
Do you know how many friends, relatives, casual acquaintances, and complete strangers wanted me and or Griff to build their deck, paint their house, relay tile, gut their kitchen when we were starting out?
No.
Me either, because there were too many to count. Take the advice of someone who's been there, done that, and don't go down that road. If Tansy wants to get your opinion on cribs or paint for the nursery pal to pal, that's one thing. This is expanding their business. You'll earn your fee.
All right.
If they want me, I'll give Derek a call. If he's interested, he'll let you know. I've got to get going.
Me too. She rose with him. Mama picked up Callie, but they're going to be wondering where I am by now. Thank you, Matt. She hugged him, gave him an extra squeeze. You save a dance for me Saturday night.
Absolutely. Show Griff those class projects, he repeated.
I will. First chance. She went back in. There were some customers still, a couple of women using the relaxation room after their treatment, a couple more who'd come in for hair after their own workday. But Shelby's workday was done. She got her purse, said her goodbyes, then stepped out the door. And unexpectedly into Griff's arms. The kiss caught her off guard, which may have accounted for her head going giddy.
Hi, he said.
Hi.
I saw your van, so I was coming in to hunt you up.
I was just— The giddiness cleared when she spotted Crystal, her customer, and the shampoo girl who'd stayed late to sweep up, all with their faces pressed to the front window. Crystal just flapped a hand at her heart when Shelby made shooing motions. We're this evening's first performance. Griff only grinned, waved to the women as Shelby tugged him toward her van.
Working late?
Actually, I needed to talk to Granny. Then I had a little rendezvous with Matt.
A rendezvous in the Ridge. Do I have to go punch him?
Not this time. You know, there's something I'd like to talk to you about, and some things I'd like to show you.
About the big party?
Not altogether. Why don't you come home with me, come on to supper? Mama and Daddy would be pleased to see you, and Callie would be thrilled.
3 redheads, a doctor, and a free meal. I'd be crazy to say no.
Still, he looked down at his grubby t-shirt, dusty jeans.
But there was dirty work to be done today, and I haven't gotten home to clean up.
You can wash up at the house, and we'll eat outside. We tend to in this kind of weather.
Then I'm right behind you.
I'll just let Mama know you're coming so she doesn't get caught without her lipstick. Even as she reached for her phone, it signaled a text.
Your mama?
Griff asked as she read. No, from Derek. It said only,
Yes, please, yes. Save me from decorating hell.
Something we'll talk about. She walked to the driver's door. What are you still doing in town?
It looks like I was waiting for you.
It made her smile. The whole damn day made her smile.
The burly SUV drove slowly by as she got into the van. She didn't so much as glance over, but probably wouldn't have recognized the driver. He'd changed his look again. As she drove toward home, he drove up into the hills. He knew what he planned to do and when, and it pleased him to know what had started in Miami was nearly over. 29. When Griff walked into Vi's place on Saturday, snickers rocked the house. Women, stylists, customers, technicians, hunkered down to ooh over him, to rub his belly, stroke his ears, and generally to send the dog into an apoplexy of joy. He thought back to his early 20s when he'd routinely looked for ways to meet women. He should have rented a puppy. He'd come in, under protest and under Emma Kate's orders, to get his hair trimmed up. He hated getting his hair trimmed up, but she'd been a little bit scary in the intensity of the order. "You need yourself a trim," Viola stated, and made his shoulders hunch.
Emma Kate said I had to, but you're busy, so...
"Nobody's in my chair this minute. You come over here, Griffin, and sit."
The pup immediately plunked his butt down and looked pleased with himself, and the women chorused an "Aww." A man should look well-groomed for his best friend's engagement party. Viola pointed a finger at her chair. "Be good like your dog."
Just, a little.
Wishing himself pretty much anywhere else, Griff sat.
"Have I ever taken wax at it?"
"No, ma'am." She whipped a cape around him, picked up her spray bottle to dampen it down.
"You've got a fine head of hair, Griffin. I'll see you keep it. I suspect you were traumatized at the barber shop as a young boy."
They brought in a clown. One of those crazy-wigged clowns. It was bad, really bad. Did you ever read It, Stephen King's book? That kind of clown.
"No clowns around here of any kind."
Enjoying herself, she gave his cheek a rub.
"Boy, you need a shave."
Yeah, I'll take care of it later.
"I'll give you a shave." When his eyes went a little wild, she just smiled. "Have you ever had a woman give you a good, close shave with a straight razor?"
No.
"You're in for a treat." She adjusted the chair, picked up her scissors.
"You haven't asked where Shelby is."
I was counting on you to tell me.
"She's in the back. We got a group of 6 women, friends since college. They're taking a long weekend together, staying up at the big hotel. It's nice having forever friends. You've got that with Matt."
Yep, I do.
She kept up an easy conversation while she drew small sections of his hair up between her fingers, snipped. To relax him, he knew. Every couple of months, when he talked himself into going in for a trim, or got pushed there, she did the same. He liked to watch her work. The quick, competent, precise moves, the way her eyes measured the cut even as she talked to him or tossed out orders, answered questions. She could keep up with 6 conversations at once. He considered it a rare skill.
"She's going to be beautiful all her life."
Shelby?
Viola met his eyes in the mirror, smiled. "Wait till you see her tonight. She's got to get out of here soon, get Callie settled, then come back here so I can do her hair up. I see it in my head already."
You're not going to straighten it, are you?
"Not a bit. She says she's got to get up to the hotel early so you won't be able to take her, and that's a shame because I believe the pair of you would make quite the entrance." "Laura Lee, I'm about done here. Would you go heat me up a towel for Griff's shave?"
"Sure thing, Miss Vi."
You really don't have to.
"Griffin Lott, how are you going to talk me into leaving my husband of near to 50 years and running off with you if you don't trust me not to cut your throat?" So he ended up cocked back in the chair, a moist hot towel covering his face but for the nose. He had to admit it felt great, until he heard the sounds of her stropping the razor. "I still use my great-granddaddy's razor," she said conversationally. "That's for sentiment, mostly. He passed it to my granddaddy, and he's the one taught me how to shave a man." He actually felt his Adam's apple try to shrink.
When's the last time you did?
I shave Jackson most every week. She leaned down close. We think of it as foreplay. As he choked, she removed the towel. We won't think of that as you're thinking of that with my grandbaby. Added to it, I used to shave Mayor Haggerty every Saturday morning before he retired and moved to Tampa, Florida. We've got a woman mayor now. She poured oil into her hands, rubbed them together, then smoothed it over his face. This is going to soften your beard up and give you a nice cushion between your face, the cream, and the blade. Smells nice, too.
That doesn't sound like your grandfather's shave.
You've got to move with the times. Busily, she laid a thick layer of shaving cream over his face, his throat, using a wide, stubby brush to whirl it. So, to go back, I don't shave the mayor these days. But there are one or two around who like a good barbershop shave regular who come in. Others go to Lester's barbershop. He's always talking about retiring, and if he ever does, I'll be expanding my services for gentlemen.
Always thinking.
Oh, I am, Griffin. His gaze slid toward the straight razor with its pearl handle, then away. What you do, she continued, is work in short strokes with the grain of the hair. Then, if you want a good close shave like I'm giving you today, you go back again against the grain. Gently with her thumb, she pulled the skin under his sideburn tight. Don't feel much pressure, right? Gotta let the blade do the work. If you need pressure, you need a sharper blade. She worked methodically, keeping up a flow of words. He relaxed, mostly, even when he felt the blade against his throat. Are you aiming to marry my girl, Griffin? He opened his eyes, looked up into hers. He saw amusement in hers.
As soon as she's ready.
That's a fine answer. I taught her to shave a man.
Really?
She might be out of practice, but she had a good hand with it. And speaking of that, here she comes. He was afraid to move, could only shift his eyes. He heard the dog scramble up, heard her voice, heard her laugh. Fathoms deep, Viola murmured. That's what the poets say. You're fathoms deep, Griffin.
And still sinking.
Well, look at this. I didn't know you went for the barbershop shave, Griff.
It's my first.
Shelby stroked 2 fingers over his left cheek. Smooth as it gets. Foreplay, Viola said again, and had Shelby snickering. It does make you think, doesn't it? Granny, I'm sorry, but I have to go. I got an SOS from the hotel, as it seems Miss Bitsy took herself up there even after she promised she wouldn't. Now I have to put out a couple little fires before she gets them blazing. You go right on. I told you to take the day off. I thought she'd be busy writing here. She's got appointments for hair and nails. I've got to get her out of the way, smooth things down, and be back here in less than a half hour to get the girls. I promised I'd take them to story time, and Tracy's got plans. Miss Susanna's got a dentist appointment. I can't let Miss Bitsy have her head up there right now, and I don't want to disappoint Callie and Chelsea.
I'll do it.
Shelby gave Griff's shoulder a pat before she hurried to the front counter for her purse. I don't doubt you're good at putting out fires, but—
No, not Miss Bitsy. I'll pick up the kids. Take them to story time.
As with the puppy, this generated a chorus of ahs from bystanders. Griff, I'm talking about 2 4-year-olds.
I got that.
And don't you have work?
Matt took off. He and Emma Kate were able to grab an appointment to look at this place for the wedding.
What place?
I don't know. Some wedding place. I've done about all I can do on my own till about 3 when we've got some more material coming in.
I'm supposed to have the girls over at Miss Susanna's at around 3. They're having a sleepover.
There you go. I'll pick them up, take them to story time. We can kick around in the park or something for an hour, whatever, if you're not back. I'll drop them off and be back when the material gets here. You can take my truck. I'll take your van.
I'm not sure if Tracy would feel right about you taking the girls. Oh, she'll be fine, Shelby. Viola flicked that idea away. She's a sensible girl. She knows Griff, and she knows you've got your plate full today. You're right. My head's already spinning. She dug her keys out of her purse pocket. Thank you, Griff. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Take your time. If you're not back by 3, I'll just give Callie a nail gun, give Chelsea a skill saw. It'll keep them busy.
You're a comfort to me.
Keys are in my right front pocket.
She arched her eyebrows. You just want my hand in your pocket.
Didn't know it was an option when I put the keys there, but it's a nice one.
She slid her hand in, hooked the keys. Thank you, she said again, kissed him, said again. Y'all pray for me, she called out as she hurried for the door. Griff settled down at Rendezvous Books, where apparently story time for the preschool set happened once a month. And who didn't like story time, he asked himself, leaning against one of the stacks with a glass of iced coffee while about a dozen pint-sizers sat in a circle, listening to a story about a young boy and a young dragon with an injured wing. He knew Ms. Darlene, a retired schoolteacher who worked part-time at the bookstore. He and Matt had put a small addition on her house the previous fall, giving her a cozy reading room. She deserved one, he thought. She read really, really well, doing voices, adding just the right elements of sorrow, joy, surprise, and wonder. She had the kids in the palm of her hand. And he was pretty interested in what was happening with Thaddeus and his dragon Grommel himself. From somewhere deeper in the store, a baby began to cry. He could hear a woman's voice softly soothing, then the sound of her steps as she walked, back and forth, and the crying stopped. Sunlight streamed in the front window, through the glass panes of the front door, falling in square patterns of light on the old wood floor. The pattern changed when the door opened. The bell jingled, then the pattern fell back into place. Changed again when a shadow crossed over it. He barely noted the man as more than that, a shadow that changed the pattern briefly. Then the story ended, and Callie ran straight to him.
Did you hear? Did you? Grommel's wing got better, and Thaddeus got to keep him. I wish I had a dragon.
Me too. He reached down for Chelsea's hand.
Can we get a book?
Callie wanted to know.
About Thaddeus and Grommel?
Sure. Then I say we get ice cream cones and head to the park.
They got the book, and since it turned out there was already a second adventure written, he bought each girl the new one, then ice cream that dripped in strawberry streams faster than the kids could eat them. He used the water fountain in the park to deal with sticky hands, before he worked off the ice cream high by chasing the girls around, up and down the big play station. When he dropped down, feigning defeat, the girls ran circles around him. Callie tugged Chelsea's hand, so they moved a few steps away and began to whisper.
What's the secret?
Chelsea says boys are supposed to ask.
He sat up cross-legged.
Ask what?
More whispering. Then Callie gave an innately female head toss and marched to him.
I can ask if I want.
Okay.
Can we get married? We can live in your house, and Mama can come too. 'Cause I love you.
Wow. I love you too.
So we can get married like Emma, Kate, and Matt, and we can all live in your house with Snickers. For happy ever after.
Undone, he drew her in.
Let me work on that.
No tickles,
she said, rubbing his cheek.
Not today.
I like tickles.
He drew her in again. Fathoms deep, he thought.
They'll be back.
He took out his phone at the signal. Sorry it took so long. Fire's all out. On my way back. He kept an arm around Callie as he answered.
In the park, smoking cigarettes and having a couple beers. We can switch off from here.
Her answer came moments later. Don't litter. I'll be there in 10 minutes. He slipped the phone back in his pocket.
Your mom's on the way, Callie.
But we want to play with you.
I have to go to work. But before I do...
He shoved up, grabbed up both girls like footballs and had them squealing as he raced around the playset with Snickers running after them. He caught sight of the man who'd come into the bookstore, or he thought it was him, at the far end of the park. Found himself holding the girls just a little closer. Then the man glanced to the left, grinned, waved, and strolled off toward someone Griff couldn't see. Kids, he thought, setting the girls down so they could chase him. They made you suspicious of everything and everyone. Shelby zipped through the rest of the day, doing the switch, kids and cars, with Griff, dropping the girls off at Miss Susanna's. She gave Callie an extra hug, thinking it was her first genuine sleepover, one outside family. Back to the salon for hair, and at Crystal's insistence, makeup. While she'd have preferred seeing to her own face, she couldn't find a way to say no without insulting Crystal. But her nerves showed enough for Crystal to vow not to tart her up. It certainly saved time, having herself fussed over like a celebrity, while she sent and answered texts from hotel catering, from the florist, from Emma Kate, and too many to count from Ms. Bitsy. They kept her faced away from the mirror while they worked in tandem, then swung the chair around with a flourish for the big reveal. All doubts vanished. "Why, I look amazing." "Played up your eyes more than you usually do," Crystal began, "but kept it subtle, so it's elegant like your hair." "I'll say I'm elegant. And I look like me with a boost, not like the two of you fussed over me for near to an hour. I love it, Crystal, and I'll never doubt you again. And Granny, my hair is just wonderful. That thin band for just a little sparkle sets off the curls you've got tumbling out the bun in the back." "A few loose tendrils around your face," Viola added, fussing with them a little more, "so it doesn't look like you spent 5 minutes on it. Just spent the right 5. I don't know if the rest of me can live up to what y'all have done, but I'll try my best. Thank you so much." She hugged them both. "I've got to go. I'm determined to be at the hotel before Ms. Bitsy. I'll see you both there." She calculated she'd have the house to herself for an hour before her mother got home. 2 if Ada Mae opted to get her hair and face done up at the salon first. She wouldn't need 2. She grabbed a Coke out of the kitchen, took a breath. She'd planned on wearing her simple black dress, but with the Grecian style Granny had come up with, she reassessed as she went upstairs. The black dress would work for anything, no question, and had already done service at 3 Friday nights. She'd yet to wear the silver-gray one she'd brought with her from her closet up north. It just didn't suit Friday nights. But for this... Taking it out, she held it up in front of her, turned to the mirror. The lines were a little more fluid, more flowy, and would play up the hair. Not the black shoes now, she decided. They'd be too stark. But she had those blue sandals with the low heels. Low heels would be more practical anyway when she'd likely be running around half the night. And the dress had slit pockets, so she could slip her phone right in, have it handy. Decision made, she dressed, added long dangling earrings and a trio of thin, sparkly bracelets from Callie's dress-up box. She packed toiletries, a change of clothes since she was having her own overnight at Griff's after the party. In an hour flat and feeling pretty damn good about herself, she got back in her car and drove to the hotel. Shelby figured she'd spent more time there in the past 3 weeks than she had in the whole of her life, but it still made her smile to make that turn up the rising road and see the spread of the big stone building through the trees. She parked, took the slate path toward the wide front veranda where 2 big white pots held red and white begonias with some trailing blue lobelia. If Emma Kate and Matt decided to have their wedding here, she imagined those pots spilling with yellow and lavender flowers. Some of the staff greeted her as she crossed over the wide planked floor of the lobby, headed straight for the ballroom. Decorating was well underway, and she saw, happily, that she'd been right. The deep purple cloths over the white added casual elegance, the perfect canvas for the bowls of white hydrangeas and clear square holders holding white tea lights. A mix of high and low tops, of chairs and stools. She planned to echo that on the terrace, add some freestanding urns with white calla lilies and roses, some peonies, and airy, trailing greenery. It was all so Emma Kate. Spotting the florist, Shelby moved to her. "Point me where you want me." By the time the future bride and groom arrived, everything was in place, and she saw from the look on her friend's face, every hour of work, every drive up and back, every banging, bitsy headache had been worth it.
Oh, Shelby.
"Don't start watering up. You'll have me doing it and we'll ruin our makeup. We both look amazing."
It's so beautiful. Everything I wanted and more I didn't know I wanted. It's like a dream.
It was our dream. She took Emma Kate's hand and Matt's, joined them. "Now it's your dream. I now pronounce you engaged."
We have one more favor.
Shelby reached in her pocket, pulled out her fist. "I happen to have one favor left over right here. What can I do?"
Matt and I decided on our song, at least for now. Stand By Me. You know it, don't you?
"Of course I do."
We want you to sing it tonight.
"But you've got a band."
We really want you to sing it.
Emma Kate took Shelby's hand between both of hers.
Would you please, Shelby? Just that one song. For us.
"I'd be happy to. I'll speak to the band about it. Right now, we're going to get you a drink, and I'm going to show you around before people start getting here and you don't have a minute."
Griff's right behind us, Matt said. "In fact, here he is now."
"Oh, well, my. Look at you." She brushed a hand down the lapel of his dark gray suit and thought how lucky it was she'd worn the pale gray dress. "You're so dashing."
"Goddess of the mountain," he murmured. "You take my breath."
He lifted her hand, kissed it. She flushed, something she'd taught herself not to do as a redhead while still in her teens. "Thank you, sir. The four of us do look nearly as wonderful as the room. I think we should have the first glasses of champagne. And Emma Kate, I want to show you the terrace. We've strung little white lights in the potted trees. It's a fairyland."
"Flowers and candles and fairy lights,"
Griff commented as they toured the space.
"All the sparkle, none of the fuss."
I cut miles of frills out of Miss Bitsy's vision, but I really do think she's going to be pleased with how it all turned out. We might have a storm coming in, but not until after midnight. She tapped her pocket and her phone. I keep checking my weather app, and so far so good. There's Miss Bitsy now. And doesn't she look pretty in her long red dress? I'd better go talk to her.
"Want backup?"
She grabbed his hand. Do I ever? She danced with him. It didn't occur to her until later that not once did a memory of other formal parties and elegant dress intrude. She never thought of Richard, who'd worn a tux as if he were born in one. Everything centered on the moment. Dancing with her father, who pulled out some of the ballroom moves he'd retained from when Ada May had nagged him into lessons. And her grandfather, who swung her into some clogging, and there her muscle memory wasn't as keen as his, when the band kicked it up a few licks. With Clay, who hadn't inherited any rhythm at all, and with Forrest, who'd taken Clay's share of it. "How'd you get in here?" she asked Forrest. "You're not wearing a tux or even a suit and tie."
"It's the badge."
He circled her in a smooth two-step.
"I told Miss Bitsy I was on duty."
"Are you?" He only grinned.
"I consider myself always on duty, and I haven't worn a monkey suit since senior prom. I hope to continue that winning streak."
"Nobby's wearing one."
"He is, but he swore to back me up on the on-duty excuse."
"What'd you bribe him with?"
"A fancy coffee and a couple bear claws fresh from the bakery."
She laughed, circled with him.
"You look as good as it gets tonight, little sister."
"I feel as good as it gets tonight, big brother. Look how happy everybody is. Emma Kate could light the place up all on her own."
"Stealing her back,"
Griff said as he cut in.
"I could arrest you for that, but I'll let it go. There's a blonde over there who looks like she could use some company."
Shelby glanced over. "Her name's Heather. She worked with Emma Kate at the hospital in Baltimore."
She's single.
That works.
Griff drew Shelby in as Forrest wandered toward the blonde.
You've got a hit on your hands, Red.
I know it. She slid her hands up his back, pressed her cheek to his. It feels so good. Just like you. I was just saying how happy everybody is. It's so nice knowing people are happy for Emma, Kate, and Matt. And Miss Bitsy, oh, there she goes, tearing up again and bolting toward the ladies. I'll just go take care of that. Shelby turned her head, brushed a kiss over his cheek. It shouldn't take long. Or it could take 20 minutes if it's a genuine crying jag. I'll probably appreciate another glass of champagne once I handle this.
I'll make sure it's waiting.
She started for the doors and the restrooms beyond them, and pulled out her phone when it rang. Miss Susanna? Is everything all right? It's nothing much, honey. It's just Callie forgot Fifi and she's heartbroken. We didn't realize it until we were getting them into bed. I've tried substitutes, but she's just set on her Fifi. I don't know how I could have sent her off to you without Fifi. We don't want her first overnight spoiled. I'll just run to the house and get Fifi, drop her off. It won't take 15 minutes for me to get there. I'm so sorry to interrupt and cause you that trouble. My Bill would go get the dog, but I know your mama's been locking up. Don't worry about it. I'm on my way now. Tell Callie I'm bringing Fifi. She spotted Crystal on her way to the ladies. I've got a favor to ask. Miss Bitsy's in there crying a little, just happy, you know how it is, and emotional. I've got to run get Fifi for Callie. Could you just soothe Miss Bitsy or ask Granny to? And let Griff know if you see him. I'll be back in under a half hour. Sure I will. You want me to go get Fifi? Thank you, but I'll be quick. Oh, here, I meant to give you this at the salon, the lipstick I used on you. Thank you, Crystal. Keep this party going. You can count on me. Hurrying off, Shelby shoved the lipstick in her right pocket, the phone in her left. She cast her mind back to packing for Callie. She knew she'd had Fifi right there, but she saw it now. Callie picking up the stuffed dog to talk to it about their sleepover, and carting the dog with her when she'd followed her mama into the other bedroom. On the windowsill, she remembered. How she'd overlooked that she'd never know. That was all right. She'd be back again before anyone missed her, and Callie and Fifi would be reunited. She cut around town as a Saturday night in the summer could be busy and made it to the house in under 10 minutes. Grateful for the low heels, she ran for the door. They'd scheduled her song for midway through the evening, so she had 30 minutes to spare. But no more. She dashed straight upstairs into her bedroom. There you are, Fifi. I'm so sorry you got left behind. She plucked the much-loved dog off the windowsill, turned to rush right back out again. And he stepped into the doorway. The dog slipped out of her numb fingers as he moved toward her.
This is the end of disc number 12. Please insert disc number 13. This is disc number 13.
She dashed straight upstairs into her bedroom. There you are, Fifi. I'm so sorry you got left behind. She plucked the much-loved dog off the windowsill, turned to rush right back out again. And he stepped into the doorway. The dog slipped out of her numb fingers as he moved toward her.
Hello, Shelby. Long time no see.
Richard. His hair was dark, a deep, unfamiliar brown, and fell in careless waves well over his collar. Thick scruff covered the lower half of his face. He wore a camo t-shirt and rough khaki pants with scarred army boots, a combination he wouldn't have been caught dead in. Oh, God. They said you were dead.
They said what I wanted them to say. It didn't take you long to go running back home and spreading your legs for some carpenter. Did you cry for me, Shelby?
I don't understand.
You never did understand much of anything. I guess we've got to have a long talk, you and I. Let's go.
I'm not going anywhere with you. He reached casually behind his back, drew out a gun.
Yes, you are.
The gun in his hand struck her just as unbelievable as all the rest. Are you going to shoot me? For what? I don't have anything you could want.
Did have.
He nodded toward the photo on her dresser. She saw now he'd taken it apart.
I know you, Shelby. You're so damn simple. One thing you'd never get rid of. That picture you gave me of you and the kid. If they picked me up, they'd still have nothing. I kept what I needed with my lovely wife and daughter.
Behind our picture, she murmured. What did you hide there?
Key to the kingdom. We'll talk. Let's go.
I'm not...
I know where she is, he said quietly. Spending the night with her little friend Chelsea at the grandmother's. Maybe I'll just go over there, pay Callie a visit.
Fear sliced through her, a knife to the bone. No, you stay away from her. You leave her be.
I'll kill you right here where your family will find you. If I have to handle it that way, the kid's my next stop. Your choice, Shelby.
I'll go. Just leave Callie alone and I'll go with you.
Damn right you will.
He gestured her out of the room with the gun.
So predictable. Always were, always will be. I knew you were a born mark the first time I saw you.
Why don't you just take what you came for and go? We don't mean anything to you.
And how far would I get before you called your cop brother?
As they stepped out of the house, he put an arm tight around her waist, pressed the gun into her side.
We're going to walk down a little bit. Take my car. A minivan, Shelby? You're an embarrassment to me.
That tone, that pitying tone. How often had she heard it? I'm nothing to you. Never was.
Oh, you were so useful.
He pressed a kiss to her temple, made her shudder.
And at first, hell, you were even fun. God knows you were eager in the sack. This one, get in, climb over. You're going to drive.
Where are we going?
A little place I know. Quiet, private. It's just what we need for a heart-to-heart.
Why aren't you dead?
You'd like that.
I swear on all that's in me I would. He shoved her into the car, forcing her to crawl over to the driver's seat. I never did anything to you. I did what you wanted, went where you wanted. I gave you a child.
And bored the crap out of me. Drive. And keep it to the speed limit. You go over, you go under. I'll shoot you in the gut. It's a painful way to die.
I can't drive if I don't know where I'm going.
Take the back roads around that hole in the wall you call a town. Try anything, Shelby. I'll take you out. Then I go after the kid. I've got too much at stake, and I've worked and waited for it too long to let you fuck it up.
You think I care about the jewelry? The money? Take it and go.
Oh, I will. First thing Monday morning. If you hadn't come into the bedroom, you'd never have known I was there. As it is, we'll have a reunion weekend, then I'm gone. Just do what you're told, like always, and you'll be fine.
They'll look for me.
And they won't find you.
Sneering, he pressed the barrel of the gun into her side.
Jesus, you stupid bitch. Do you think I've outwitted the cops all this time and can't keep ahead of a bunch of Barney Fifes for a day? Take this turn coming up, to the right, nice and easy.
Your partner's been around. Jimmy Harlow? Maybe he'll have better luck finding you.
I don't think so.
His tone froze her blood. What did you do?
Found him first. Steady on these switchbacks. I wouldn't want this gun to go off.
Her insides quaked,
but she kept her hands steady as she negotiated the tight wind of the climb. Why did you marry me?
It served my purpose at the time. I never could smooth you out, though. Never could make anything out of you. Listen to you. Look at you. I gave you plenty of money, taught you how to buy the right clothes, how to give a decent dinner party, and you're still the ignorant hick from the Tennessee hills. It's amazing I haven't bashed what brains you have out before now.
You're a thief and a swindler.
That's right, honey.
His sneer shifted to a cheerful grin.
And I'm damn good at it. You've never been good at anything. Take this excuse for a road on the left, nice and slow now.
He might have thought her ignorant, useless, malleable, but she knew the hills and had a reasonable idea where they were going. What happened in Miami all those years ago? She asked, wanting to keep him talking, distract him as she slid her left hand into her pocket.
Oh, we'll talk about that. We've got a lot of things to talk about.
Texting while driving, she thought, struggling not to give way to hysteria, was dangerous. She hoped to God she managed to do it right. Because while she knew the hills, she thought she knew the man beside her now. And she believed he meant to kill her before he was done. 30. The country dark road twisted like a snake as it climbed and gave her an excuse to ease off the gas. She let the fear show. No point in pride. And the show of fear could be another weapon. Or at least a shield, she thought, as she slipped her hand into her pocket and prayed she could manage a coherent message. Why didn't you just run?
I don't run,
he said, with that same self-satisfied smile on his face. I navigate. You were just what I needed to make my new ID solid after the Miami job.
It didn't take me long to realize you'd be useless on the grift, but you made for a good temporary cover.
Nearly 5 years, Richard?
I never figured to keep you around that long. Then you got knocked up.
I think on my feet, he reminded her. Who's going to look for a family man? A man with a hick wife and a baby.
And I had to wait for the take to cool down. And for Melinda to get out. She made a hell of a deal, you have to give her credit. I thought she'd get double what they gave her, and that would have been plenty of time for cooling off and covering my tracks. But she always could surprise me.
You killed her.
How could I? I'm dead, remember? Make this right. Nearly there.
Nothing back here, she thought, but a couple of cabins. At least that's all there'd been when she'd left the ridge. She hit send, she hoped, because she had to put her left hand back on the wheel. But you're not dead, and you killed her.
And who are the assholes looking for over it? Jimmy, I'm in the clear. I'm going to stay in the clear. And when I pick up what's mine Monday morning, I'll be in the clear with millions. Long-range plans, Shelby, take a lot of patience. This one cost me a little more than a year for each 5 million. That's a damn good deal in the world of big pictures. Pull up right beside that truck.
Who else is here?
Nobody now.
My God, Richard, whose place is this? Who did you kill?
An old friend. Turn off the car. Hand me the keys.
Once again, he jabbed with the barrel of the gun.
You're going to sit where you are until I come around for you. Try anything, anything. I'll put a bullet in you. Then I'll go get Callie. I know people who'd pay a premium for a pretty girl her age.
She hadn't known he could sicken her even more. She's your child. She's your blood.
Do you actually think I care?
No. Her hand was back in her pocket, frantically tapping. I don't think you care about anything or anyone. And there's nothing I wouldn't do to keep Callie safe.
Then what's left of the weekend should be easy on both of us.
She considered locking the doors when he got out, just to give herself more time to send the next message. But it would only spike his temper. It had to be better to make him believe she was utterly helpless. It wasn't too far from the truth. When he came around, opened her door, she got out compliantly.
Here's our little home away from home.
He used a penlight to shine a thin beam, showing the way to a small cabin, roughly built. Her shoes crunched on the short gravel walk leading to a sagging front porch. A couple of old chairs, a rickety table. Nothing she could see that could be used as a weapon. He dropped the penlight back in his pocket, handed her a key.
Unlock the door.
She did what she was told, and at the prod of the gun, stepped off the dark porch into the dark cabin. She jolted when he turned on the light, couldn't help herself. It came yellow and dull from the globes on a wagon wheel dropped from the pitched ceiling.
I call it the Hickville Dump. It's not much, but it's ours. Sit down.
When she didn't move fast enough, he shoved her toward a chair of red and green plaid. She caught herself, turned to sit, and saw the blood on the floor, smears of it leading to a closed door.
Yeah, you're gonna clean that up. Then I've got a shovel with your name on it. You're going to bury Jimmy. Save me the sweat.
All of this for money?
It's always the money.
The excitement, the light that had first drawn her to him beamed out. But she saw it now for what it was. Hard and false.
It's always the money, he repeated. But it's the ride, too. It's knowing you're the smartest one in the room, no matter what fucking room. It's knowing if you want it, you can take it.
Even if it belongs to someone else.
Especially, you moron, if it belongs to someone else. That's the ride. I'm going to grab a beer.
He sent her a wide smile.
Get you something, honey?
He backed into the tiny open kitchen when she said nothing. So sure she was paralyzed, she thought, he didn't even bother to restrain her. She kept her hands clenched together in her lap, the knuckles white. But it was as much a rising fury as fear now. The lamp, she thought. The one on the table with the black bear hunched by the trunk of a tree. It might be heavy enough if she could get her hands on it. There'd be knives in the kitchen. She imagined the Winchester rifle over the fireplace was unloaded. But maybe not. And there was an engraved plate on the stock that read, William C. Bounty. She relaxed her fingers, started to slide her hand toward her pocket, let it lie still again when Richard walked back, sat across from her.
Isn't this cozy?
How did you do it? How did you survive the boating accident?
Surviving's what I do. Melinda was getting out. I didn't count on Jimmy busting out, complicated things a bit. I didn't think he had that in him. But Melinda? I knew she'd be a problem. She always was a dog with a bone, just never let go. So she'd need to be dealt with before I cashed in.
He settled back, obviously relaxed.
I always figured on the 5 years, and it was close enough. So, a little vacation with the fam, tragedy strikes, and I'd be off the grid again.
We'd have been with you if Callie hadn't gotten sick. When his eyes gleamed, understanding struck her with true horror. You were going to kill us. You were going to kill your own baby.
Young family's holiday vacation ends in tragedy. It happens.
You couldn't have gotten away with it. If the authorities hadn't hunted you down, my family would have.
Not if I died trying to save you. It should have played out that way. I'd have spent a couple days painting us as a happy little family. People tend to believe what they see. Good-looking couple, pretty little girl. Then we'd make a day of it on the boat. Go out far enough, get some wine in you, wait until dusk.
He took a slow sip of beer, smiled at her.
I tossed the kid over, and it's easy money you'd go right over after her. I wouldn't have to put a mark on either one of you.
You're a monster.
I'm a winner. I'd scuttle the boat, get my scuba gear. With my new ID and a change of clothes and a waterproof pouch, I'd have made it to Hilton Head in a few hours, which is what I did, without you along.
The squall.
Unexpected bonus.
You could have died out there. Why risk dying?
You don't get it. Never will.
He leaned toward her, that light glowing again.
That's the point. That's the rush. All I had to do was dump the tanks, catch a cab, and pick up the car I had waiting in long-term parking at the airport. Drive to Savannah, and my drop box there. Wouldn't have needed that, by damned, if I could find the key for my box in Philly.
He watched her while he took another sip of beer.
You got into that. Where was the key?
In the pocket of your leather jacket, the bronze one I gave you for your birthday 2 years back. It had gone through a little hole and into the lining of the jacket.
Well, son of a bitch.
He gave a half laugh, shook his head as he might over a missed putt on the green.
That key would have saved me some time and trouble. Either way, I'm dead. The way it turned out, you got to play the grieving widow for a while. How did that suit you?
I wish it had been true. He laughed, toasted her with his beer.
Coming back to the boonies brought some of that sass back. Let's see if a little housework knocks it back out of you.
He rose, went back into the kitchen. When he picked up a bottle of bleach and a scrub brush, she got to her feet. You want me to clean up the blood?
You're going to clean up the blood, unless you want to clean up your own along with it.
I can't. He swung out with the back of his left hand, quick as a snake, striking her across the cheekbone hard enough to send her stumbling back and into the chair again. She didn't know why the blow shocked her, now that she knew him. Really knew him. But he'd never hit her before.
God, I've wanted to do that for years.
The furious pleasure on his face iced her blood. He could and would do more than knock her down if she bucked him. Even as he stepped toward her, she held up a trembling hand. And again it was more rage than fear. But she only let the fear show. I just meant I need a bucket. I need a bucket of water and a mop. I can't get it cleaned up with just the bleach and a brush. That's all I meant. Please don't hurt me.
Why the fuck didn't you say so?
She let her head hang, and thinking of never seeing Callie again, her family, never seeing Griff, let tears come. Let him see the tears, she thought. Let him think that's all that's in me.
You start sniveling, I'll give you worse than a love tap. Go find a damn bucket. Make a move I don't like, you will be mopping up your own blood.
She went into the kitchen, scanning. No knife block, but surely there was a knife in a drawer. And there was a good cast-iron skillet still on the stove, and a coffee pot. Filled with hot coffee, that would make a weapon. She looked under the sink, considered her options there, then in a skinny closet. There she found a broom, mop, bucket, some old cord, some rusty chain, butane lighter fluid, bug spray. She considered grabbing the bug spray, aiming for his eyes with that as the pepper spray was in the purse she'd left in the car. But he was nearly on top of her. She took out the mop, the bucket, filled the bucket with hot, soapy water. She carted it over to the largest smear of blood. I need to use the bathroom.
Hold it, he advised.
I'll do what you tell me to do. I just want to get through this, Richard, but I need to use the bathroom. He narrowed his eyes. She kept her gaze downcast, her shoulders slumped.
Right there. Door stays open.
If you won't give me privacy, at least don't look at me. She walked to the tiny bathroom. Razors, maybe, in the old medicine cabinet? A window too small for her to wiggle through if she had the chance. She put the seat down on the toilet while he hovered in the doorway. Just don't look at me! She let out a choked sob. The door's open. You're standing right there. I'm just asking you not to watch me, for God's sake. He leaned against the jamb, cast his eyes up to the ceiling.
Awful dainty for someone one step up from an outhouse.
She smothered her sensibilities, lifted her skirt, pulled down her panties, and shot her hand in her pocket. Please, God, if you're listening, let this make sense. Let this go through. When she was done, heat flushed her face.
Jesus, look at you. Sweaty, splotchy, your hair like something a rat wouldn't nest in. I don't know how I ever got it up with you.
She dipped the mop in the bucket, wrung it out, began to wash up the blood.
And what's your pithy comeback?
Hurt feelings. He made crying noises.
God, you're weak. You think that asshole you're fucking now's going to stick?
He loves me. Saying it, knowing it, steadied her.
Love?
You're a handy piece of ass. It's all you ever were. All you'd ever be. A handy piece of ass who'll splash around in some backwoods creek. She froze and slowly lifted her gaze. You spied on us? On me?
I could have taken you both out.
He lifted the gun, pointed it at her head, said, pow, pow.
But I wanted to lay it on Jimmy's plate. A nice, tidy circle.
But you killed Jimmy.
Unavoidable alteration in plans. Don't worry, I've got it covered. I always do. Put your back into it, Shelby.
She went back to mopping and began to make plans of her own. Griff got hung up talking construction with Derek, lost track of some time. He had Shelby's champagne, but he didn't have Shelby. A glance around showed him Bitsy was back, a little damp-eyed as she danced with her future son-in-law. Shelby was probably dealing with some other small crisis, he thought, but set out to look for her. Hey, Griff, hey! Crystal came over, pointed at the glass of champagne. Is that up for grabs? She took it, drank deep. I need it after drying Miss Bitsy up. She was watering like a leaky pipe.
Looks like you and Shelby got it done.
Oh, it was just me. That's why I was looking for you, but I got waylaid a couple times. It's a hell of a party. Shelby had to run home for a minute, get Fifi for Callie. She should be back by now, I guess.
When did she go?
Oh, I don't know exactly, since I was dealing with the leaky pipe. Then Miss Bitsy's sister, they call her Sugar, she came in so the two of them were leaking together. I guess it's been about 20 minutes or so. She should be back or on her way. Maybe it was the dregs of all that had happened, but the dread just dropped over him like a shroud. He yanked out his phone, intended to call her, and it signaled an incoming text in his hand.
It's Shelby.
There you go. Crystal patted his arm. She's just letting you know she's on her way back, I expect. No call to look so worried, honey. But when he brought up the text, the bottom dropped out of his world.
Where's Forrest?
Forrest? I just saw him over that away flirting with a pretty blonde. But Griff was already moving, and fast. He cut across the dance floor, ignoring those who called out a greeting. He spotted Forrest, and what he felt must have showed on his face. After a casual glance in his direction, Forrest's eyes went cold. He turned away from the blonde without a word.
What happened?
She's in trouble. Griff held out the phone. Richard live, his gun, making me drive black Drango, west on BB Road, KY, license, 529 KPE.
Christ. What's BB Road? Black Bear Road? Wait.
Forrest clamped a hand on Griff's arm before his friend could take off. You're not going to find her driving hell-bent all over the hills.
I'm not going to find her standing here.
We're not going to be. Nobby's over by the bar there. Get him. I'm calling it in.
I'm going after her, Forrest. Not saying different, but we're going to go with the best chance of finding her. Get Nobby.
They pulled Nobby outside, and Clay and Matt with them.
We're going to do this smart, Forrest began. 2 men to a team. The sheriff's putting more together right now. We're going to blanket the area west of town. Odds are he'll keep to the back roads. Clay, you look here. Clay clamped a hand on Forrest's shoulder, leaned in to look at the map on his phone. You and Nobby are going to cover this section here. You keep your eyes peeled for that vehicle, that license plate. Matt, you sure about this? Hell yes. I'm going to have you go into town, hook up with the sheriff. He'll... What's going on here? Viola stepped outside. What's happened? Where's Shelby? Griff only waited a beat. You're wasting time figuring out what you should say or not, Pomeroy. Richard's alive, I don't know how, and he has her. We're going after her. The color drained out of her face, made her eyes blaze like blue fire. Boy, if you're putting a posse together, your granddaddy and I are going to be part of it. Granny, don't granny me, she snapped at Forrest. Who taught you to shoot? I'm going now, Griff said. Nobby, set it up from here, will you? Griff and I are going. Callie, Viola called out. She's fine, Griff checked, and we've got a man there sitting on the house right now. Forrest kept going, opened the lockbox on the side of his truck, took out a Remington rimfire rifle, a box of ammo. I've seen you shoot, so I know you can handle it. Target shooting was as far as Griff had gone, ever, but he didn't argue. Forrest got in the truck, took his favorite Colt out of the glove box. We're going to get her back, Griff. Not sitting here, we won't. I'm counting on you to keep a cool head. Even as he spoke, Forrest punched the gas, and they were flying. We're going to keep your phone open in case she's able to send you another message. Use mine to coordinate with the other teams as they come along. The sheriff's already pulled in the Federals. They got equipment we don't run to in the Ridge and better techs. Shelby keeps her head, keeps her phone on. They're going to track it. He had to be watching her, or be in the house when she went back. We'll find out when we get her back. He's going to be the one who killed the woman. Forrest's face was stone as the speedometer inched higher. I wouldn't bet against it. I saw him, I think. I got a bad feeling about the guy I saw when I took Callie to the bookstore, then to the park. He played me. Let's worry about now. The now had fear tearing through his heart, his head, his belly. He has to have somewhere to go. Shelby said he never did anything without a reason. We'll find him, and we'll get her back. Safe. Before Griff could respond, his phone signaled. It's Shelby. Jesus, she's got nerves of steel. He struggled to read the jumbled text as they flew around switchbacks. Old Hester Road. I think she means Hester. I know where she means. It's odd Hester. Scatter of cabins and old campsites, deer stands up that way, remote. You relay that, Griff, to Nobby, and he'll take it from there. What the hell does he want with her? Whatever he wants, he's not going to get it. Ice, sharp and jagged, poured in through the tearing fear. How far away are we? A ways, but we're traveling a hell of a lot faster than they are. Bring the others along now, Griff. He made the relay, yanked off his formal tie. He wouldn't lose her. He would not lose her. Callie would not lose her mother. Whatever had to be done, he'd do it. He looked at the rifle across his lap. Whatever had to be done. She's sending another. Right hard-packed track past Mulberry Stand. Single cabin. Truck. There's a truck already at the cabin. Might have more hostages. Or it might be his old partner. Let the others know. Griff couldn't say how Forrest kept the truck on the road. Not at this speed, not around turns so sharp they could cut bone. More than once they fishtailed, or the tires kissed the narrow shoulder. And still, it wasn't fast enough. She's sending... It says... William. She means William. William Bunty. Bounty, Forrest corrected. I know where she is. She's guiding us in faster than the fucking feds ever could. How far? 10 minutes. Make it less. With hands cold as steel, Griff began to load the rifle. Shelby emptied the bucket twice, refilled it, stalling, as nothing was going to remove the stains from the old wood floor. But she poured a puddle of bleach from the bucket on the stain, got down on her hands and knees to scrub at it.
Now that's the kind of job you're suited for.
Scrubbing floors is honest work.
Loser work? You lived the high life for a while.
I gave you that. He gave her a nudge in the ass with his foot.
I gave you a good taste of the high life. You should be grateful.
You gave me Callie, so I'm grateful. You always meant to kill them, didn't you? The people you ran with? The woman who you lived with. She said you married her. Did you?
Not any more than I married you. Thinking I did was about the only really stupid moment she had when we were together. Women, what can you do? They're wired to be suckers. But she wouldn't have given up, even thinking I was dead. She'd want the score. She was getting too close. I walked right out behind her, out of that dive where you were singing to a bunch of rubes.
He shook his head, circled her while she worked.
I saved you from a life of embarrassment, thinking you could ever make anything with that mediocre voice. And Mel's face when she saw me? Priceless. I take back what I said. That was her second really stupid moment. She rolled the window down, said, "Jake, I should have known." Those were the last words she said, and yeah, she should have.
She loved you. See what love gets you? He gave her another little kick.
It's just another con.
She sat back on her heels, then rose slowly, bucket in hand. I'm going to need more than this to bleach out that stain. Is there more?
You've got plenty right there.
Yes, but I need it to... She heaved it up, straight bleach with a faint tinge of blood, into his face. When he screamed, she had a choice. Go for the gun or run for the door. And she was too fired up to run. She kicked, aiming for his groin. The floor was just wet enough that she slipped a little, and it took the leading edge off the kick. But she made contact. Even as she tried to grab for the gun, he fired it, wild and blind. Her ears rang. She ducked, snatching at the mop, hoping to make better contact with his balls with the handle. But his flailing hand got a fistful of her hair, firing stupefying pain into her skull. She jabbed her elbow into the same tender area and knew she hurt him, knew she gave him pain. But he was as wild as she was now and flung her across the room like a rag.
"Bitch! You bitch!"
She rolled. She wasn't sure how well he could see, hoped he was blind. Desperate, she wrenched off a shoe, flung it across the room, praying he'd follow the sound. But he walked slowly toward her, the whites of his eyes shattered and red.
"I'm not just going to kill you now. I'm going to hurt you first."
He rubbed his left eye with his free hand. Making it worse, she knew. Please, please make it worse.
"Let's start with a kneecap."
She braced for the pain, then scrambled back in shock as the door where the bloodstains ended burst open. Richard whirled, blinking his burning, blurry eyes as the bloody mountain of a man rammed him. Horrible sounds, the grunts, snarls, the crack of fist against bone. But the only sound that mattered was the clatter of the gun as it leaped out of Richard's hand on impact and hit the floor. She bolted after it, nearly dropped it again out of hands soap slick with her own sweat. She swayed up to her knees, bit down, gripped the gun in both hands. The big man was bleeding, and whatever force had driven him into the room and at the man who'd shot him was eaten away now. Richard had his hands around the man's throat, squeezing.
"Dead. Thought you were dead, Jimmy."
I thought the same about you, she thought, and said calmly, coldly, "Richard." His head whipped around. She wondered what she looked like through those burning eyes. She hoped she looked like vengeance. He bared his teeth, let out a short laugh. "You haven't got the spine!" He lunged at her. They heard the first shots as Forrest spun the truck onto the dirt track. All plans to go in quiet, one in front, one in back, while backup poured in behind them, dissolved. He floored it, fishtailed over the gravel walk as the next shots rang out. "Go in fast," Forrest shouted as they leaped out of either side of the truck. "If he's standing, drop him!" They hit the door together. Griff swung the rifle up. But Richard was already down. She knelt on the floor, holding the gun out, gripped in both hands. There was blood and bruising on her face. Her dress was torn at the shoulder, where more bruises bloomed. Her eyes were cold and fierce, her hair a wild, tumbling tangle of flame. She never had and never would look more beautiful to Griff's eyes. She swung the gun toward them, and he saw her arms tremble. Then she dropped those trembling arms. "I think he's dead this time. I think I killed him. I think he's dead now." Griff shoved the rifle at Forrest. His heart started beating again when he had his arms around her. "I've got you. You're all right. I've got you. Don't let go." "I won't." He eased back only to pry the gun out of her stiff fingers. "He hurt you." "Not as bad as he wanted." "Callie." "She's fine. She's safe. She's asleep." "He said he'd kill her if I didn't go with him. He said he'd go after her." She looked over at her brother, who pressed fingers against Richard's throat. "I had to protect her." "You did what you had to do," Forrest told her. "Is he dead now?" "He's breathing. They both are, but they sure are a mess. It'll be up to the doctors and God whether they make it." "He shot him. Shot the big one, Jimmy, and thought he was dead, but he wasn't. I threw bleach in his eyes, but it wasn't enough. I slipped on it, I think, when I went to kick him in the balls and he got me by the hair. He was going to shoot me, but the other one came out like a demon from hell. I got the gun. And the big one, he couldn't fight anymore. He was bleeding so bad. Richard was choking him. I said his name. I said Richard. So he looked at me. I don't know why I thought that would make him stop. He thought less than nothing of me. He thought I was weak and stupid and spineless. He said that. He said I didn't have the spine, and he came at me. I had the spine to shoot him 3 times. I think it was 3 times. He didn't go down until the 3rd time." Forrest shifted, crouched eye to eye with her. "You did what you had to do." Her eyes lost the fierceness, went glassy with tears. "You have to take it back." "Take what back, baby?" "That I can't shoot worth shit." Weak-kneed, Forrest rested his brow to hers a moment. "I take it back. Get her out of here, Griff. I got this." "I'm all right." Rather than argue, Griff just picked her up. "You came." She touched his cheek. "I knew you would somehow. I didn't know if the texts were going through or who I was texting for sure. I've got them alphabetical, so it was going to be you or Forrest or Granny, maybe Grandpa. I knew if they got through, you'd come. You'd fix it." "You fixed it yourself before I got the chance." "I had to. Someone's coming." Her fingers dug into his shoulder. "The lights. Someone—" "Back up. You're safe now." He turned his face into her hair. "You've got the whole damn Rendezvous Ridge Sheriff's Department and God knows who else coming." "Oh, that's all right then. Will you take me to see Callie?
I don't want to wake her up. I don't want her to see me until I've cleaned up, but I need to see her. Well, my God, that's Grandpa's date night car. Set me down so they're not scared. He put her on her feet, but kept an arm around her. When he felt her shivering, he stripped off his jacket, draped it over her shoulders as her grandparents got out of the car. I'm all right. I'm not hurt. The rest was muffled against her grandfather's shoulder. She felt him shaking, knew he wept. Wept with him a little as others drove up.
Where is the bastard?
Jack demanded. Inside. I shot him, Grandpa. He's not dead. Again. But I shot him. Jack took her face in his hands, kissed her wet cheeks.
Let me see the girl.
Viola pulled her away, studied her face.
You were born to take care of yourself and yours. You did what you were born to do. Now we're going to take you home and...
She paused, steadied herself.
Griff's going to take you home,
Viola corrected. Your mama and daddy are at Susanna's with Callie, just staying there while she sleeps. They need to hear your voice. I'll call right away. I had my phone in my pocket. He never knew I had it. He never knew much about me, I guess. Sheriff? Her head felt too light, and the dark circled for a few seconds as Hartigan strode up to her. I shot him. He was going to kill me, so I shot him.
I want you to tell me everything that happened.
She gave Forrest the outline, Griff interrupted.
She needs to get away from here. She needs to see her daughter.
Sheriff Hartigan tapped his cheek where Shelby's was bruised.
He do that?
Yes, sir. It was the first time he ever hit me. I guess it's going to be the last time.
You go on home now, darling. I'll be around to talk to you tomorrow.
It took some time. Clay rushed up, picked her up off her feet, held her suspended as if he'd never let her go. There was Matt, who thrust his phone out to her after he'd hugged her, so she could speak to Emma Kate.
Tell Forrest I'm taking his truck.
Griff drove away from the cabin, from the blood, from the lights, then just stopped at the turn onto the road. He drew her over against him, held on.
I need a minute.
You can take all the minutes you want. She started to relax against him. Oh, hell, Griffin, I forgot to tell them. Richard has a key in his pocket, or I guess that's where it is. It was in that picture frame, the one holding the picture of me and Callie I gave him. He said he was going Monday morning to the bank, and I think he means one of the banks right here in the Ridge. It's where he put the jewelry, the stamps, too, I guess. He put it right in the bank in Rendezvous Ridge. Keeping his eyes closed, Griff just breathed in the scent of her hair.
Who'd have figured to look for it there?
I guess he was canny in that way. I have to tell them.
You will. Tomorrow soon enough. They've waited 5 years. They can wait one more night.
One more night. I want a hot shower and a gallon of water, and I want to burn this dress. But I want to see Callie more than anything.
That's first on the list.
Do you know the way to get back to the Ridge from here?
I haven't got a clue.
That's all right. She took his hand in hers. I do. I know how to get us home again. Epilogue. Shelby slept long and deep, comforted by the sight of her sleeping child and her own mother's fussing, her father's gentle, if insistent, exam. The sun beamed high and bright when she woke, turned the hills she loved into a glimmering green, bathed to shining by the storm that blew through while she slept. She might have winced when she looked at her face in the mirror, at the purpling bruise on her cheekbone, and winced again with an added hiss when she pressed testing fingers against it. But she reminded herself it would heal and fade. She wouldn't allow Richard to leave a mark on her, or on hers.
She heard voices as she went downstairs, followed them into the kitchen. She saw Griff leaning on the counter, smiling at her grandmother, and her grandfather giving Matt some instructions over a hitch in his truck. Her mother put a pretty tray together. Her father drank coffee in a splash of sunlight. Emma, Kate, and Forrest with their heads together, and Clay, Gilly, and the baby huddled together. This looks like a party. All conversation stopped. All eyes turned to her. Oh, baby girl, I was just fixing you breakfast in bed. You need rest. I slept just fine, Mama, and I feel just fine now. She went to kiss her mother's cheek, snatched a piece of bacon off the plate she didn't really want to make her mother smile. Party. Oh, Emma, Kate, your party.
Don't even start to go there.
Jumping up, Emma Kate hugged her hard.
You scared me, Shelby. Don't ever scare me like that again.
I'm happy to promise that.
Come over here and sit,
her father ordered.
I want to look at you.
Yes, sir, Daddy. But where's Callie?
We took Jack over to Miss Susanna's so she'd have more company.
Gilly smiled, but gripped Shelby's hand tight.
We all thought you'd sleep longer.
I'm so glad you're all here. I'm so glad I woke up to all of you. She looked at Griff. All of you. She sat so her father could turn her face this way and that, shine his little light in her eyes.
Headache?
No, not a bit, I promise.
Do you hurt anywhere?
No, well, my cheek's a little sore, tender. That's what this is for. Viola gave her an ice pack and a kiss on the top of her head. Feels good. Like bliss, Shelby thought. He backhanded me because he could, and he pulled my hair like a girl in a catfight. Mostly he just tried to hurt me with words, like always. But he couldn't. Nothing he could say could... Oh, good Lord, I forgot again. Forrest, I have to tell you why he was here, in the house when I came to get Fifi. He was after...
A key? Safe deposit box he's been paying for under the name of Charles Jakes for about 5 years now?
Deflated, she shifted the angle of the ice bag. Yes, that's what I forgot to tell you.
Griff filled me in last night when I came by. You slept late, Shelby. We found what the feds have been after right in the First Bank of Tennessee on High Street.
All of it? Here?
Most of it. The owners and their insurance company will be notified. That's for the federals.
Tell her the rest, Forrest. His mother poked him. I still can't believe it. What rest? Her stomach pitched, so she reached for the Coke her mother had put in front of her. Is he dead? Did I kill him?
Not that part of the rest. He made it through the night, and they give him a decent shot of making it all together.
Closing her eyes, she let out a breath. She'd done what she'd had to do, just as Forrest had said, but dear God, she didn't want a killing on her hands. Even Richard's. He's going to live?
They say he is. Then he can spend the rest of his life behind bars. The other one, he's one tough son of a bitch. They're giving him a better than decent shot.
I didn't kill him. I don't have to live with having killed him. She closed her eyes again. But he'll go to prison. He won't get out again.
He's going to spend what's left of his life in a cell. He's never going to touch you or Callie.
Tell her the good part, Ada Mae insisted. We've had enough talk of that man in this house.
Spending his life in prison's a pretty good part,
Forrest said, but shrugged, then grinned.
There's a finder's fee for the property stolen in Miami. Standard 10%. There's going to be some paperwork and some hoops to jump through, but Special Agent Landry figures you'll get about $2 million out of it.
$2 million what?
Dollars, Shelby. Pay attention.
But he stole it.
And the information you gave us found it.
We need to have mimosas! When Ada Mae wept into her hands, Jack put his arms around her. Oh, Daddy, why don't we have any champagne?
They're going to give me all that money. Shelby held up her hands, struggled to take it in. Enough I can pay off the rest of the debt? Don't see how it's your debt to begin with, Viola said, but you'll be free and clear. The man's not dead, Shelby Ann, and you were never his wife. Unless you've got fools for lawyers, some of that debt's already going to be gone. You'll have enough left, if I have any say about it, to give you a good start. I can't imagine it. I have to let it settle in. I just can't believe I'd be free of that weight. Free of him altogether. I want you to eat now and rest some more. I need to see Callie, Mama. What are you going to tell her? I'm going to tell her as much of the truth as I can. She's got McNee, Donahue, and Pomeroy in her, Viola said. She'll stand up to it. Later, she took Callie to Griff's. She thought both of them could use some time around a man who'd never hurt them. And she wanted some quiet time of her own with him. She sat on the porch with him while Callie raced around with the dog in a shower of bubbles. I can't believe you bought her another bubble machine.
It's not another. It's one for here.
I'm so glad you said it was all right to bring her here for a while.
It's always all right, Red.
I guess I know that too. So much went through my mind last night on that awful drive in that cabin. I'm only going to bring him up to say Daddy's checked in with the hospital. They both came out of it. Richard, he's trying to work a deal, but they're not giving him room for one. And the other one, he's giving them chapter and verse. I think Forrest had the right of it. He's never going to get out of prison. I don't have to worry for Callie on that score.
I'd never let him near her.
She heard it in his voice, the fierceness and the love. I believe that too. Everything from last night's a little jumbled today. I don't know if I told you everything straight.
It doesn't matter. You're here.
I'd like to fix us a nice supper later, the three of us.
I'll fix it.
Smiling, she tipped her head to his shoulder. You're not a bad cook as cooks go, but I'm better. And I'd like to do something normal. That's how I feel when I'm here. I feel normal.
Then stay. Stay for supper. Stay the night. Stay for breakfast. Stay.
I have Callie. He said nothing for a moment, then rose.
Would you come in for a minute? I want to show you something.
When she looked out in the yard, he turned.
Hey, Little Red, will you watch Snickers for me? Make sure he stays right in the yard? We need to go in for a minute.
I will. He likes the bubbles. See, Mama? They make rainbows.
I see them. You stay right in the yard with Snickers. I'm just inside.
Where's she going to go?
Griff asked as he drew Shelby in.
And you'll be able to see her out the window anyway.
Did you start on another room?
Mostly finished one.
He led her upstairs. She could hear Callie laughing through the open windows, hear the dog's joyful barks. Normal, she thought again. Safe and real. On the second floor, he opened a door. The light spilled in through the windows, splashed on the pretty green of the walls. He'd hung a crystal light catcher in one of those windows, and more rainbows shimmered. Oh, it's a wonderful space. The colors like bringing the hills right inside. You did a window seat.
Thinking about doing some shelves over there, but haven't decided. Plenty of closet space.
He opened double doors and made her eyes go wide. This is amazing. It's all set up, all painted and pretty. Even the light in here. Is that? She opened another door. A bathroom so pretty and fresh. And she spotted it then. The little soap dish. A grinning Shrek. It felt like arms hugged her heart. You did this for Callie.
Well, I thought she needed her own space, one she could grow into. You know, Callie and I are getting married. Can't have your bride bunking in an unfinished room.
Her eyes stung. She mentioned that. How you're getting married.
Want in on that?
She turned to him. What?
Bad timing.
Flustered, frustrated, he scrubbed a hand over his hair.
I usually ace the timing angle. Might still be a little off balance. I want her to have her own space. That makes her happy. I want her to be comfortable here. Sometimes you might want to stay and she'd have this for herself. Like the office you'd have on the 3rd floor.
Office?
I haven't started on it yet because you might want it somewhere else, but I think it's a good space. It'd be across from where I'm going to put mine. The 1st floor office idea was good, he added, but the 3rd floor takes work away from the living space.
She hadn't quite caught up. You're going to build me an office?
How are you going to run a business if you don't have an office?
She walked to the window, watched Callie and the dog. I never talked to you about any of that.
Ms. Vi did.
Of course she did. You believe I can do that? Start up and run my own business?
I think you can do anything. You have already.
What's going to stop you? Anyway, you'd both have space and you could spend more time here.
See how it works for you.
How about you, Griffin? How's it work for you?
I love you. I can wait a while. You've had a hell of a time, Shelby. I can wait a while, but I want the 2 of you here as much as I can get. I want you to be mine. I want...
When he cut himself off, she shook her head. Say it. You've earned it.
I want Callie to be mine. Damn it, she deserves me. I'm good for her, and I'm going to keep being good for her. I love her, and she should be mine. That's the second part of this, I guess, but it's just as important as the first part. Just as important as you and me.
She sat on the window seat, took a breath.
I'm going to be there for the 2 of you. That's where I draw the line. You know what fear is. You do, because you went through it. The kind of fear where you don't think you've got any blood left in your body. Where everything's drained out of you but fear. That's what it was when he had you. I can be patient, Shelby, but you're going to know what you are to me. What you and Callie are.
I know fear. I know fear like what you spoke of. I felt it too, and with it a terrible, blinding rage. Both so tangled they were one thing in me. That fear and rage that if he did what he planned to do, I'd never see my baby again. Or tuck her in at night. Or watch her play and learn. Never dry her tears. And a fear and rage I'd never see you again, or have you hold on to me, or take my hand the way you do. So many things, I can't say all of them. It would take a lifetime. But I knew you'd come. And you did. She drew another breath. I've never said I love you.
You'll get around to it.
How about now? She watched the change, so subtle in his face, in his eyes, and her heart just smiled inside her.
Now works for me.
I've never said I love you because I didn't trust. Not you, Griffin. I came to trust you so easily, and that scared me a little, so I didn't trust me. Crossing her hands over her heart, she swore she could feel it swell. It's all been so fast, so I'd think, I can't get carried away with all this. I can't let myself go, just ride this wave. But I did. I am. I love you. I love who you are with me, with Callie. I love who you are. It might have been fear and rage that made it come so clear, but it is clear. You made Callie this room. For her. She's already yours. So am I. He stepped to her, took her hands.
Was there a yes in there?
There was a whole bunch of them. Weren't you paying attention?
I got a little lost after I love you.
He drew her in, took her under, took them both under with the lights splashing and rainbows circling. I do love you, she murmured. It fills me up, lights me up, like Callie does. I didn't know anyone else could make me feel that way, but you do. Overcome, he rocked her, rocked them both.
I'm never going to stop.
I believe you. I believe you and we're going to build wonderful things together. With you, I can look past today and tomorrow into weeks and months and years.
I've got to get you a ring. I should get Callie a ring.
Her heart just melted. You're right. She does deserve you. I'm going to keep you filled up and lit up, too. She eased back, framed his face. I want more children.
Right now?
Pretty much right now. I don't want to wait. We're good with children, you and me, and Callie should have a big, noisy, messy family. He was grinning, and those clever eyes shining with it.
How big?
3 more, that'll make 4.
4's doable. It's a big house.
I have such ideas about this house. I've held back.
Really?
Really. And I'm going to be ferocious on some of them. She threw her arms around him. I'm going to work with you on this house, on this family, on this life, and we are going to build something strong and real and beautiful together.
I think we've already started. If you're going to have all these ideas and give me all this help when it comes to the house, you should move in pretty soon.
How's tomorrow? She loved seeing the surprise, then the joy.
Tomorrow's also doable. Word of the day, doable. It's all doable.
Why don't we go talk to Callie about it?
Let's do that. Stay for supper,
he said again as they started downstairs.
Stay the night. Stay for breakfast. I know I don't have a bed set up for her yet, but I'll fix something up.
I know you will. They walked outside the old house they'd made theirs. Walked to where a little girl and an ungainly puppy raced around in a whirl of glistening bubbles, where the hills rose green and the clouds smoked over them in a bold blue sky, and the water bubbled musically over rocks in dappled light and shadow. She'd found her way home, Shelby thought. All the way home. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of The Liar by Nora Roberts, performed by January Lavoie, directed by Sarah Schaefer. Performance copyright 2015 by Brilliance Audio, all rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417. That's what this is for. Viola gave her an ice pack and a kiss on the top of her head. Feels good. Like bliss, Shelby thought. He backhanded me because he could, and he pulled my hair like a girl in a catfight. Mostly he just tried to hurt me with words, like always. But he couldn't. Nothing he could say could... Oh, good Lord, I forgot again. Forrest, I have to tell you why he was here, in the house when I came to get Fifi. He was after...
A key? Safe deposit box he's been paying for under the name of Charles Jakes for about 5 years now?
Deflated, she shifted the angle of the ice bag. Yes, that's what I forgot to tell you.
Griff filled me in last night when I came by. You slept late, Shelby. We found what the feds have been after right in the First Bank of Tennessee on High Street.
All of it? Here?
Most of it. The owners and their insurance company will be notified. That's for the federals.
Tell her the rest, Forrest. His mother poked him. I still can't believe it. What rest? Her stomach pitched, so she reached for the Coke her mother had put in front of her. Is he dead? Did I kill him?
Not that part of the rest. He made it through the night, and they give him a decent shot of making it all together.
Closing her eyes, she let out a breath. She'd done what she'd had to do, just as Forrest had said, but dear God, she didn't want a killing on her hands. Even Richard's. He's going to live?
They say he is. Then he can spend the rest of his life behind bars. The other one, he's one tough son of a bitch. They're giving him a better than decent shot.
I didn't kill him. I don't have to live with having killed him. She closed her eyes again. But he'll go to prison. He won't get out again.
He's going to spend what's left of his life in a cell. He's never going to touch you or Callie.
Tell her the good part, Ada Mae insisted. We've had enough talk of that man in this house.
Spending his life in prison's a pretty good part,
Forrest said, but shrugged, then grinned.
There's a finder's fee for the property stolen in Miami. Standard 10%. There's going to be some paperwork and some hoops to jump through, but Special Agent Landry figures you'll get about $2 million out of it.
$2 million what?
Dollars, Shelby. Pay attention.
But he stole it.
And the information you gave us found it.
We need to have mimosas! When Ada Mae wept into her hands, Jack put his arms around her. Oh, Daddy, why don't we have any champagne? They're going to give me all that money. Shelby held up her hands, struggled to take it in. Enough I can pay off the rest of the debt? Don't see how it's your debt to begin with, Viola said. But you'll be free and clear. The man's not dead, Shelby Ann, and you were never his wife. Unless you've got fools for lawyers, some of that debt's already going to be gone. You'll have enough left, if I have any say about it, to give you a good start. I can't imagine it. I have to let it settle in. I just can't believe I'd be free of that weight. Free of him altogether. I want you to eat now and rest some more. I need to see Callie, Mama. What are you going to tell her? I'm going to tell her as much of the truth as I can.
She's got McNee, Donahue, and Pomeroy in her, Viola said. She'll stand up to it.
Later, she took Callie to Griff's. She thought both of them could use some time around a man who'd never hurt them. And she wanted some quiet time of her own with him. She sat on the porch with him while Callie raced around with the dog in a shower of bubbles. I can't believe you bought her another bubble machine.
It's not another. It's one for here.
I'm so glad you said it was all right to bring her here for a while.
It's always all right, Red.
I guess I know that too. So much went through my mind last night on that awful drive in that cabin. I'm only going to bring him up to say Daddy's checked in with the hospital. They both came out of it. Richard, he's trying to work a deal, but they're not giving him room for one. And the other one, he's given them chapter and verse. I think Forrest had the right of it. He's never going to get out of prison. I don't have to worry for Callie on that score.
I'd never let him near her.
She heard it in his voice, the fierceness and the love. I believe that too. Everything from last night's a little jumbled today. I don't know if I told you everything straight.
It doesn't matter. You're here.
I'd like to fix us a nice supper later, the three of us.
I'll fix it.
Smiling, she tipped her head to his shoulder. You're not a bad cook as cooks go, but I'm better. And I'd like to do something normal. That's how I feel when I'm here. I feel normal.
Then stay. Stay for supper. Stay the night. Stay for breakfast. Stay.
I have Callie. He said nothing for a moment, then rose.
Would you come in for a minute? I want to show you something.
When she looked out in the yard, he turned.
Hey, Little Red, will you watch Snickers for me? Make sure he stays right in the yard? We need to go in for a minute.
I will. He likes the bubbles. See, Mama? They make rainbows.
I see them. You stay right in the yard with Snickers. I'm just inside.
Where's she going to go?
Griff asked as he drew Shelby in.
And you'll be able to see her out the window anyway.
Did you start on another room?
Mostly finished one.
He led her upstairs. She could hear Callie laughing through the open windows, hear the dog's joyful barks. Normal, she thought again. Safe and real. On the second floor, he opened a door. The light spilled in through the windows, splashed on the pretty green of the walls. He'd hung a crystal light catcher in one of those windows, and more rainbows shimmered. Oh, it's a wonderful space. The color's like bringing the hills right inside. You did a window seat.
Thinking about doing some shelves over there, but haven't decided. Plenty of closet space.
He opened double doors and made her eyes go wide. This is amazing. It's all set up, all painted and pretty. Even the light in here. Is that? She opened another door. A bathroom so pretty and fresh. And she spotted it then. The little soap dish. A grinning Shrek. It felt like arms hugged her heart. You did this for Callie.
Well, I thought she needed her own space, one she could grow into. You know, Callie and I are getting married. Can't have your bride bunking in an unfinished room.
Her eyes stung. She mentioned that, how you're getting married.
Want in on that?
She turned to him. What?
Bad timing.
Flustered, frustrated, he scrubbed a hand over his hair.
I usually ace the timing angle. Might still be a little off balance. I want her to have her own space. That makes her happy. I want her to be comfortable here. Sometimes you might want to stay and she'd have this for herself. Like the office you'd have on the third floor.
Office?
I haven't started on it yet because you might want it somewhere else, but I think it's a good space. It'd be across from where I'm going to put mine. The first floor office idea was good, he added, but the third floor takes work away from the living space.
She hadn't quite caught up. You're going to build me an office?
How are you going to run a business if you don't have an office?
She walked to the window, watched Callie and the dog. I never talked to you about any of that.
Ms. Vi did.
Of course she did. You believe I can do that? Start up and run my own business?
I think you can do anything. You have already.
What's going to stop you? Anyway, you'd both have space and you could spend more time here.
See how it works for you.
How about you, Griffin? How's it work for you?
I love you. I can wait a while. You've had a hell of a time, Shelby. I can wait a while, but I want the two of you here as much as I can get. I want you to be mine. I want...
When he cut himself off, she shook her head. Say it. You've earned it.
I want Callie to be mine. Damn it, she deserves me. I'm good for her, and I'm going to keep being good for her. I love her, and she should be mine. That's the second part of this, I guess, but it's just as important as the first part. Just as important as you and me.
She sat on the window seat, took a breath.
I'm going to be there for the two of you. That's where I draw the line. You know what fear is. You do, because you went through it. The kind of fear where you don't think you've got any blood left in your body. Where everything's drained out of you but fear. That's what it was when he had you. I can be patient, Shelby, but you're going to know what you are to me. What you and Callie are.
I know fear. I know fear like what you spoke of. I felt it too, and with it a terrible, blinding rage. Both so tangled they were one thing in me. That fear and rage that if he did what he planned to do, I'd never see my baby again, or tuck her in at night, or watch her play and learn. Never dry her tears. And a fear and rage I'd never see you again, or have you hold on to me, or take my hand the way you do. So many things, I can't say all of them. It would take a lifetime. But I knew you'd come. And you did. She drew another breath. I've never said I love you.
You'll get around to it.
How about now? She watched the change, so subtle in his face, in his eyes, and her heart just smiled inside her.
Now works for me.
I've never said I love you because I didn't trust. Not you, Griffin. I came to trust you so easily, and that scared me a little, so I didn't trust me. Crossing her hands over her heart, she swore she could feel it swell. It's all been so fast, so I'd think, I can't get carried away with all this. I can't let myself go, just ride this wave. But I did. I am. I love you. I love who you are with me, with Callie. I love who you are. It might have been fear and rage that made it come so clear, but it is clear. You made Callie this room. For her. She's already yours. So am I. He stepped to her, took her hands.
Was there a yes in there?
There was a whole bunch of them. Weren't you paying attention?
I got a little lost after I love you.
He drew her in, took her under, took them both under with the lights splashing and rainbows circling. I do love you, she murmured. It fills me up, lights me up, like Callie does. I didn't know anyone else could make me feel that way. But you do. Overcome, he rocked her, rocked them both.
I'm never going to stop.
I believe you. I believe you and we're going to build wonderful things together. With you, I can look past today and tomorrow into weeks and months and years.
I've got to get you a ring. I should get Callie a ring.
Her heart just melted. You're right. She does deserve you. I'm going to keep you filled up and lit up, too. She eased back, framed his face. I want more children.
Right now?
Pretty much right now. I don't want to wait. We're good with children, you and me, and Callie should have a big, noisy, messy family. He was grinning, and those clever eyes shining with it.
How big?
3 more, that'll make 4.
4's doable. It's a big house.
I have such ideas about this house. I've held back.
Really?
Really. And I'm going to be ferocious on some of them. She threw her arms around him. I'm going to work with you on this house, on this family, on this life, and we are going to build something strong and real and beautiful together.
I think we've already started. If you're going to have all these ideas and give me all this help when it comes to the house, you should move in pretty soon.
How's tomorrow? She loved seeing the surprise, then the joy.
Tomorrow's also doable. Word of the day, doable. It's all doable.
Why don't we go talk to Callie about it?
Let's do that. Stay for supper,
he said again as they started downstairs.
Stay the night. Stay for breakfast. I know I don't have a bed set up for her yet, but I'll fix something up.
I know you will. They walked outside the old house they'd made theirs. Walked to where a little girl and an ungainly puppy raced around in a whirl of glistening bubbles, where the hills rose green and the clouds smoked over them in a bold blue sky, and the water bubbled musically over rocks in dappled light and shadow. She'd found her way home, Shelby thought. All the way home. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of The Liar by Nora Roberts, performed by January Lavoie, directed by Sarah Schaefer. Performance copyright 2015 by Brilliance Audio, all rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.